They say that reincarnation is a real roulette. You can become a dog, a pig, or even a cockroach. If you're lucky enough to be reborn as a human, then you've won. But now, getting to the point, our hero won this roulette. He was dealt a man, well, compared to his past life, in which he died from overwork, there is hope. But the body he was reborn into was a random character from a dark story he once liked. To be more precise, the hero who will be killed in the first chapter. That is, a hopeless fool named Sean. In short, this character has almost no skills or talents, poor guy, I thought. And why did he get such a hero? Not only is he a useless villain, but he was also reborn at the wrong time. The sounds of pigs chomping are commonplace, as our hero is among some creepy types. This is the outbuilding of dark magicians, and now our inept hero Sean has been born a magician. The main character in Sean's body was terribly nervous, because he was avoided at the academy due to his lack of skills. Eventually, dark times came when he needed dark magicians. Maji explained to another that this child was asking to be let in at least once. He was from the academy. Hearing that Sean was from the academy, the head mage decided that Sean could be useful and allowed him to enter. The magician asked if Sean was familiar with the joining procedure. Sean answered, "Of course, after that. Once the recruit's blood is spilled, you will need to swear an oath of dark magic, and then you will no longer be able to leave this place." Very soon, the dark magical organization that Sean joins will become a famous villainous squad. The main characters of the story will get rid of him if Sean signs the contract. Then he will also be killed. So instead of following this guy, our hero better think about how to get out of here. Suddenly, the hero felt a synchronization with Sean's opinion begin, and then a large sign appeared, who advised the current Sean to run away from the dark magicians. At that very moment, a terrible scream was heard. The magician didn't expect this either. He decided that something was wrong in the basement, so he decided to go check it out. So he threatened to make Sean stand still if he valued his life. Sean mumbled, "Yes, yes." But the moment the magician ran away, Sean turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Sean ran for a long time. It seemed like he had already climbed high, but he didn't know what floor it was. It's getting lighter, which means Sean is heading in the right direction, but not without problems. The exit was locked with chains, and suddenly Sean heard the magician shouting what was going on. Sean quickly hid, and the magician told the other that the boy had escaped from the third floor. They say he's from Adele's academy. Maybe he's a spy. They're definitely talking about Sean. After they left, Sean tried to open the door, but the doors wouldn't move at all. All that's left is to rely on memories. Once a year, even a stick shoots, and apparently useless Sean will come up with something. In fact, Sean was born a magician, but had no talent for light magic at all, and he simply didn't know where to put the endless flow of mana. In other words, he just needed to learn to control it. When the main character Liam first started learning magic, he probably accumulated the flow with his fingers. That's what our hero did. He collected mana, directed it at the chains, and tried with all his might to break them. But the attempts were in vain. It seems that Sean is doing everything right, but he still lacks the skills. Suddenly, the roar of a beast was heard. Sean turned around in horror, deciding that the magicians had caught up with him. However, instead of magicians or a creepy beast, Sean saw a lizard. The little one reminded him of a dog. It looks like this is a baby dragon. And how did it end up here? And most importantly, why is it so affectionate with people? Sean told the little one directly that he couldn't take the dragon with him. He couldn't handle it himself, breaking the little dragon's heart. The baby understood human speech, and therefore began to cry loudly because of Sean's refusal. Sean hurried to shut his mouth, because the screams might bring the magicians running. And what should he do with him anyway? How can he take for himself a living creature that he can't even answer for? Then Sean thought, maybe he can use his power. The system has made its move, the characteristics are synchronized, the charm is increased, the tamer ability is activated. The suspicious cub is quite friendly towards Sean. So the system asked if Sean wanted to tame it. According to the data, information about his past life should have been saved. There was no accept button or anything like that on the sign. So Sean thought uncertainly, maybe he should just say it. I tame you like the main character. Generally speaking, our hero is not that bad at taming. I have a couple of my own techniques from a past life. First, you need to give a little confidence, then gain trust. So Sean asked the little dragon to trust him, but then immediately felt awkward. However, it worked. The taming was successful. The little dragon lit up like a light bulb. It seemed like a magical transformation in the style of the Winx fairies was about to happen. But nothing like that happened, Sean asked, and it looks like he'll have to figure it all out himself. Sean and the dragon's eyes lit up with the same color, and Sean gave the first command to open the lock. The kid, without thinking, pounced on the lock and began gnawing on it, breaking the rusty piece of metal in a second. The doors opened. Sean praised the lizard for his excellent work. Finally, the exit was open. Now Sean will be able to escape from this terrible place. But suddenly, footsteps were heard. And then someone said, "This is where their rat was hiding." Sean felt a terrible fear. And everything was going so well. The magicians ran towards him and Sean fell down in fear. He was shaking and he couldn't figure out what to do. Sean tried to figure out how to escape, but apparently out of fear, he completely forgot about the open door. And then he remembered. At the academy, the first thing they teach is defense. This is magic that literally disperses smoke and hides you. Even a clueless magician like Sean could learn it. Our hero, of course, had never tried it before. But there is no choice. First, you need to calm your breathing. Then concentrate the energy in your fingers. And then imagine how the fog fills the space. Our hero prayed for everything to work out. He promised to make up for all the wrongs Sean had done, and it seemed to work. Sean was able to create a distraction, and now has a chance to quickly escape. Of course, the dark magicians realized that Sean was just a clumsy person who used a nasty trick. But it was too late. Sean and the dragon slipped out to the exit, when suddenly something grabbed him. Some kind of creepy mass hung on Sean, screaming. He thought he could just disappear like that. The thing grabbed Sean by the throat so hard that he couldn't breathe, and then he fell to the ground. Sean wondered if this was really the end, while the magician was saying that if he gave up now, he would die painlessly. The poor kid tried so hard, but he was still caught, and he had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to die. Sean couldn't see the enemy because of the fog. There was definitely no way to hide from this dark magic. The little dragon crept up to Sean timidly. He looked at Sean with such a sad look. Then Sean told the baby that if he wanted to get out of here with him, Sean and the dragon's eyes lit up again. Sean apologized for being such a klutz and said he'd have to help manage the baby for a bit. He asked the baby to help him, and the dragon growled again. And not only that, the dragon, although still very small, can already spit fire. The baby attacked all the dark magicians, and they hurried to run away from there. Finally, the grip was released, and Sean began to breathe again. To be honest, he didn't fully believe that the kid would be able to get rid of the magicians. The dragon happily jumped on Sean, who said that now he owed him his life. As he promised, he will take him with him, but first he needs to get out of this damned cave. Finally, Sean and the dragon got out of there. It felt like they had been wandering around the desert for an hour. There was no one around at all. Even the fire dragon melted from such heat. Sean didn't want to get caught by the dark mages again. But suddenly Sean noticed the cart. Then he quickly ran up and, asking for forgiveness, asked if the man could give him a lift. The man asked for money, so Sean took out a gold card and asked if the card would work. A child sponsored by Adele's academy would probably think it was something foreign. Luckily, the man accepted the card and allowed Sean to climb into the cart. Sean thanked him. The man asked where he wanted to go. Sean thought they had gotten lost, but the dark magicians could still find them. They don't want information about them to leak somewhere. If they are found, they will be killed immediately. There is no choice left. Let many hunt for his head. The safest place now. The setting of the novel, Sean asked to take them to Adele's academy. A second-year assistant professor at Adele Academy, Selena said she's amazed every time. The superb marble floor and the elegant chandelier. Even the students' uniforms literally scream prestige. But even Selena can't get used to everything. The carriage with Sean arrived. Sean climbed out of the cart, all dusty and dirty, and Selena was horrified by his appearance. In this sacred academy, she sees such a sloppy student like Sean for the first time. However, our Sean had a little surprise with him. Selena looked at him and thought, who did this? Who could disgrace the honor of the academy on the very first day of the semester? She recognized Sean, a student who couldn't control his abilities, and was constantly on the verge of failure. Sean noticed Selena. Sean himself didn't know who she was, but he decided that she was a teacher. So he hesitantly approached her and asked if he was late. Selena replied, just a little. And she began to look at him. She would have scolded someone else, but she didn't have time for someone who would soon be expelled anyway. So let him live for now. There's no point in wasting effort on him. And besides, she heard from other students that Sean was strange. He is said to be a madman who performs magical rituals with human-sized dolls every night. It would be a shame to mess with someone like that. So she patted him on the shoulder and told him to hurry to class. Selena is a smart girl. In horror movies, she would definitely survive. Sean timidly thanked her. Having promised that he would try not to be late again, he ran off, leaving Selena perplexed. Sean called her a teacher, which wasn't quite right, in the second year of school, and the atmosphere changed significantly. Selena thought so, but the others still saw Sean as a creepy guy. The students whispered that Sean was brazenly late on such a day, but luckily he made it before the professor arrived. They thought he would soon be expelled, because he was hopeless. And now Sean was just playing on their pity. Maybe his parents bribed someone, Or maybe there was a teacher who saw his magical abilities, and he wrote a letter of recommendation, one way or another. He barely managed to avoid expulsion. New Sean needs to find a way to survive in this novel. He has two goals: to survive quietly. Sean, a third-rate villain, aggressive and inept, will be brutally killed by the protagonists. After this, life at the academy will continue peacefully, and no one knows the cause of his death. Just because he is a villain, but it still makes you feel uneasy. Sean does not know why he will be killed, so he wants to live quietly and not get in anyone's way. It's better to drive yourself crazy with studies and work than to die like this. Secondly, you need to successfully complete your studies at the academy. Why? Well, he needs something to exist in this world. Sean is from a rich family, but because of his antics, his parents are ready to abandon him. While an academy diploma is one of the best ways to secure a secure future, in the novel, Sean engages in a pointless battle with the main characters. And dying at their hands, our Sean will avoid any events that could lead to death or conflict. The door swung open and the professor entered the hall. All the students became nervous. Professor Green, Department of Magic. This is him. The professor who is in charge of the second-year exams. The students said that his exams were a real torture. The professor's exams were so difficult. Even the main characters barely passed them, the professor said. The first-year class isn't that bad. He already sees outstanding students, of course. All the main characters have successfully completed their first year and moved on to the second. But studying in the second year is even more difficult, which means it will be very difficult for Sean to stay afloat. His position at the academy will be under constant threat, as Adele's academy accepts students between the ages of 14 and 19. The course lasts 6 years, and the academy itself is known for its intensive curriculum. Because of this, students are in constant competition for the right to stay in the academy. It is like a battle royale. So, of all the students, only a tenth will be able to graduate with any significant result. It's so hard here. Sean thought about how he could compete with the main characters, according to the plot. Sean achieved results because he practiced black magic, however, for such a life, which he decided to live. This method is unrealistic, the professor said, of course. There are many such students. Students whose scores are below the minimum are completely eliminated from the second year. Having absolutely no abilities as expected, the professor stared at Sean. What a direct hint. Then the professor said that now he would announce the schedule of entrance exams for the second year. He tapped his staff, and each student had a schedule in front of them. The professor simply projects the schedule using illusion magic, a clear illusion. This is the level of magic in Adele's academy. However, he can choose any subject. Is it really possible to just pick 3 subjects you excel in and pass the exam so easily? Sean couldn't believe that Professor Green could have such an easy exam. The number of people who can choose from each item is limited, and the system is first come, first served. The professor will take out a ball with the students' names, and they will then determine the order in which to choose. Sean is currently a 0 at the academy, and needs to find a subject in which he can at least try to succeed. He spent almost the entire year trying to get out of the lair of black magic. The first student to choose the subject is Sean. Luckily, Sean will be able to choose something easier so as not to embarrass himself. He doesn't have any control over mana yet, so practical items can be discarded right away. It is also necessary to discard objects that were not mentioned in the plot, and those that are closer to the dark arts. Why are all the names of objects so complicated? Sean wrote. Hydrology and rituals, a rather complex science. But this is the least difficult of all that there is. And then this is a theoretical course. You just need to cram, and he will cope. The students started whispering and laughing at Sean. And given how Sean was acting, their attitude was understandable. Before his death and involvement in this novel, Sean was a veterinarian. 3 subjects closely related to his veterinary dissertation topic. Firstly, the hydrology and rituals in this world are governed by unique laws of water magic, but he can apply the mathematical formulas he knows, then the anatomy of monsters, and the basics of monster behavior and training. Sean's backpack began to rustle. Since Sean brought this little one anyway, he'll be put to good use. However, not here and not now. There are too many witnesses here, so we need to hide the baby. Why did Sean, who doesn't even have basic skills in working with mana, suddenly have a newborn dragon? Of course, this is extremely suspicious. Sean came to a place where the kid can do whatever he wants. It's an underground training arena, and Sean has already mastered the theory to some extent. So to try training, Sean asked for 1 ticket for beginner training. The girl looked at the baby and wondered if the dragon had just hatched. Isn't it too early to train with him? The girl asked for names, Sean gave his, and when it came time to name the little dragon, he realized that he didn't know it, and Sean asked the dragon's name. The kid looks at Sean as if he doesn't know himself, of course. He's still little. Sean will have to choose his own name. The kid looked at Sean and he asked if he wanted a cool name. Then Sean started listing a bunch of strange names, and this did not make the little dragon happy at all. Sean suggested another stupid name and said it was the coolest name for a dragon in his time. The dragon gave him a look that he didn't like it, so Sean asked what about the basilisk. And he liked it. The girl said that there could be no more than 2 people in the arena. And now there is already 1 student there, and they also have weapons for rent for students. Not much. Now is not the time to complain about the quality of weapons. We should be grateful that at least there is something. The girl opened the gates to the training hall, then announced who was entering it. Behind the door, we saw something unexpected. Instead of the usual hall, a forest appeared before Sean's eyes. The quality is just incredible. It looks like Sean found the slimes. He was complaining that they were too cute. Sean asked Basilisk if he saw those cubic things. The dragon nodded. Then Sean said that they were going to go and beat them up, of course. Basilisk didn't expect that. But a few moments passed and everything changed, as if his dragon instincts had emerged. The basilisk is no longer a frightened infant, and feels at home in battle like a fish in water. Now that Basilisk is doing well, it's time for Sean to practice too. But just at that moment a roar was heard and Sean was attacked. The shield, although tiny, was able to block the blow. The cubes that seemed cute now seem creepy. There are too many of them. So, to destroy this entire flock with one blow, of course, something more is needed, Sean asked. Basilisk had already warmed up. He asked to do the same thing again. He pointed at the cubes and the baby took a breath and spat out a huge amount of fire. Such a tiny thing almost burned down the entire forest. What a great dragon Basilisk will be in the future. Although Sean was perplexed, he still praised Basilisk for his excellent work. They decided to continue in the same spirit in the afternoon. The guys were already exhausted. Training the Basilisk and simultaneously using your combat magic is very exhausting. However, he is a very obedient dragon. I will have to treat him with something when he returns. Suddenly, Sean heard screams and decided to see who was making them. The girl was arguing with her dog, because instead of killing the cubes, he was playing with the ground. And then he just started howling. It seems that Sean was very lucky with his obedient little dragon. Sean seemed amused by this and said that a hellhound shouldn't be treated that way. The poor girl had a hard time. The dog suddenly decided to go for a walk and ran away. Then the girl went to look for him in the forest. She was very unhappy. Finally, she found her dog, who was lying calmly on Sean's lap. Sean asked, "This is her dog, he saw him before. This is not how to treat him." He decided to give a couple of tips. Sean said that it seemed like she was a little angry, and that would make the animal restless. It seemed like the girl took Sean's advice as criticism, and she didn't like it at all. Her ego was hurt. Adela studies at the Adele Academy, the most prestigious institution in the empire. A mage who never fell below 3rd place, even though she doesn't have the most noble blood. Few could match her skills, but thanks to a stupid system, she was given the weakest skill. Basic taming. She understood that she clearly lacked skills, so she came to practice. But her opponent was Sean, who couldn't even tame a slime. They say he's possessed by dark magic. She saw Sean give in to pity in dark days. She must be talking about the old Sean. So, when she saw the current Sean, she was, of course, in shock. She didn't understand what was happening. The student asked how he did it. Sean asked distantly what she meant. Then he said that the dog seemed to have calmed down a bit. He could take it away, and the student thanked him. Sean asked why a hound. "It's quite difficult to tame for the first time," the girl explained. "It's a difficult monster. So they give a lot of points. She should take first place in the exam," Sean said. And he thought that she just liked to roll in the mud. The girl did not expect such an answer. She wondered if Sean had always been like this, that he was of noble birth. But he speaks to her as an equal, and next to him is a dragon. He is only a 2nd-year student. Where did he get a dragon from? The Sean the girl knew was completely different, and that was clear, because it wasn't Sean. She still followed him, but maybe everything wasn't so bad. She'd get a couple of tips on taming a hound. Adela asked if he was here. Sean replied, "Yes, everything seems to be just ready." Then Adela took out her sword and said, "This is a training field, 1 blow and that's it." She did so, and Adela only needed 1 blow to destroy all the slimes. Sean said it was a pretty harsh approach, deciding to bury everyone alive. Just as Adela was about to say that he could join them, the slimes suddenly exploded right in front of her. This was done by Sean, who had previously been unable to kill even 1 slime, of course. Adela was shocked. Sean said he ran behind her. Adele replied, of course she knew. In fact, Adela had no idea there was a monster behind her. She was impressed by Sean's accuracy. It is logical that she began to suspect something. Suddenly the forest became darker. Sean asked if there had always been a trap like this in the dungeon. Adela replied that she didn't know. Elsewhere, someone shouted, "Urgent! There's a problem in the beginner training dungeon." The director asked if there was some kind of error in the spell and who was currently in the dungeon. They told him that second-year Adela and Sean were there. Then the director said, Adela will be fine, but with Sean it might be too late. They had no faith in Sean, and the principal also thought that Sean was a useless student. He said that Sean had almost no chance of survival, and suggested that they prepare for this. The boys were surrounded by slime. Adela noticed that these slugs had charred the grass. She screamed. No matter how much she fought, there would only be more of them when she got out of here. Never again will he look at such a slimy mess. Sean looked at her and thought. They're being attacked by a whole horde of slugs, and she seems to be still in perfect order. Taming is a bit weak, but she handles magic well. Is she really an earth mage? Blessed to be a great sorceress. But then Sean thought Adela wasn't one of them. Who would hang around on a training field like that? And what's more, she seems much kinder than in the original. Sure, she can be a little caustic, but she doesn't openly humiliate a loser like Sean. Adela asked what he was mumbling under his breath. Sean replied that it was just a trifle, if you count the time from entering the dungeon. More than 3 hours have already passed. Why is there no news? Adela answered. Only half an hour has passed outside. This was done on purpose so that there would be enough time for training. Sean now understood. It turns out that if they are noticed missing, they will have to hang around here for another couple of hours. But if they sit here for too long, their chances of survival will be close to zero. Adela asked what he was hyping up, suggesting that they just sit and wait for death. Sean replied, Of course not. He asked Adela to buy him some time. Then he ran somewhere. Adela asked why, but Sean said that she would see for herself. In the meantime, let him not let the slugs get close to him. Adela had more questions, but Sean had already run away. Then Adela shouted that if he didn't make it before she used up all her mana, he was done for. Sean thought, yeah, she doesn't seem like a bad person at all. Who would have thought that this is the same tough Adela? Basilisk looked questioningly at Sean, who reassured him, saying that he had thought of everything. The original also had a scene with a mistake in the dungeon. It was needed to emphasize the difference in abilities between the main characters. In this scene, Sean used one method but failed. Current Sean found what he was looking for. Sean asked Basilisk to collect all these twigs and bring them to him. The previous Sean used this method, for which he was condemned by readers for the rest of his life. But honestly, our hero doesn't think Sean is stupid enough to deserve this. Meanwhile, Adela continued to fight the crowd of monsters alone. Just when she was wondering where Sean had disappeared to, he shouted, Done! Sean had built a barricade. Sean told Adele to go into the barricade and quickly. Sean's method is extremely simple. The plan was to create a barricade and kill the monsters, but Sean missed 2 moments. That's why it failed, fire and magic enhancement. But now our hero can control both. Sean just needs to concentrate on magic and the dragon needs to try. He created an arrow with his wand. Luckily for him it worked. All we need to do is add some fire magic to each arrow. Sean said it was the Basilisk's turn now. Basilisk and Sean's eyes sparkled. Then Basilisk added a sparkle. It was time to burn those slimy monsters Sean attacked. Adela thought. And this is the magic of useless Sean, Sean said. The remains of the slugs splashed on the ground. The poisonous slime has the property of exploding when it comes into contact with fire. In situations like these, you just need to add a little magic and light the flame, and then everything will go like clockwork. Adela asked if he had thought of everything so that the fire would not get through the barricade. Sean replied, She is observant. These branches can withstand fire. Since they burned everything around, we can wait for help. Adela thought it was strange that Sean saved her. The Academy nobility usually didn't care about commoners. Sean noticed Adela's gaze and asked what she was looking at. Grateful. Yes, Adela replied. Yes, a little. She still owes him her life, so Sean said that if she was grateful, she could do him a favor. Adela was worried. Knowing Sean, she said, if it was in her power, of course. But if this is some kind of strange request, she is unlikely to be able to help him. Sean asked, not to tell anyone about what happened. That he tamed her hound, caught all the slimes in one fell swoop, and made a wall of vines. Everything she saw today, he wants her to keep it a secret. She shouldn't tell anyone how cool he is. Adela thought about it, of course. But why? It's so strange. What kind of person is Sean at all? The clearing of the dungeon did not go unnoticed, with the professors surprised by the error in the operation of the underground arena. The students who cleared the dungeon without being injured were given rewards in the form of valuable magical items. And they also called him to the dean's office. Well, these prizes will be useful to Sean during the exams. That's not the main thing now. They've really pumped up Basilisk's fire breath in the dungeon. I even developed resistance to poison. It must have come from fighting slimes. Sean doesn't know what those dark mages were growing in the basement. But this baby turned out to be unusually capable from birth. Excellent growth rate, excellent fire breathing, incredible amount of mana, an excellent specimen by all parameters. Since he got his hands on it, he needed to take its upbringing seriously. Sean took out the slime core. The professor with short hair ignored them, as if they were rubbish under his feet. But according to the plot, he knows that this is an object of enormous power. Sean offered the core to Basilisk. Sean tried to convince Basilisk that this kernel was very tasty, of course. Basilisk did not believe him. However, Basilisk loved Sean very much, so he reluctantly ate the core. Apparently this thing tastes disgusting, as Basilisk clearly demonstrated. And yet, the Basilisk's characteristics are changed, quite quickly. The lime core is the concentrate of its power. Also, if you eat it, it will give you rapid development. Just one core is eaten. And the dragon's mana capacity increased, which otherwise takes a very long time to pump up. And it seems that Basilisk noticed the changes. The instinct to become stronger overcame his disgust. The sound of increasing statistics was just as pleasant. Like a salary notification from the bank, someone knocked, the door swung open and Adela came out. Adela asked, "So he was here?" Sean wondered what she was doing here. She was also called to the dean. She was unhappy, Adela said. Everyone thinks that she dealt with the 6 slimes herself, and she should be given more magical items. Adela turned out to be a fair girl. And Sean believed that life was more important than rewards. An ordinary student cleared the dungeon, but Sean, as always, barely managed. Such news will inevitably be followed by gossip and speculation about whether black magic was used. He doesn't need that kind of fame in this novel, Adela said. If he likes her, she doesn't need it. Sean wondered what sympathy had to do with it and said, "He doesn't even know her," Adela shouted. "He doesn't know." "How come he doesn't know?" Sean asked. "But he should know her. What's her name?" Adela said her name, Adela Stevie. And that's when it dawned on Sean that she was that Adela. And to put it mildly, I was not happy about this, because Adela is one of the best students in the novel. The only student of low birth who will be among the top 3 students in the academy during her studies. One of the main characters, guilty of Sean's terrible death, and the new Sean stumbled upon her. So she is the one who will kill him in the future. Adela asked if Sean had heard of her. When Sean read it, it made no sense. But now that he was faced with the girl who would bury him alive, he is amazed at himself, how he could have been so careless and brought his own death closer. Adela asked if he had a habit of looking at himself in the mirror, at least sometimes. She pulled Sean to the mirror, and she said she couldn't imagine someone showing up to the dean looking like that. Sean actually only now saw what state he was in. He thought what a dirty slob he was. He's not surprised that everyone sees him as a gloomy, shady guy. Maybe people avoid him not because they're scared. And because they were disgusted, our hero decided to do something with his hair first. The next day in the classroom, how a hairstyle can change a guy. It's a shock. Now no one will call him a slob. People were whispering. It couldn't be the face of the sullen Sean. No, it must be someone else. And Sean was happy with this, he thought. He can hear everything, guys. Suddenly someone came up to him. Rizik asked if it was really Sean who had been treated with polymorphs, and couldn't tell me where he got it. This redhead is also a commoner. His name is Crowley. It seems that even an abuser has his own abuser. Crowley often bullied the pathetic and weak Sean, asserting himself on him. So Crowley has begun another round of humiliation against Sean. But this is not the old Sean. Sean told Crowley to just leave him alone. Crowley tried to maintain control and asked. The haircut made Sean's head spin. But he didn't succeed. Then Crowley screamed, completely lost his mind. Support appeared. Sean replied that since Crowley was asking for support, maybe this would tell him something. The basilisk came out of the backpack and Sean asked, so Crowley wanted to ask there. People started whispering, "Where did an ordinary student get such a dragon? It's a red dragon." The redhead's confidence diminished, but he still tried to assert himself, and he said he heard that the family abandoned Sean, thinking that the dragon can be tamed by paying. Sean thought he was going to live quietly and peacefully, but that didn't mean he would allow anyone to assert themselves on him. He called Crowley a bumpkin, and that was enough to anger him, so easily provoked. And Sean added, "It's a baby. It wouldn't sit so obediently if it were wild." Afraid he'll bite, never having tamed anyone, Crowley shouted that Sean doesn't know his place. But Sean quietly said that if Crowley had a problem, then let him deal with it himself. At the entrance exams, they will see who will stay and who will have to go home. Crowley said that if Sean beat him in points, he would bark like a dog. He agreed. The bet was accepted. The day will soon come when he will look at his dog barking. In his past life, he had a custom. To create noise and then resolve the situation. A mad dog intern. That's what his colleagues called him. When he noticed an injustice happening, he boldly stepped into the situation. And since no one was superior to him in academic knowledge, suddenly, Two boys shouted at Sean, breaking him out of his thoughts. They thought it was Sean who would soon bark. Isn't it the same thing in all worlds, when a person who has just begun to achieve success is not left alone? Sean stopped and ordered the guy to say his name right now. The guy was a little confused. Having stated his name, Fabian Dan Edwin asked Sean if he didn't know it was him. Then Sean remembered the arrogant royal snob who bullied everyone who was weaker. In other words, the leader of the bullying of Sean. And now Sean has taken out the basilisk again and ordered it to bite the pompous turkey. He wasn't even embarrassed by the order. He directly told Basilisk to bite Edwin really hard. Later in the evening, Sean showed up for another training session. And not with just anyone, but with Adela, who said there were rumors that Sean had been causing a lot of noise in recent days. Even if he doesn't care, he doesn't think it would be too much trouble to touch the royal offspring. Sean said he didn't care. They started it, Adela thought. And she thought that he was only picking on commoners. However, Sean is even willing to unleash a dragon on the royals if they anger him. Well, that elevates Sean somewhat in her eyes, she asked. But Sean doesn't have any strategy, right? They, the nobles, seem to have completely lost all fear. Not only does he bring Vassal down on the nobles, but he also made a bet with Crowley. With his level of magic to compete with, Sean is crazy. What would he do if she didn't agree to help? Sean replied that she was actually also learning monster taming from him in exchange for magic lessons. Adela said that if she could beat her, she could beat Crowley in the exam. Sean replied that this time she wouldn't be able to push him aside as easily as yesterday. So, this was the last training session with Adela. Time passed, and the hour for the entrance exams came. Adela passed the exam in 5 minutes with an A, and Adela praised her puppy. Sean thought it was hard for this girl to even slightly tame a hound. A few lessons from him, and she managed it. Well, he has several years of veterinary school behind him. But what Adela has achieved so quickly is a testament to her talent. The monster training exam is taking place in the magic cube, and it's Sean's turn. You are faced with a virtual monster corresponding to your level, and you must defeat it with the help of your pet. Winner gets a pass. It's simple. Sean chose Cube C. The exam began. A huge monster, Adeption, was brought to Sean, and he and Basilisk will have to fight it. This Adeption is a snake monster that Liam will first encounter in his 3rd year. It is unique in its gigantic size, which makes it seem as if it could crush you like a bug. Sean told Basilisk not to be afraid of him, but Basilisk wanted to test himself after eating so many slime cores. So it was time to give him hell to get in close. Sean was sure because he knew. Snakes' weak points are usually their eyes, Sean said. So be careful if the snake just turns around. The truth will roll them into a pancake. Sean decided to distract the snake with magic, and Vassal needs to get to where the snake can't see him. And then, let him burn the snake's eye. While everything was going according to plan, little Basilisk ran as close as possible. Then he attacked with his flame, hitting the monster right in the eyes, and the victory was quick. Even too much, it took only 2 moves to deal with this snake. This surprised Professor Green. Even a strong 3rd-year student would have had a hard time dealing with the Adeption. It seems the admins forgot to change the monster after the previous participant. Sean said it took a little bit of work, but he still won. He gets credit, right? And then the professor stunned him by saying, "Sean, 12 minutes, grade S." The exam was over, Adela said. Sean immediately took 1st place in points. It seemed like their competition had paid off, Sean replied. He couldn't help but agree. It seemed like the two had managed to become friends. Sean, meanwhile, was a little sad. The problem was that he wanted to become 15th in the academy. He wanted to maintain a middle rank and not stand out too much. In the original, Liam killed the snake with 1 hand. Sean simply followed suit. Sean began to mutter under his breath again, cursing himself. Adela was already getting used to it. She asked how the arithmetic test went. If you think about it, the ranking is based on average grades across subjects, so it's all good. The questions were simple. Sean specifically answered only 1 correctly. It seems that mathematics is the same in all worlds. As it turned out, Adela was weak in math. Sean thought it was high school level math. And if that was the case, maybe it was worth teaching Adela a few lessons. But Sean sharply pulled himself up short. She's not a friend, and who cares anyway? Adela was worried that she wouldn't get a scholarship if she failed. Adela asked if there was an equation with a magic circle, Sean thought. Geometry and vectors. Sean responded. It seemed he had solved it. Adela had a strange reaction, and so Sean asked. He said something wrong, Adela explained. He solved that problem. This is the only equation she couldn't solve. Sean is shocked. He wondered if it was really that difficult. It turned out that everyone at the academy was struggling with geometry, and only 1 student managed to solve it. The man said that it was impossible to guess here. He deliberately added an equation that 2nd-year students would not be able to solve. He asked who solved it. Selena answered, Sean, apparently, except for that problem. All the other answers were intentionally wrong. Obviously, he deliberately solved the most difficult one to show off his skills. The man thought that Sean had excelled in the taming test, and decided that Sean was the type of person who thought ahead. The next day, the lists of the entrance exam results were posted. Crowley is in 32nd place, as usual, and now it's our Sean's turn. People were whispering, this can't be true. Can it really be true? And all because Sean took 11th place. Well, it was time for payback. Crowley already felt threatened and wanted to get away as quickly as possible. But it was too late. Sean put on the villain's mask and told Crowley to follow him. Of course, there were spectators, and people didn't feel too sorry for Crowley, since he always picked on the weak to show off. And that was the end of it. And Crowley probably understood how awkward it was. Sean asked what 1 plus 10 was, and the commoner genius Crowley replied, 2. Then Sean shook his head and said, wrong. 11th place. Okay, 32nd. How clever. Crowley hasn't changed at all. As usual, he easily succumbs to ridicule. Even though Sean doesn't like it, Crowley picks fights with him all the time, and Sean isn't the kind of pervert to make Crowley feel humiliated. So he'll just take advantage of it. Sean gave Crowley a slap and he screamed, what's wrong? Why is Sean hitting him? They didn't agree on this. Sean considered it revenge for the problems Crowley caused him. Crowley was still swearing, but Sean told him to shut up and come to the unused room in the basement later. He has something for Crowley. Crowley obediently came to the basement and asked why Sean brought him here. Sean, still wearing his villain mask, asked. Crowley didn't think he would make him act like a dog in front of the entire academy. That's Crowley's thing, isn't it? Crowley got angry and asked what Sean wanted from him. Sean said, let him tell you first. Crowley knows who his father is. Crowley was surprised by this question. Confused, he replied, of course he knows. The founder of the Empire, Adele, the bloody count who killed the dark magicians. Crowley didn't understand why Sean was asking him this. Maybe he wanted to humiliate him with his status. Actually, Sean asked because he really didn't know. Well, Sean really was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Sean asked, Crowley has a lot of acquaintances. Let him spread some rumors. Crowley looked puzzled and asked what it was. Sean whispered something to him that made Crowley's face twist, and he asked if he should tell the other students. Sean said yes, and as soon as possible. Not only for their course, but for the entire academy. The more the better. Once he understands, he can go. Crowley thought this guy was crazy. Someone knocked on the Count's door and said that he had news from Adele Academy. Count 10, Sean's father, asked how his pathetic youngest son was doing at the academy. The butler replied that the situation seemed to be not very favorable, even though the Count generously covered the costs of training. The Count stopped all assistance, leaving him starving and completely penniless. 10 replied, well, Sean won't die from this. The difficulties will do him good if he says something about black magic again. He'll finish him off. Let it be Sean and his son, the butler said. It seems Sean has finally changed his behavior. Having received an incredibly good grade on the exam, the Count believed that Sean had simply avoided last place. But the butler told about the 11th place and the Count was shocked. Also about the fact that his reputation had changed. And rumors began to spread throughout the academy that Sean was tall and slender, and could boast of his attractive appearance. The Count asked if Sean had decided to use blackmail to spread rumors. This is rather strange talk, the butler replied. One thing is certain. Sean had changed a lot, and the Count, of course, found it hard to believe after all this time. He was strict with Sean so that Sean would come to his senses and give up his dark magic. But if he really had begun to change, the Count decided to change his tune, and said that he was glad to hear such news about the only heir. Suddenly he stood up abruptly from his seat to say, Faculty of Magic. If Sean is assigned there at the ceremony, perhaps the butler can convey that he will resume financial support. As we can see, Sean's house is not small, so the financial support is probably exorbitant. Meanwhile, Sean came to the ATM. He thought they were just giving him part of the benefit, which was cut due to recent exam grades. But with that amount of money, he could go the entire semester without lifting a finger. Count 10 values honor. Sean is sure that the rumors spread by Crowley had a good effect. Adela asked what Sean was doing there. It was time to go to the auditorium. The ceremony was starting. At Adele Academy, second-year students are assigned to houses according to their abilities. There is a place where a wide range of magical skills are studied, and many opportunities for experience are provided. This is the Faculty of Magic. There is also a Faculty of Natural Sciences, which combines research and experiments. And elements using magic. The Faculty of Theology uses magic to develop spiritual abilities like prophecy. Finally, the Faculty of Necromancy is the only place where dark magic can be studied legally. The man greeted the second-year students. It was time to begin their ceremony. This is Dean Ernest. When he calls the name, the student must come up to the stage and place his hand on the magic cube. The magic cube is a magical instrument that can reveal one's innate inclinations and assign a specialty. Sean was noticeably nervous. In the original, Sean, of course, ended up in the necromancy department. His wish to get rid of his offenders with the help of dark magic came true, but a sad end awaited him. It will be interesting to see what the magic cube will produce this time. Even though Sean's stats have been adjusted to suit our hero's inclinations, he hasn't been a saint for the last couple of days either, and yet he's not ready for the ending that was originally expected. The first place in academic performance was taken by student Liam, who aspires to enter the Faculty of Magic. This is the main character, loved by everyone and always taking first place everywhere and in everything. Liam walked past Sean, a noticeable difference in the appearance of the main character and the supporting one. It really was as if he was given the advantage of being the protagonist. Life isn't fair. It would have been better if he had ended up in the body of the main character, Sean thought. Of course, Liam was assigned to the Faculty of Magic. It is noticeable that Liam himself expected this, the dean said. Then Solia Arknet. The girl stepped forward. Solia. In the original, she was a light mage. She is a genius among all geniuses, and the closest companion of the main character. The result is obvious. Student Solia was assigned to the Faculty of Magic, and there is nothing surprising about that. Further distribution will be based on rating, Student Seymour, Faculty of Necromancy, Student Una, Faculty of Theology. It goes from the main characters to the secondary ones, probably because of the rating. But Sean has already heard a lot of familiar names. Finally, Sean's name was called, and he walked hesitantly onto the stage 3 years later. Dark magicians from the necromancy faculty will gather to start a rebellion and take over Adele Academy, and all of them will be defeated by the main characters and killed. Sean prayed for the cube, but not the Faculty of Necromancy. People whispered, "It's true, Sean. I heard that Sean has changed, but for sure, Sean will get into the necromancy department." Happiness. Sean was assigned to the Faculty of Magic. Sean can breathe a sigh of relief. His end has changed. He felt eyes on him. Half of them curious why such a loser wasn't in the necromancy department, and the other half is curious why they used dark magic together, while he is alone in the Faculty of Magic. Although there was someone who was happy for Sean, Adela congratulated him. By the way, she is also in the magic faculty. Adela said that they would now see each other at the faculty. Sean asked teasingly, hoping that he would get into her faculty. Much to his surprise, Adela really did look happy, and it seemed like this was the beginning of something big. The poor guy tried to tease her but ended up blushing himself. Adela explained that if he had entered the Faculty of Necromancy, he would have had a lot of problems. She did not wish him harm. He helped her. So that's the thing. Suddenly someone called Sean. The voice was familiar. It was none other than the main character, Liam, who said hello and asked if Sean was also in the magic department. Even though Liam was friendly and polite, Sean was horrified that Liam spoke to him. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Liam asked if Sean was interested in magic. He was surprised. He hoped they could work together. Liam held out his hand. Sean still felt uneasy. However, he still shook his hand and said that he also hoped that Liam had asked a strange question. He asked how Sean was feeling. He had heard that he had been accidentally locked in a dungeon just before the practical exam. He found it interesting. Even with Adela nearby, the average student wouldn't have a good time in the dungeon. In whose program an error appeared, he is curious about what magic Sean used to defend himself. This Liam. How could he know about this if the teachers are carefully hiding this incident? Liam has the meticulousness of a detective, and his face is unreadable, with a sharp mind and seriousness. Typical of the novel's protagonist, he is convinced that any evil must be treated mercilessly. Does Liam already suspect him of black magic and think that he needs to be destroyed? Later, Sean learned that the construction of a new dormitory had been completed, the interior almost like a 5-star hotel. And his room, Wing A, room 203, Sean calmly opened the door and walked in. But as soon as he entered the room, the guy shouted, "It was Sean, so loud." Sean asked, "Yes. And what?" The guy answered. "Because Sean is the superstar of the promotion ceremony, the famous second year who brought Crowley and even the royal offspring to tears." It was Sean, that's what he was talking about. After the ceremony, Fabian Dan Edwin started making claims. Why did he get magic, while he, a person of royal blood, got some kind of summoning of the dead? So Sean scared him a little, Sean whispered. And he knows a thing or two about Edwin. Edwin talks so much about his royal blood and demands special treatment. But Edwin is lying. If he's afraid that everyone will find out, let him behave more quietly. Then Edwin immediately became despondent. And he said, "That means he is not worthy of studying to be a magician," Sean shouted. Why did Edwin suddenly start whining? People started whispering again. Sean brought the prince to tears with just one word. Sean was in a panic. He thought Fabian was a useless idiot. His plan to be a model student and quietly graduate from the academy was lost. The guy finally decided to introduce himself. His name is Will, also from the magic department. Nice to meet you, but Sean probably hasn't heard of him, but I think Sean has heard of him. Liam's best friend, friendly, cheerful, but also reasonable and resourceful. And most importantly, he is a good informant with very wide connections. It seems the roles have changed. So, at the moment, his entire entourage consists entirely of the main characters, who, according to the plot, must kill him. Will asked if he had a map, but it was always better to find out for yourself if he wanted to join. Well, it really wouldn't hurt to get to know this place better. He walked after Will. This is a dining room, but nobles usually disdain to eat here, Will said. Sean asked why. Will explained that it seemed like the chef at this cafeteria liked to experiment, and it was unknown what they would be serving. And over there is a field for magical training. Here you can train without restrictions. But it is better not to approach when others are fighting. Otherwise, you might accidentally end up in the hospital wing. This is not a rare occurrence. Once a month, one of the students is sure to get injured. Sean asked why not just put a magical barrier around the field. Will said good idea. The rumors that Sean had suddenly gotten smarter turned out to be true. Will talks a lot of unnecessary things. However, Sean also learned something valuable from him. Communication with him was useful. The guys decided to return. After all, they had already looked at everything. But on the way to the room, it suddenly got dark. Will thought it was going to rain, but Sean knew it wasn't just any rain cloud. It started raining. Something was wrong here, Will suggested, running to the main building. Sean stopped Will and said, "No, it's dangerous," and all because Sean remembered something. This scene, this oppressive atmosphere, the rain quickly soaked the ground on the lawn. These are definitely not simple raindrops. Toxic rain. Such rain did not fall because of smog. It is only an appearance, not a real threat. The students are missing. Adela from the magic department and Solia Arknet. Here it is, the second chapter. The episode involves a kidnapping in a dormitory. Sean needs to find the kidnapped girls, who were tied up in some cave. Adela shouted that she couldn't get them off. Solia replied, "Don't waste your strength. It's a vine. It's not that easy to tear apart." Then Adela asked why Solia hadn't told her before. Solia replied that she was trying to find a weak spot, but she never succeeded. It seems things are bad. Firstly, why is this guy in a black cloak? I locked them here in a giant tree and left. They never offended anyone like that. To make enemies for yourself, and there is no value in Adela, as in a hostage. Unlike Solia, Adela is a commoner and has no high-ranking patrons. It reminded her of the situation with the wrong dungeon. Adela imagined Sean's figure, and suddenly she wondered why she was even thinking about this guy at such a moment. Why is she thinking about someone who would never guess that she was in trouble, and was probably sleeping in the new dorm right now? Solia noticed that Adela was angry and thought, "She told me not to waste my energy." Then she said that she had one guess. This tree cannot tolerate light. The black fog that covered the sky was the last thing they saw before they found themselves here. And this trunk, which has grown so high, usually artificial clouds are used for partial illumination. But not in this case, Adela asked. Solia guessed that the blocking of light was directly related to this tree. "Because it can't stand it, it's impressive," Solia replied, "so she will be the one hitting it." The one who attacked the academy with this poison rain is clearly a black magician, and the best remedy against black magic. This is light magic, for example, the ability to purify the earth, which Solia has. Adela had heard that Solia only had this ability at level 2, but in such a small space it might work. Solia concentrated and began to recite the spell. Peace on earth, prosperity and blessings to the land. The light around her began to increase, but it was not that big. Adela was worried, wondering if it would work with the light being that intense. Solia was unable to finish the slaughter because someone shouted, "Enough," and attacked her. Some necromancer appeared in front of them and asked Solia if she was thinking about getting out. No matter how gifted they are only second-year students. Solia was suffocating. A black fog had crept into her brain, as if someone was messing with her thoughts. The necromancer said he had an offer for her sweeter than death. He would help Solia to restore the former greatness of her family. She lost everyone and everything that was significant, and how difficult it was for her to enter the academy at such a time. She's holding on with all her might, but lately her nerves have been giving way, right? He can easily revive her loved ones. Isn't that good? Solia was not herself. There was already a fog in her head and she couldn't think clearly. Suddenly Adela screamed. The wooden one went crazy, thinking her life is sugar. Why did he start with Solia? He thinks it's so easy for her to figure out like Solia, the necromancer replied. And she, although not with mental magic, somehow managed to escape from the bonds of the black fog. Well, he has something to offer her. Of course, Adela did this so that he would let Solia go, so that she could come to her senses. It seems that this cursed piece of wood finds secret desires and through them drives you crazy. You can only endure this with willpower, Adela said. The log thinks for a long time. He has nothing to offer her, and where is his real body? Stop hiding. She tried her best to buy time for Solia to attack him. The log said, let her not delude herself. What she sees is enough for her. He attacked her, and Adela became worried. She understood that she would not be able to repel this attack. But suddenly lightning struck the log. Light magic, but it's not Solia, who was still feeling ill from the brain torture. Then who? Sean showed up and said, thanks for the tip about light intolerance. It was very effective. Adela asked how Sean knew where to look for them and what the light spell was. Sean replied that it was as if she had just been nearly killed, and she was still finding room to chat. And a spell, even a small beam, is already light magic. He cast a regular beam spell and sent it through the magnifying glass. Sean asked if she was hurt. Adela replied, of course. Who does he take her for? She is fine. Then Sean took out his sword and said that if that was the case, they could fight together. Adela looked at her old practice sword, Sean said, knowing her personality. He immediately realized that she wanted to give that guy a good slap, because she likes to bury people alive. Adela probably thinks Sean is just teasing her, but in reality, that's how she killed Sean in the original. She exhaled, deciding that this line was in Sean's spirit, and said, okay, that's what she wanted. And since her opponent is a dark mage, she has no reason to hold back. And here is the necromancer, who finally decided to show his true colors. And he seemed to be really angry, and for some reason, he was staring right at our Sean. Even though Sean was afraid, he still asked what he was staring at, and that he would lose his other eye too. The necromancer screamed and attacked Sean instead of attacking Sean. The guy decided to block off the space. Is he really trying to adjust the environment to suit himself? His powers had returned, so he decided it was Sean's turn to suffer. The fog of this necromancer has penetrated the brain. Now Sean will suffer from this torture. Thoughts began to appear in Sean's head. A useless cockroach that even his own family had abandoned. A complete mistake, which didn't even allow him to finish his studies. This whisper seems to be gnawing into his brain. This is a control spell, quite unpleasant. But the necromancer didn't take something into account. It seems the mage is using fragments of Sean's past memories, but it has no effect on the present one. The magician couldn't understand why. He started shouting why the control spell wasn't working. The conditions were perfect. And then, Sean decided to show off and said that the magician was just a weakling, but he wasn't. Sean's arrogance was getting on the mage's nerves. This mage had already become one with the tree, as if it had become a part of him. And if Sean's memory serves him right, this huge baobab is actually an ancient Latismus tree. A hybrid created by dark mages. It enhances mental magic but lacks durability. Sean asked if Adela had said the tree was vulnerable to light. Adela said yes. And then an idea came to Sean's mind. Fire and light are the same thing, so Sean unleashed the basilisk. Baby basilisk fired a blast of fire and the shockwave sent him and Sean flying backwards. You could tell from their faces that they were both in pain. Sean was worried about basilisk. It seems we managed to soften the blow a little. Baby basilisk is completely fine. The mage shouted. Now was not the time to be distracted. He attacked Sean again. The roots were closer than Sean hoped. Luckily, Adela came to his aid. She destroyed the roots in one fell swoop and told him to get up. Sean was still in shock and said he thought he would die on the spot. Adela said she would do everything to cover it up, but if they want to end it quickly, a strong blow will be needed. It seems like Solia is recovering, but they are still ordinary students and their opponent is a powerful dark mage. It's just an unimaginable situation. She thinks Sean knows how to get them out of this situation. Is she right? Asked Adela. And although Sean was impressed by her speech, he answered, no. Suddenly it started to rain. First fire, and then immediately rain. The magician thought that maybe the spell had failed. The magician declared that as soon as the light faded, this territory would become his again. Well, thank goodness for that. The magician didn't rejoice for long. Sean said he couldn't believe that the magician actually bought it. The mage didn't believe Sean, but at that very moment, Sean struck the mage with lightning, frying the dark mage. However, the magician was not dead yet, he asked. This is a basic spell. Where did the boy get so much power from? He can't believe it. The control magic worked. It seems these are the villain's basic words before his death. He can't let this happen. He needs to find the cube as soon as possible. Sean froze. Sean shouted what the magician meant, but it was too late. Things were bad. Sean had heard about the cube. It was definitely mentioned in the original. Then, Solia came to her senses and said that Sean had behaved amazingly. They had something to discuss, didn't they? It seems like Sean is slowly taking away all of the protagonist's friends and achievements. Sean replied to Solia. He had heard about her and thanked her for her help. But Solia said that she should be the one thanking him, since it was Sean who suggested enhancing simple magic using water. And he brought down rain to put out the fire and reduce the risk of it spreading. Sean answered. But if Solia hadn't cast the barrier, he would have been reduced to a husk by now. They managed to come up with a plan in a short time and implement a rather bold move. Apparently, Sean has opened up a new side to Solia. Since everyone is starting to throw themselves at Sean, it can be assumed that Sean has become the main character. Sean asked if there were any ideas why that dark mage kidnapped them, Adela answered. From what she overheard, it seemed they were planning to brainwash them. That's what Sean thought. They kidnapped the best students of the academy and wanted to use them as their puppets. If they had had the skills to catch Solia with magic, he alone would not have been able to defeat them with a basic spell. The basilisk continued to howl. Then Sean said that they almost broke his back while he was protecting Vasya. Why whine? Adela said that Vasya was just worried about Sean. Will added that Sean had an S rank in taming. But sometimes Sean can be really stupid. Sean suddenly went quiet when he realized this. Sean thought, this is what it's like to work together. Something he had never experienced even on the front lines. Later, Sean and Will were walking through the swamp. Adela and Solia decided to rest and recover a little. Even though the monster's death removed the poison, this wild swamp is still an unsuitable place for walking. But Sean just had to come here. It seems he finally found what he was looking for. They stopped in front of a huge stone door. Apparently Sean had come to find a secret door. The door opened easily. This secret relic was originally supposed to be found by Liam, who came to save the exhausted Solia. But now Liam found himself one step behind. Now it all belongs to Sean. He can do whatever he wants. But why would he need it? Sean is already a rich guy. Even though Sean continued to think he was the villain of the story, he seemed to have taken over Liam's position. Will asked if there was an owner of all this. Sean answered that if there was, he died long ago. The statue at the entrance is a relic from 300 years ago. Then Will asked if this was a real jackpot. But how did Sean know about it? It was kind of awkward. Sean tried to think of something quickly, and said that in history class, he learned that tribes that worshipped Cerberus usually erected statues. It seemed that Basilisk was the most pleased with this gold. He continued to rummage and hug the gold. If you think back, he really liked cheese. Does he really just like the color yellow? Sean said he was being generous today. Will could take whatever he wanted, within reason. Will asked, seriously, not joking. Sean answered, yes, and he reached for some chest. In this dark story, where the main thing is to stay alive, you need strength to survive. So it's much more important to look for items that will increase your strength rather than gold. And that's what Liam took in the original after the battle with the mage. Will asked what the thing was. Sean replied it looked like a magic book. The Book of Dark Spells for a Beginner, Will shouted. We need to put this back in place, immediately. She might be cursed, really? Sean hasn't recovered from dark magic yet or something. Sean replied. Will is mistaken. When he opened the book, it flew up and lit up. Then Sean said, now let him read the title again. It says, A Book of Spells for a Beginner. Everything changes depending on the owner. Maybe the magician put it here on purpose. But this thing is quite useful. Even if it has basic spells, it costs a lot of money. This book provides the most important spells depending on the user's needs. With its help, you can quickly master any magic. In other words, it is an opportunity to instantly learn spells, which the academy students hone for a whole year. This is a chance, a scam. But okay. Suddenly Sean heard a voice. Even though no one else was there except him and Will, Sean definitely heard someone talking to him. It seems that only Sean hears this voice. The word outsider cannot be a simple coincidence. After all, this Sean is not from this world. The book greeted him and said that it welcomes strangers who have crossed worlds. All their actions will affect the world. That is, the world is turned upside down. Why did the book say, strangers, and not stranger? Sean only now realized that his actions had clearly affected the plot. In the original, he wasn't supposed to be here today. Originally, Sean was supposed to die brutally, halfway through the story. If this book contains the truth about everything, then this book is a prophecy. Carmen is the book of all prophecies. No matter what anyone says, everything written in it will come true. Does this mean that he shouldn't interfere in anything? Sean shouldn't have gotten into this mess. But I still got there. And out of my selfishness, I wanted to live a calm and quiet life here. Suddenly the book said, however, stranger, if this is his role, let him accept it. We need to make sure that miracles happen in this world if Sean remains inactive. And this world will go down the path of self-destruction. Sean suddenly felt an extraordinary surge of strength. Is this the price for listening to the prophecy? Sean lost consciousness. It's good that Will was with him and brought him back to the dorm. Will swore that Sean had no idea how scared he was for him. He would go to the store. Even though Will pretended to be rude, he still cared about Sean, asking Sean to rest. He left. Sean was still weak. His thoughts were confused, and everything he did caused a kind of butterfly effect. Because of what he does, the main characters may die, and black magicians may take over the world. And in the end, Adele's empire could collapse, and Sean certainly doesn't want that. Sean couldn't survive in a world on the brink of destruction, but that would be the worst-case scenario. He wanted to live quietly until the end of the story. But hadn't Sean stirred up too much trouble in his past life? To do this in this one, constantly sticking his nose into other people's business, he makes enemies. Faced with betrayal, and all this leads him to despair. Sean does not want to live like this anymore. It seems that the time has come when he wishes for death. However, if this is really the world that can come to an end because of him, he couldn't ignore his conscience. Sean thought about that for a while. Then he asked why he was talking about such things here anyway. If something happened, he would do the same thing again as he always did. That's right. He's the only one here who knows the entire plot of Soul Academy from beginning to end, Sean. A natural-born time traveler. He seems to be Sean, but he seems not to be, if it's just him, and that's all. When everyone found out that the kidnapping was committed by a black magician, the Academy administration decided that this incident should not be made public, and violating the ban on leaving the Academy, they rushed to rescue the girls. They were facing punishment for the violation, but at the same time they were highly praised for their brave rescue of their classmates. It would have been better if they had paid. So, the first practical task in magic will be a team project. As soon as Sean is discharged from the hospital, and there is an exam right away. So what is it? Something like a team consisting of a bus driver and a hare. There are idiots who are parasites, but there are also outright trolls. In this situation, you get to know people in their most vivid manifestations. Team projects are pure hell. I'd rather hunt monsters. But they give out team projects all the time in the practical magic course. Let's say a team needs to get the most valuable loot possible from a dungeon. Higher level dungeons give more points. But you can also get a 0 if you don't get anything because of the very limited time to complete the task. The professor said he hoped all the teams would work together, and he would also leave it up to them to choose who to recruit for their team. The students didn't like this news at all, and Green gave them 10 minutes to form teams. This is a shame. Sean was just hoping that someone smart would take him on the team. He doesn't want to do anything. Out of the blue, Liam said hello and invited Sean to join their team. That's the situation. Just as Sean was thinking about keeping his head down, Liam came up to him. He will never see the quiet life he had hoped for. All attention is now focused on him. It was a bit awkward when Sean asked if Liam wanted to do a team project with him. Liam was beaming. It seemed like he had no doubt for a second that Sean would happily accept this offer. However, Sean said outright that he would answer Liam, no. It bothers him. It was like a knife to the heart. Poor Liam kept smiling while everything inside him was crumbling. The guys laughed that Sean turned Liam down so abruptly. Sean really did take everything from Liam. Sean was afraid of what might happen if he was on the same team as the main character, so he refused. So he decided to change the subject and said that they had new uniforms. Luckily, Will picked up on the topic. From the second year onwards, robes and ties change depending on the department. Still, even if they are the main characters, they are still just children. So it's nice to see that they are amused by such simple things. Sean said, so, it's time to vote on which dungeon to choose, like the B-rank dungeon, the Haunted Forest. And he added that he heard that there was a secret S-rank item in the Ghost Forest. The guys asked how Sean knew things that even they didn't know. Sean lied that he just liked to read books. Then they all quickly agreed how good it was to have the role of a favorite. Everyone quickly agrees with everything. This reward was found by Liam in his 3rd year at the academy. And now again, Sean takes away Liam's toy. However, to truly be involved in this world, Sean must have such cards in hand. The guy said he found out everything. They are going to the B-rank dungeon, the Ghost Forest. And then their leader said, this suits them. He will be ready by that time. Day of descent into the dungeon. Most of the dungeons are located somewhere on the territory of the Adele Academy, outside the buildings. But the entrance to the Haunted Forest was located in the library. They say that early in the morning, you can encounter ghosts here. Sean teased the boys about getting into the library through the barrier, Adela replied. They're all lying. There are no ghosts, but they answered her. But it is true, Adela screamed. A ghost. But the boy answered. No, he is a man. It's just that ghosts are completely ordinary monsters and they exist. Sean asked who he was. Judging by the color of his tie, the guy was not from the magic department. So what was he doing here? The boy replied, "He is Asher Barton, a freshman. He wants to go with them to the dungeon." Well, that was a familiar name to Sean. He had heard of the outstanding first-year student. Having demonstrated clairvoyant abilities since childhood, he gained the patronage of the best second-year student in the theology department. And therefore he had a lot of weight in the academy, if someone like him wanted to go with them. Asher promised he wouldn't interfere. Then Sean asked if Asher had by any chance seen anything in the future. Based on Asher's reaction, Sean responded that he thought so, which meant Asher had a specific goal. Suddenly the girl said, "There is no need to be so suspicious. They are going into the ghostly forest behind this unsightly shelf with books." Asher could be useful because he could see ghosts. For some reason Adela was afraid of some ghosts, but not creepy monsters. The girl apologized for scaring me. She is Yuna, a second-year student in the theology department. And she's looking after the Aphorum, Sean guessed. Asher saw something in the last practice of clairvoyance. Since then, Asher has been persistently asking for permission to go with the boys. This is the first time she sees him like this. He is usually quiet, but this time he was very persistent, so she got permission for him with a condition. Sean stated that she would take care of him. He had no imagination, by and large, but he wasn't plotting something against them. Yuna replied that there was no need to worry. She agreed to accompany Asher for one reason. Sean was her type of guy. As expected, since Sean is given a harem of girls, it means he has become the main character. A beautiful girl would never fall for a guy with average looks. Yuna is not only a top student, but also a fan of romantic stories and handsome guys. The guys talked and decided to let Asher and Yuna go with them. The barrier opens with the help of a book. Asher easily chose the right book from among all of them. And then a portal to the dungeon opened. The only dungeon the basilisk was in was the one with the slimes, so he was wary. So Sean took the baby in his arms and said that since they had resolved all the issues, it was time to go. Inside the dungeon, the guys actively and fiercely fought monsters while Sean stood aside. By the way, they were wearing bandages. Professor Green had a point when he insisted that survival was only possible if one learned to work as a team. Only one magic item is given to enter this dungeon. Without it, it is impossible to see a ghost if uncooperative and willful students are about to descend into the dungeon. They will fight right at the entrance, without even having time to meet a single monster. Well, they decided in advance who will wear the bandages. Adela and Will go ahead and scout because they are agile. Solia has the most effective skills against dark monsters, and Vasil breathes fire. So they had to deal with the small monsters as quickly as possible. Yes, the plan was great. Yuna admitted that their work was impressive. They worked so harmoniously that they, the students of theology, did not even have anything to help them with. Asher added that Sean impressed him. He hadn't studied theology or taken extra classes. Why is he so good at predicting the movements of ghosts? He is like a warrior who has rushed onto the battlefield blindfolded. Then Asher thought, yes, his vision had not deceived him. A stranger from the magic department. He is the one who will save the world. Sean was worried that he would inadvertently destroy this world. But as it turned out, everything is the opposite. Suddenly Asher shouted to Sean. A powerful clot of energy was moving towards them from the right. Asher wasn't lying. It suddenly became so cold that the boys felt such an oppressive energy, which is even stronger than if there was a cloud of monsters around. It looks like a boss has come to the guys, the weapon of the boss of the ghost forest. A psychic attack that penetrates memories. So Sean and Solia decided to go on a direct attack on it. They hadn't planned this in advance, but they volunteered because they had already survived a similar attack once. But when the boss hit them, the confidence quickly disappeared. His attack is simply lightning fast, but you need to stay calm. It's not a physical attack after all, if you ignore the influx of voices and hold on to your melting consciousness. Suddenly, Sean found himself in a strange place. None of his senses worked, not even his sense of touch. The world of darkness is an endless nothingness then, the psychic attack of the ghost boss, the Void Room. But something is wrong here. A B-rank dungeon is home to some serious monsters, but this boss shouldn't be so strong that it would require such an ability. Just as Sean went to look for the others, he suddenly heard, "It's because of you that it died, you scoundrel." Sean immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Unlike that dark magician, this ghost showed Sean's real memories. Someone scolded him. They yelled at him. If he knew he couldn't do it, why did he even take it on? He should have refused right away. Sean looked at himself and thought, even after so much time he hasn't changed? It's such a pity. Finally, we get to see our hero's past life, where at the moment he was covered in dirt from head to toe. They claimed that our hero had stabbed the elder in the back, but the hero himself did not regret it for a second. He just did what he had to. The older one was a psychopath who pretended to be a doctor. The older one also killed innocent people. While practicing his cruel medicine, our hero simply revealed his crimes to everyone else. Despite the fact that the elder has status and connections, in general this was inevitable. You can't get away with it. So no matter what hospital he ended up in, everyone would call him a snitch, even if they called him a genius. In the end, he received only insults for ruining the career of their vile idol. And the further it went, it only got worse. On the way to the operating room, our hero's hands started shaking and he couldn't control it at all. The boss screamed at the top of his lungs so that our hero wouldn't be allowed into the operating room. He was sent to a psychologist. Having explained that suppressed emotions manifested themselves in the form of trembling, our hero replied that this is what he thought. He was told that this could not be dealt with quickly and that observation was needed, and how he had even gotten to this point. The insults intensified after that incident, and others shamelessly called the guy who had problems names. Our hero continued to cower under their gazes and whispers, and every day it seemed to him that he was slowly going crazy. So he left the clinic himself, amazingly weak and stupid, intern Sean. The name was the same as in the Soul Academy. Sean's past appearance slowly disappeared next to the new appearance. Sean thought it would get better with time, but he still, before Sean could finish his thought, because light appeared from above, and then the basilisk appeared in an artificial space. The dungeon boss's magic creation is okay, but how did Vasily manage to invade someone else's mental space? The basilisk's eyes shone brightly, and now Sean understood that taming unites the hearts of magicians. And monsters with the help of magic, Sean weakly, but feels it. This creature is able to sense negative emotions. Sean's past life, but the baby basilisk erased these terrible memories. Their bond grows stronger every day. Now Sean realizes he made that choice because the older guy was a pompous ass, and not because he was a petty rebel. He simply could not betray his sense of justice in saving wounded animals. Sean wanted to protect them, Sean told Vasya. He helped him sort out his thoughts. Suddenly Vasya pointed at something. Then Sean asked if there was something there that was waving its paws. And suddenly Sean screamed in surprise. He saw some kind of creepy thing. It seemed to be a secret object. Secret objects are visible in the monster's possessions, but usually they are hidden, if Sean remembers correctly. The secret item is the ghost lamp. The main thing about this monster is its heart, which means it needs to be destroyed quickly. Sean asked the basilisk to help him. They combined both of their attacks, the magical triple arrows and the flames. A huge barrage of magic flew towards the heart. Well, that's the end of that old-fashioned saga. Sean hasn't changed a bit, not in a bad way. After that, everything returned to its place. The guys quickly managed to get out of there, so they were worried about Sean. Will asked if Sean had defeated the boss. It was a secret item, and he thought Sean was just bluffing. Solia said, "But isn't it strange? They thought they could withstand the boss's attack, but it didn't work out." Sean also saw the Room of Emptiness. But where did such strong magic come from in a B-rank dungeon? If you think about it, there are quite a lot of strange details here. This secret object emanates much more magical powers than usual. Solia's intuition didn't fail her. Something was really wrong. Sean finally remembered about Yuna and Asher. He asked if anyone had seen those two. The guys froze in horror and shouted where they had gone. At that moment, Yuna and Asher flew up. Someone caught them, the guy said. If only those annoying kids hadn't acted recklessly. To protect them, he would have simply knocked them out quietly, but they had gotten on his nerves, and there were still victims. Now everything is clear. Just at this time the necromancer's plan begins. Demonic necromancy. This guy is the leader of the necromancers, Parker. He said that he was going to choose Sean when he was exhausted after the boss fight. But it looks like we'll have to deal with this face to face. But first, Parker called out to Sean and asked. They were pretty close in their first year. Now he hangs out with magicians, but they know. What is Sean really like? He will give him a chance to show his true self. Parker told Sean to betray those pompous mages and go over to their side. Sean thought, what a crazy person. Parker is actually going to do this. Parker said that if Sean joined them now, the project was in their pocket. The preparations have already been made. The last condition remains to be fulfilled, Sean replied. It seems Parker has something in mind. Parker admitted that they needed Sean's help. But for some reason Sean defected to the mages, and they had a serious set. Sean had previously done a project on summoning demons, but Adela wondered how one could practice black magic within the walls of the academy. These necromancers are completely crazy, however, Sean communicated with Parker in his first year. Did Sean really continue to communicate with necromancers even after he transferred to the Faculty of Magic? Could it be that what he did to throw that magician off the baobab tree was actually done with the purpose of deceiving them? Adela silently asked Sean to disprove her thoughts, but Sean stated that the ritual was very serious. But he thinks it's possible. He will help them. They began to discuss how to carry out this ritual. It seemed like the ground beneath Adele's feet had just collapsed, but she still believed in him, so she asked, What kind of story is this with the ritual? What is he talking about? Parker stated, Such a stupid magician would not understand. To summon a demon, you need the ability to possess it, because it is a powerful creature. What did the stupid magicians really think? That they set this all up just to catch them and boost the boss's strength. The stronger the magician, the better he is for the summoning ritual. Even better if he is from a sacred family. Sean added that their squad was perfect, a great choice. Parker laughed and said that he knew that they would get along with Sean. He offered to renew their relationship again and extended his hand. Sean shook it and struck with lightning. Parker didn't expect this at all. He fell to the ground and screamed at what Sean was doing. Sean replied that he thought he would help Parker. He almost died because of him. The plan was good, but Parker overlooked a couple of details. Firstly, Parker trusted him too naively. Secondly, Parker underestimated him. Parker stood up and said, Sean dared to deceive him. I got into the faculty of magic and decided to completely betray them in that case. Sean will also become a victim. Parker attacked Sean with a pretty powerful spell. The spell turned out to be very fast. Sean even got hit on the hand after running away. Adela immediately ran to Sean and asked if he was okay. Sean answered, I think, yes. Adela exhaled. Sean thought she immediately ran to him to help. He was a little touched. Then he asked if she was worried. Adela replied that of course she was afraid that he would get carried away with dark magic again. Then she would finish him off on the spot. Sean thought, what a relief. Should he be happy or cry? Adela said that spell had worked well on him. True, but that's usually what knocks people out, so it's no wonder Parker is the main villain. Parker is a hero who will become a rival even to Liam. Sean needs to try. Sean asked if Adela could help. She and Solia will hold off the other necromancers. Parker will clearly be targeting him. Of course, Parker turned out to be very strong. Sean did not understand why he was so strong. Of course, he's not as minor a character as the previous Sean, but still. Parker continued to attack Sean furiously, screaming, and thought of something new. Another attack from Parker knocked the wand out of Sean's hands. The situation is getting more dangerous by the minute. Parker grabbed Sean by the throat and said that Sean would do better to choose a better position. Sean already knows too much about their plan. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of it early? Going against the original plot is quite difficult, although Sean understands that Park is not an opponent he can easily defeat. But what if we make a couple of adjustments? For example, Basilisk. The kid set Parker on fire in time. Basilisk saved Sean, while Parker screamed that his clothes were on fire. Sean tried to get some air. Sean reached level 10 and unlocked a new skill. Fireball. Summons a pillar of fire that hits all creatures within a meter, excluding allies. Right now, leveling up is actually even better. It's a great time. At that moment, flames erupted from the sky. Will screamed. Fire and lightning in the middle of the forest. Was Sean crazy? If Solia hadn't put up a shield, they would have all turned into shish kebab. Sean didn't expect the spell to be so exhausting. It only took a little while and Sean couldn't stand anymore. Besides, the basilisk was completely enraged, and Sean was unable to contain its onslaught. Unexpectedly, Parker emerged from the wall of flames and asked if Sean was the tamer. Others might fall for such a trick, but not him. This cockroach holds on even after such a blow. Parker was truly insane. With a creepy look, he declared that even if he died, he would take the fucking traitor with him. Sean was just about ready for his end, when suddenly someone hit Parker first, and he finally fell. The girl in the robe is also a necromancer, so why would she attack Parker? She exhaled and said she was glad she wasn't late, and it was good that she had brought the self-defense shovel her grandfather had made. Sean is okay. Sean wondered how she got here, but he couldn't ask. He lost consciousness, the situation was resolved fairly quickly, and the Necromancy and Black Magic Club was temporarily banned. Their team, Yoon and Asher, were given time to recover, so in the end, as expected, they were the only team in Professor Green's class to receive an A. Adela was incredibly happy with her success, but Sean was not happy with the attention. He stood out again. After several days of sheer chaos, Sean came to the academy dungeon to see our beloved. Parker said he heard footsteps and decided to look. When Parker approached, he froze. He quickly got angry when he saw Sean Parker. He got very angry. He asked, "What? Did you come to see him rot here?" Sean asked Parker to calm down and stated that Parker would be released anyway. Parker sent Sean, but Sean said, "Come on, Parker is a nobleman. His father won't let this go. Although perhaps such things will become just the reason for his parents to disown him." Parker shouted, "Said everything. Why did Sean come at all? Let him speak frankly." Sean, with an impudent look, handed over some letter. and he said that his father would soon arrive to rescue Parker. He couldn't allow his only son to tarnish the family's honor. The Parker family is known for mercilessly ostracizing anyone who brings them shame. Who knows, maybe the same fate awaits Parker. Parker became noticeably worried. After all, he is still a teenager. He is not afraid to perform black magic, but he is afraid of being expelled from his family. Sean asked. Parker is completely slow-witted. If such a situation arises, send this letter. This letter states that Parker is being blackmailed by an order of black magicians, which is of course a fake. But all the symbols and seals are authentic, so it should do, Parker thought. This letter is almost as real. With the help of this letter, the case of the unfortunate student who was forced to perform a summoning ritual by evil black magicians will be closed. And Parker's family will sort everything out. Parker asked why Sean was giving him this. But first, let him tell me where Sean got this from. Sean replied that there was a person at the academy who would do everything to help Parker. A little later, Sean was already sitting at the table with the dean and that unfamiliar savior. The dean asked if Sean had delivered the letter. Sean replied, "Yes, all thanks to Mr. Dean." After Sean came to, Dean Ernest called him personally and awarded him this. More than ever, Dean Ernest said that Sean could ask him for anything he wanted. And Sean, hearing this, Dean Ernest said. Sean's request for Parker's pardon, of course, puzzled him. He, of course, told Prosy what he wanted. But this student is the leader of the Necromancy and Black Magic Club, and the main culprit of the incident. What Parker did isn't something that can be dealt with simply as a disciplinary action. But Sean, he believes, sees something useful in it. Sean replied that Parker is the kind of person who will do anything for revenge. Revenge makes him stronger. If disciplinary action is taken and he is expelled, Parker will harbor a grudge and go down an even more crooked path. His dark talents will find an even more terrible use, however, if the dean pardons him and finds him something to do. The Black Magic Club will dissolve on its own, and thus Parker's dark talents will be directed towards good. Actually, it's just a precaution so that Parker doesn't come back later to take revenge on Sean. By the way, this is Natalie. According to the plot, she is a smart and cheerful student, the favorite of the whole school. Sean asked how she ended up there. Natalie replied that, in fact, the dean had introduced her into the Black Magic Club as an agent. It seems that the necromancy department has somewhat neglected the problem of dark magic, the dean responded. If they give students safe lessons in dark magic, it would provide a safe outlet for their curiosity. But Natalie quickly realized that these guys had gone too far. In the dungeon, Sean and the guys helped her a lot. If it weren't for them, the students could have suffered. Natalie thanked Sean for his assistance. Sean responded awkwardly. He won't hide it. He did it for his own salvation. Suddenly the dean said, "So he suggests this." Sean was afraid that the dean would say something ominous. The dean said the international magical research community had expressed a desire for Sean to represent the academy. Sean was right. He wanted to get rid of this extra work as quickly as possible by pushing it onto someone else. The dean replied that Sean had shown outstanding results in Professor Green's latest practical assignment, for which he received several points above his normal level. Sean is now in the third ranking of the magic department. The first, of course, was Liam, the second was Aradella, and now the third number is Sean. Sean couldn't get over it for a long time after he found out that he had become too popular. He was not at all happy about this, frightening Will with his screams and painful sighs. Will asked if Sean was worried about the competition. Sean replied that he didn't even want that third place. How tired he was of all this, Will replied. What a failure. Solia would not be very happy about this, because she had held on to third place for a long time. He won't tell her, Will asked. Maybe he'll cheer himself up by opening the award. In addition to hidden Nagars, each participant in the dungeon raid receives a personal reward. Friends say they got some pretty decent rewards from their chests. Sean was curious to see what would drop. Maybe after all these adventures, Sean will get an item of the highest rank. Sean prayed silently for a worthy reward. The chest opened and the boys saw an egg. Well, that makes sense, since Sean is a tamer. A-rank Terra egg, which is guaranteed to hatch into a legendary Terra monster with a 100% probability. Sean screamed, the reptile again. Will laughed and said, Sean must be a genius trainer. A scientific and magical conference to be held in the Sainan Empire. A large-scale event, lectures, exhibitions, all over the course of 3 days. This is a platform for the exchange of knowledge between talented magicians from all over the world. In international competitions between schools, the honor of both the school and the country is at stake. The student is playing for this team, so the confrontation is serious. Nothing has even started yet, and Sean already feels exhausted. Adela said it was a big event, and when the dean saw them off in the morning, he hinted that it would be better if they had brought home at least a couple of awards to the academy. The burden of responsibility would have been placed on the teenagers. Liam said that if you learn the rules of making mixtures, it's already half the battle. They all took herbology in their first year. He suggested that they study with this textbook while they were traveling to the conference. Sean stated that it was no wonder Liam was an excellent student. He was prepared for anything in advance. Adela decided to bring something to drink. Adela ran away, leaving the two guys alone, and these two do not get along at all. Suddenly Liam called Sean and said, "By the way," when he and Will came to their room. Sean showed them. Sean accidentally grabbed what the black magician got from the baobab, and Liam saw this loot. When he entered the room, quite an unfortunate coincidence. Liam asked if Sean by any chance had it with him. Sean replied, "Yes." Leaving it in the dorm would be risky. When Liam accidentally saw this map, he turned pale. And the reason is the same one that made Sean decide to go to the conference, even though he could have pretended to be sick. Cube, according to the plot of the Soul Academy, most of the mages in the Empire are white. So why do a couple of dark ones often cause terrible disasters? The fact is that the dark ones got hold of an ancient artifact, a cube, an incredibly powerful magic amplifier. A dangerous artifact according to the plot. Dark magicians secretly built a tower in which they placed all the cubes collected from around the world. They wanted to attack entire countries from this tower. Fortunately, the main characters will destroy this tower and take the cubes. In the process of this feat, many minor characters die tragically. And for the first time, the characters encounter the cube in the scene in Empire. Immediately upon arriving in Seinen, the boys headed to the conference, where they attended herbology lessons. They had a very busy time, participating in exhibitions and taking courses that they enjoyed. In 2 days, tomorrow the competition starts, the dean said to bring the awards. But to be honest, he still didn't understand anything about herbology. But now Sean wants to sleep. But he couldn't sleep. Sean heard a noise outside the window. Then he loudly asked who was there. A familiar figure appeared. Liam asked how Sean noticed him. "It was him," Sean shouted. "How could he not be noticed? It rattles like a cupboard." Which is why Liam doesn't like the door so much that he climbs through the window to get to him. Liam apologized and explained that he wanted to talk quietly with Sean. But Casper was in the hallway. These are the scout mages. Those who walk around in invisibility cloaks. Sean asked what the Caspers were doing here. It was just a conference. Liam replied that he had no idea. He hadn't come to Sean for that, but to ask for a favor. Sean won't give him his map, Sean interrupted, asking, "The location of the cube?" "Yes." Liam was surprised that Sean knew about the cube, so Sean decided to play dumb for now. That's why he said, "It's just written cube on the map." Liam became quiet. Yes. Liam knows what cubes are and how dangerous they are. Long ago, his parents managed to seal the power of such a cube, but were killed by black magicians. After seeing the map, Liam must have realized that the black magicians were up to no good again, and he realized what catastrophic consequences would result from even one cube falling into their hands. So the main character made his decision. Obliged to continue his parents' work, Liam eloquently offered to find the location of the cube, but Sean flatly refused. Liam explained that he was not up to anything bad. Sean replied that he knew, but he could not give the card. And all because the first cube will go to the black magicians. This moment, a cry of helplessness and despair, is deeply imprinted in my memory. If they miss this cube, the difficulty level will start to rise exponentially, so this time it will be as Sean says. Sean said he couldn't give him the map, but he could go with Liam. Then Liam said he couldn't tell Sean the details. But Sean must know that the cube is a very dangerous artifact. He does not want to drag Sean into this. Sean stated that he doesn't know what the cube is and why it's so important to Liam. He only asks to take it with him. It won't interfere. Besides, he will never give up the card, so Liam has no choice. Finally, Liam agreed. Then he said, "In that case, let him remember. Tomorrow they are obliged to win the competition, and only after that will they go do what they must." Sean did not expect Liam to suggest such a thing. In the morning, the boys were sitting at their desks. Last night, Liam told Sean what they had to do. After winning the competition, they will infiltrate the magic faculty and steal the cube. According to the map, the cube is on the 3rd level of the basement of the Faculty of Magic. It seems that getting in there won't be easy. Security has been increased, and the area is under strict control. So going straight ahead would be difficult, Sean said. But Liam said there was one way. They have to win the competition, I heard. The winner not only gets a cash prize, but also a chance to visit the Faculty of Magic. They probably won't show them the basement since only employees can get there. Sean said that it turns out they'll just have to get there themselves. Then he has a proposal. They'd better take Adela with them, objectively. If they're going to steal the cube, it'll be hard for 2 people to do it. But if there are 3 of them, they will have a chance, since the competition is a team competition. And the excursion to the Department of Magic is also designed for 3 people. Won't it be difficult to hide everything from Adela? Liam was worried that it would be dangerous. Sean reassured him. Adela, whom he knows, is incredibly strong. Time passed. The day of the competition arrived. And as some sense of reality finally began to return to him, Sean believed he had screwed up. He was so confident in dragging Adela into this, but in reality, he doesn't know anything about herbal medicine. But what can you do? You have to try. The professor introduced himself as an absolute authority on herbalism, Bruce Miller. Not all magic is created to harm others. There is also some that saves people's lives. That's the point of herbalism, but enough of the boring talk. He'd better tell them about the competition they were so looking forward to. It's simple now. Using only their knowledge, they need to create something that doesn't yet exist, the absolute potion. If they manage to get the highest score from all the professor judges, they win. That's all the rules. The students began to whisper. All the judges were experienced magicians, wondering how they could create a potion that would satisfy all the picky professors. For the past 2 days, Sean had been collecting new ingredients for the potion as he had been instructed, expecting something like this. But this problem is even more abstract than Sean thought, however, if the only way to get to the cube. This is to win the competition. Sean has no choice. It's time to rack his brains. Later, Adela screamed, "Sean is really a dropout herbalist. How is Sean going to get the highest score from those strict professors?" The professors who drank the potion prepared by the Adele Academy team suddenly felt incredibly good. The professor said that this potion gave him incredible mystical sensations, and a strong desire to create grew within him. The professor said, "Isn't this a wonderful potion? She can't wait to create something." As their mood improved, they became more free in their thoughts, and they felt that the power of their primal magic was growing, so it was for this potion, the potion of art. Yes, our swindler simply mixed the potion with alcohol, of course. It was not real alcohol. Just a couple of herbs that the Sinan Empire added for flavor. This potion was impractical, but unique. It turned the magic of the elements they used into something artistic, and a small amount of MSG. Adding a touch of spice to the presentation, Sean spun a yarn about the potion being miraculous, and the naive professors fell for it. They reached the Department of Magic safely, Bruce praising Sean, calling him a gift. This is the Civil Affairs Department, where they help with admission to the Academy and registration of mage certificates. The guys said emotionlessly how cool it was. Sean whispered that even if it was boring, he could have pretended more expressively. But the professor was truly naive and fell for these heartless exclamations. Our heroes don't have time to hang around here for long, so Sean decides to take action. He said the excursion was very interesting and exciting, but could they take a little rest? They were so tired. At the same time, Professor Bruce was asked to help, and he said duty calls. The professor asked the boys to wait here. He would return quickly, but our rascals were not going to do this. The guys immediately ran away. They don't know when the guards will arrive, so they need to hurry. They have only one chance. They must find and take the cube, even if they are caught. 3rd level of the basement. It seems they haven't been missed yet. Liam asked the guys to take the teleportation scrolls. Most of the guards are concentrated on the 4th level of the basement, where the main storage is. So that's how it is, Sean said. But there are only 2 scrolls. What about Liam? Then Liam said uncertainly. He could only get 2. He tried to get more, but they are incredibly rare and expensive. It is only fair for him to give them to them. Besides, as long as they weren't caught, there was nothing to be afraid of, Sean thought as Liam managed to get them. At the end of the corridor, the guys saw a light. Sean asked if this was the storage room. Liam replied that they should probably look closer. By chance, the boys stepped on a trap, and everything turned red and a siren sounded. Liam said he couldn't believe they raised the alarm when they got here. Adela asked, "What should they do? They're leaving. They don't even know if it's a cube." But Sean replied, "No, it's definitely a cube." Now he was finally convinced of this when a screen appeared in front of Sean. It was written in black and white. "Failure means death." A voice was heard. "Attention, an intruder has been detected. For safety reasons, explosive magic is activated around the vault, and explosions fill the vault." Explosive magic. The guys miraculously managed to survive. Suddenly Sean heard footsteps. Someone was walking straight towards them. Professor Divert Grinvey, aka Professor of Mathematics at the Adele Academy. What is he doing in a place like this? Sean said they were just lost. The professor replied they didn't need to make excuses. Thanks to them, they discovered the cube. Sean did not understand what the professor was talking about and who they were. "How many professors at Adele's Academy are dark magicians?" the professor said. The security was surprisingly weak. For such a grand plan to retake the cube, he's glad he sent Casper just in case. It's a stroke of luck that the students have revealed the location of the cube to them by pure chance. So let them step aside. Or, they would prefer to die here without waiting for an answer. He began to attack the guys. And he shouted, they had already reached their limit, why not stop fighting? Adela barely managed to block the attack. The professor is right. They are only defending themselves. The difference in forces is too great. They cannot cope. Luckily, Sean managed to get the cube from the storage. But getting past this professor with the cube will be difficult. Then Sean called Liam and threw him the cube, and hinted that Liam should take the teleportation scroll that he gave him. And let them go, Sean shouted at them to run away. But Adela was not going to run away so easily, she shouted. What about Sean? What would he do? But there was too little time. So Sean just shouted at them to run away. Liam knew it. Then Adela yelled at Sean, damn, he better get back in one piece. The professor walked up to Sean and said, he stole the cube from him right under his nose. Interesting guy. The plan to sacrifice himself to save his friends is so touching. But now Sean can't escape. The professor began to read a creepy spell, and then chains appeared that bound Sean. Then the old man said that maybe he missed the cube, but Sean has a map with the location of the other cubes, where it is. Sean said he didn't have anything like that with him. Maybe the professor grabbed the wrong guy. The old man thought Sean was just showing off, but he just didn't know Sean had a partner. As soon as the basilisk attacked the professor, Sean was able to free himself from the chains. Now the professor will have a bruise from the basilisk, if only Sean could kill the professor. When this thought flashed through his head, Sean was shocked by himself, and yet he decided that he could not leave the professor alive. A little later, Sean ran out of the vault, but 3 dark mages ran after him. They attacked Sean, but Sean managed to block their attack. But you can't get by on defense alone. Sean suddenly felt pain. It seemed that he couldn't run any further. All because Sean had already used up all his mana reserves. So he fell to the ground, the professor's attack doing much more damage than Sean had expected. Sean was in danger. The dark mages weren't going to wait. They attacked him immediately. However, this time Sean was protected by the baby basilisk. The poor thing was shaking in pain. Despite his pain, Basilisk attacked the dark magicians, who began shouting that they had to get rid of the tamer. While they were yelling there, Sean took advantage of their distraction and ran away, scolding himself for the fact that Vasil suffered because of him. Suddenly, Sean was called. Adela returned. They ran away together, and when they decided that they had broken away, Sean lowered the basilisk. Adela said that Sean acted recklessly. He could have died. Sean apologized. And he added that at that moment this was all he could think of. But now what was more important was that the basilisk was in critical condition. Sean should have taken care of him as soon as he was wounded, but he was so busy escaping that he missed precious time. It may be a dragon, but like any living creature, it has a heart, and it will die if it is not healed. He is in critical condition, and the situation looks too hopeless. Fragments of bad memories are ringing in his ears. It was familiar to him, the screams that he was useless and that he shouldn't interfere when there was no chance. But Sean remembered that Basilisk was his friend. So he decided he had to try. Sean asked to give him the potion of arts. Adela believed that Basilisk could no longer be saved, but she still gave him the potion. Sean said that he would save him. This potion increases ingenuity 100-fold, and it allows him to temporarily be able to create something literally out of nothing, which is what he needs now. So this is a small ray of hope. No matter how long it takes, thoughts began to come to Sean on their own. And whatever the price, Sean is not going to give up. He will save the basilisk. Asher and Adela probably didn't understand why Sean was trying so hard when other creatures could be tamed. They don't understand that Basilisk is not just an animal for him, but a friend who is dear to him. But Sean was Adela's friend, and she was worried that Sean would waste all his mana on a monster that could no longer be saved. She would like to stop him, because she could lose Sean. But looking at the way his eyes were burning, how could she stop him at all? Now all he needed to do was stitch up the wound and the job would be done. Sean tried to calm his heart by breathing slowly. It didn't matter that he had done this dozens or hundreds of times in his past life. Still, as he stood in front of the operating table, Sean began to feel a tremor in his hands. And eventually, Sean just ran away until he was no longer able to pick up a scalpel. But now, the hands that once trembled non-stop moved with confidence. What a relief. It looked like he could save him. Sean exhaled. The basilisk would live. Asher said, "Just think." Sean patched up the body of a dying dragon, and then brought it back to life. "It's some kind of magic," Adela said. She didn't use healing magic either. It seems there are no veterinarians in this world, and they don't perform operations here, so their surprise is understandable. Just recently, Basilisk was on the verge of death. If it weren't for magic and drugs, the operation would have been pointless, and in Korea, he would have been immediately sued for unsanitary conditions. But this isn't Korea. The basilisk isn't a dog, it's a dragon, and Sean isn't the Sean he used to be. All these things led to one single miracle. The system turned on the healing light. It can heal. Sean passed out again, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar ceiling. He spent several days unconscious and was hospitalized in the infirmary of the Adele Academy. According to Adela, who looked at him with a horrified expression on her face, the school administration had roughly assessed the situation, and they dealt with the consequences. But still, they couldn't avoid the spread of rumors. Everyone was whispering that the best students had been attacked. What could be connected with dark magicians? Adults probably had a hard time sorting out the mess. But hey, it's great that he's not one of them anymore then, Asher said. A lot of the organization is looking for him. The Faculty of Magic, some academies, they can't be sure. But dark magicians are probably hunting for the cube too. Tomorrow there will be a full court hearing regarding the incident that took place at the Faculty of Magic. So it has come to this. But now that they have the cube in their hands, they cannot let them take it away. A week later, at the Magic Faculty Court, Professor Louis was yelling that they should be punished. Bruce tried to smooth things over and said there was a misunderstanding, but Louis didn't think so. He believed that the problem needed to be solved radically, and Bruce could not calm him down. Louis shouted, "He will ask them again what they stole. The students who were attacked were brought here and interrogated. Because everything that is kept in the Faculty of Magic is kept in the strictest confidence. Only the owner of the vault knows about the items contained within. In other words, the Faculty of Magic itself does not know what exactly they have lost. This means that their only strategy in this trial is clear: deny everything since there is no evidence." Sean said they were just lost and wanted to use a find the exit spell but accidentally destroyed the vault. Of course, Louis didn't buy it. He screamed for evidence. The judge said that in that case all they could do was wait for the report. From the owner of the storage facility, they requested his presence as a witness. He should arrive soon. The door opened and Principal Ernest walked into the court. He said that it seemed like their students had caused trouble for everyone. Louis froze and asked what brought the director here. Ernest replied that he had to come. After all, he is the owner of that storage facility. What a surprise. It was Director Ernest who first began collecting and sealing the cube in the Soul Academy. But Sean had no idea that he was putting them in the vault of the Faculty of Magic, Ernest said. Their students went down there at his request. He instructed them to retrieve the cubes, but they seemed to be lost, because they were just children, and children make mistakes. The judge was apparently afraid of Ernest, so he decided to quickly hush up the whole matter, since they found the owner and sorted out the claims. He sentences the 3 students to a level 7 punishment, a written apology, and 30 hours of community service. It was some nonsense, but no one dared to object to the judge, so the verdict was announced. At night, Ernest told someone that he would not ask anything, and handed over some letter. Even knowing that the cube is actually missing, he lets them get away with it and doesn't ask questions about how much Ernest actually knows. And what exactly does he know? Ernest said. Professor of Mathematical Sciences at the Adele Academy. He suddenly left campus for a conference and will never return. But he left this note, and it had some weird equation written on it that only Sean could solve. So Ernest started to suspect Sean. He asked directly if Sean knew anything about it. He's not going to go back on his word, but he wants to ask him something about how Sean is connected to this. How did he manage to survive? His opponent was a professor after all. It's unlikely that a simple second-year student would have survived a fight with such an opponent. Sean asked nervously if the student had survived, which meant it must have been thanks to someone's help. Here his partners helped him a lot, the rest was pure luck, Ernest answered. No, Sean clearly has talent, Sean thanked him. But Ernest said it wasn't an empty compliment, he really meant it. They would find out if he had overestimated him after Sean solved the problem. Sean thought, "There's some kind of code right there," Ernest explained. He found it in the professor's closet. It looks like a password, encrypted in a math problem, but alas, he can't solve it. But he came up with this idea. Maybe Sean can handle it. Sean thought, he clearly has high hopes for it. But if this password was made up by a dark magician, maybe these were the coordinates of another cube's location. Sean decided to try. Ernest thought he hadn't been wrong about Sean. It was his character. The way Sean was calm in the face of a puzzle that might be unsolvable. The way his eyes burn with the desire to test himself, even if everyone around him doubts him. Asher was asked how his and Sean's collaboration on the project was going. Asher still had doubts about it. Then Asher replied, he still doesn't believe it. For him, he's still a suspicious type, Yuna replied. At least Asher knows. How many times since the beginning of the semester have I come to her with questions? But I still want to show him what I can do, doesn't I? Asher was willing to bet. After all, he even got clues about the cube's location. Maybe he really had revealed all his cards. Asher said that the way Sean had performed during the first semester was suspiciously unsurprising. If he had suddenly joined the Dark Magicians. But then he transferred to the second year and suddenly changed, Yuna asked. So he was asking to check again if his fate had changed. And since Asher is a handsome man, she will help him. A fortune teller is someone who only gives advice and watches from afar. Yuna began to read the spell. The star. Let him tell her everything about Sean, the star said. A stranger in the world of magic. This man will save the world and that's it, Yuna asked. Well, is the prediction still the same as last time? Both the facts that Sean was an outsider and that he was a savior were true. Liam still remained silent. Yuna continued. And from now on, pay even closer attention to everything that happens in the academy. Let's say that the bonus for the buns, Asher asked discontentedly. A bonus, these are the words. Yuna replied that the star herself had just told her that something very unusual would happen soon. Meanwhile, our guys were cleaning. Adela complained that 30 hours of work was too much. Then she shouted, "Maybe she should start cleaning up already. Stop rubbing this egg," Sean replied. "But it needs to be rubbed so that it grows faster." Suddenly, someone ran into the room and shouted, "Guys, urgent news." Sean asked what happened. Will replied that something happened today that had the entire academy on its ears. As soon as he heard it, he immediately rushed to tell them. The monster from the sample room showed up again. Adela asked if it was true. Will replied, "This time they say it is true." So Lily went to look for the professor, the monster from the sample room in the basement. The story began with screams about a monster appearing in the sample room. Just a school tale that exists in every school. Until now there was no evidence, only rumors, and Lily, who went to the teacher's room. Most likely he will leave there with nothing, of course. Sean knows that the monster really exists. The dragon's main skill is stealth. If he decides to hide, even the teachers won't be able to find him. And the fact that only some students could see him was precisely due to his skill. Will was very excited by the news. Will said, "They say that this monster is Drake. This, of course, sounds like nonsense, but if you catch him and sell his skin and blood, you can strike it rich. The guys are already placing bets," Sean said. "In the end, it's just a legend. He lies like he breathes. Who would want to get involved in such a shady business?" Sean said. But there were far more complete fools in this school than he thought. The guy was praising the guys, repeating that he was telling the truth if they caught him and sold him. It will be possible to cover tuition fees up to the 3rd year, so it's worth taking a risk once. If they join forces with them, no monster will be able to defeat them, Sean thought. Idiots. He is not such a simple opponent. Solia stood up from her seat. Suddenly the guy shouted, "Solia is with them too, great." Sean thought, Derek really is an idiot. Everything is clear with him. He thinks that modest Solia would go for such a thing. She had no problem with grades or money, but then Solia surprised Sean by agreeing to go with them. Even the students didn't believe that she really wanted to go with them. But Solia said she was serious, and asked to enroll her in the ranks. Sean thought, this is crazy. This really isn't a dream. Drake's squad was in the original. Everything that Derek did with his friends. It was a gathering of weak students to lure them into easy money. But Solia was not among the participants. How did it all end, you ask? The squad completely disappeared. Not a single member returned. And Solia wants to go with them. A little later, Solia sat alone in the classroom and sighed tiredly. She remembered her father, who said that pure magic comes from a pure heart. Solia never forgot her father's instructions, coming from a noble family, a strong and bright magician. He always said that no matter what situation she found herself in, she shouldn't hesitate. She shouldn't show her weaknesses to her enemies. You don't have to be greedy to learn magic and become a worthy magician. It takes time, Solia apologized to Dad. She thought she couldn't. The place where she was born, their family, which he was so proud of, all of this was now under threat. And succeeding in magic is her only way to return their family to its former glory. But for the first time, she has lost the primacy that she held for so long. Thanks to her diligent study of magic, she managed to survive in Adele. She was identified only once, but this is enough to understand that she is not sure of that. That she could beat Sean in the upcoming exam, but only if she could get extra points for the mission. She might be able to get ahead. Drake is a very cautious monster, but he is weak against fire and light. There are no worthy mages in their group. Her powers are best suited to fight Drake. This is a chance to once again strengthen her position as a light mage. She must catch him with her own hands. Solia has taken on a huge weight of responsibility. Sean came to Yuna, and she said that Solia would not be able to catch him alone, Sean asked. So the stars said. Yuna just said, he knows. She charges a lot for predictions. Sean took out the bag and gave it to her. Suddenly Yuna asked why he suddenly needed to know Solia's future, and suddenly she decided that Sean liked Solia. Sean shouted back, was she crazy? Not at all. Although of course when Sean read this novel, Solia was among his favorites. But that was from the reader's point of view, and now he just wants to avoid death at the hands of the protagonist. Sean was worried that Solia might get hurt in this dungeon, so he came up with something. Solia created a protective barrier, but the monster still attacked, Solia thought. If only she hadn't been able to repel the attack. She's afraid to imagine what the damage would have been, the guys asked. But they won't return. They already have at least 2 wounded in their group. None of them expected that Drake would be so strong. So they had to go back, but Derek's greed got the better of him and he shouted, no, they can't just leave. They had already set traps in different places, and if he fell into one of them, the monster would be in their hands. The guys started arguing that Drake was able to see through their traps and get around them, but Derek continued to insist on his own. They were attacked at that moment. Derek, trying to breathe, said, how is this possible? It's impossible. Of course it was impossible if he had not been controlled. It turned out that Drake was controlled by Hugh, the 5th student. The teachers left the sample room unattended, and the students boldly broke in. Nothing changed in this pathetic academy. None of them seemed to notice that Drake was under control, the tamer and his monster. Hugh hated academies. He believed that those idiots from the academy 15 years ago during the war treated dark wizards cruelly. And this is revenge for his father, who was part of this group, for some reason. Instead of taking revenge on the academy itself, Hugh took revenge on these children. Everyone else can't move. Only Solia remains, although she initially expected that she would be the only one fighting in this battle. But how could she defeat him, Solia thought. If she couldn't cope with him, she would die here. Even if she gathered her remaining forces, Solia decided to attack with her last strength. But Sean stopped her and told her to save her strength. Everyone else was unconscious, and she was the only one left of the magicians. You have to be ready to use magic at any moment, Solia asked in shock how he got here. This Drake's movements are 100% controlled by someone else, no matter how well he hides. There is one way to find him. Sean decided to compare which of them is stronger. A battle of 2 tamers. Then Sean threw some object in the other direction. Drake noticed it and ran in that direction. Hugh didn't understand why Drake wasn't listening to him. The basics of taming say, study the monster's habits and use them. Drake has a habit of catching something that flies if he sees it, but he can't eat anything that strangers give him. The protagonist, as always, easily managed to get out of the situation. Solia gathered her strength and prepared to attack. She summoned a beam of light and attacked the dog, right in the heart, and that's how they defeated him. The connection between the monster and the tamer was broken. If the guys continue in the same spirit, Hugh will be in danger. Hugh didn't want to go this far. It would be too much of a strain on his body. But it was time to use some real dark magic. Solia noticed that Drake seemed to have become even more ferocious, and Sean realized that Hugh was using dark magic. This means that the one who controls Drake is a dark magician, and suddenly a screenshot appeared. How fortunate that at the right moment the hero was given a new skill. In short, another person can take control of the monster. Sean was offered temporary power over Drake, and everything was handed to him on a silver platter. And just like that, by pressing just one button, Sean gained control over the monster. Drake started wagging his tail in front of Sean, and Solia asked why the monster had suddenly become so friendly. How Sean tamed him, Sean replied. After all, he gets along well with animals, so answer. Hugh said it couldn't be. He had put so much effort into taming this Drake. He shouted, this Drake is his, and Sean quickly lost control of him. But the dog misunderstood something and bit his owner. Hugh whined about being wet and smelly. But it all ended quickly when Drake overpowered Hugh. Having already exhausted his powers by using dark magic beyond his capabilities, Ernest arrived at the scene late after receiving the message. He seemed to be quite shocked by the fact that there was another dark mage operating in the academy. It seemed like the old man didn't know anything about his academy at all. After this, the squad members were punished, and Sean received gratitude and a reward from the parents' committee. For saving the lives of their children, by the way. A skill Sean learned during the battle. There was nothing about him in the original. It's strange that he got the skill of a tamer and not a dark mage. Still, the system takes into account Sean from his past life, not Sean from the academy. It would be great if he could test this skill with Drake. But in any case, Navka has limitations, and Vasilisk didn't like him so much that he was handed over to the professors. For this battle, Sean acquired something else. For completing it, he received a chest with a reward. Sean had wanted it for so long, he was noticeably nervous before opening the chest. He doesn't need much. He prayed to be given a gift with a good rank. Sean was very worried. Finally, they gave it to him. Sean said the A-rank briefcase couldn't be better, and it could be used not only in battle but in everyday life as well. Here it would have cost him a fortune, a simple briefcase. But how much joy it brought, he also has an additional reward. So, if Sean hadn't intervened, none of them would have returned alive. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Sean thought he would just be given a note with something written on it. He tried hard, but it was a math problem. One of those that were often given in exams, but this one was not at all easy. When Sean realized this, he cried out. This was the key to the problem from Rector Ernest. In general, Sean understood the tactics, but he could not find the last component of the solution, and he fiddled with it for several days. Why didn't he immediately understand the meaning of this code? Here it's enough to substitute the formula. Sean was lucky again. He was given the solution to the problem. Having solved everything, Sean received the answer and went to office 205. He thought it was probably the room number, the special classes room, and 14 was the locker number. Sean decided to look through the staff room's records. This locker had been cleaned by a student who hadn't been studying at the academy for a long time. Everything is as Sean thought. He found another cube. The professor definitely got it from the dark magicians and hid it here. It needs to be put in the briefcase so as not to lose it. Perhaps Sean feels so strange about hiding the cube in his briefcase. For the next few days, it's best to keep a low profile and not attract attention. But every time Sean says so, something like this happens. Yuna asked why Sean keeps turning down her date invitations. Sean kept saying that he wasn't interested in Yuna. So Yuna asked again if Sean still had feelings for Solia. Then Sean shouted why Yuna was even talking about her. Yuna asked him to go on a date with her again. Sean said the date was just talk. She wanted to force him to participate in an astrology competition. Yuna asked if she thought Sean was trying to change his life. But this is basic astrology, and what if they win? They will be awarded 3 credits in theology, and will be given the highest grade if they are given 3 credits, then in the next semester. It will be possible to remove one subject, which means Sean will not have to go to the classes of the nasty Professor Green. Yuna asked. He knows what she's capable of. She's the best at this. They'll even get a ride. But he's refusing this date. The reward was really too good to refuse. Yuna was happy about the date with the handsome guy, and Sean was already tired. So they spent days on end reading books on astrology, and time flew by incredibly quickly. The day of the astrology competition arrived, and Sean was too excited to sleep, or what theology calls sinister energy. Yuna said to Sean, "Look, this judge reminds me of Sean in some way." And indeed, these two are similar. And all because this guy is Sean's older brother. Their displeased glances crossed. Hank didn't look happy when he looked at his little brother. And Sean wasn't beaming with happiness either. If he had known that Hank would be one of the judges, he wouldn't have agreed to participate. A perfectly ironed black suit, a low, pleasant voice. One of the guest judges, the guy who shines brightly, is Hank from the magic department. He is a prophetic genius who began his astrology studies at the age of 12. A child who did not waste his time. And at a young age he joined the elite. The only thing is, Sean is the biological son of Count 10. Hank is born out of wedlock and has been discriminated against. So Hank lives with a sense of inferiority and hatred towards his brother. This was intended, although it may well be so, since the real Sean is a real freak who insulted and humiliated his brother. If Hank hates Sean, it's well deserved, because Sean was a real scoundrel. Hank is now perceived as a genius. He has already stepped out of the shadow of their family, but most likely he is not very happy to see Sean here. Sean hoped Hank wouldn't deliberately give him a low grade. If he was alone, he wouldn't care, but he didn't want to let Yuna down. Yuna supported Sean, and Sean himself thought that for now, there was nothing left to do but try. The guys worked hard, and a team of 2 student magicians with a large gap took first place. The girls said they received assignments from the ministry. The possibility of leaking information is 0. She asked Hank what he would do, and it was clear that he was embarrassed by such high scores. But this girl, Yuna from the 2nd year, is the most talented among her classmates, and the guy who is with her is no slouch. So she thinks he should put his suspicions aside, Hank thought. And a little later, the girl announced the victory of Yuna and Sean. The guys pretended to be surprised. Yuna spoke happily. She said that they would succeed. They were a super team. Sean was absolutely brilliant, especially with the box task. She was so surprised when he was able to name the position, shape, and even the color of the figure. Predicting the future is not just a skill of reading the stars like some kind of pseudoscience, and the mathematical calculation that allows you to determine the required units. If you think of the analysis as a problem, everything becomes simpler. The boys were asked to stand up, and the girl said that a little later they would present them with a certificate and a prize. She also said that one of the judges would like to meet with Sean separately. Sean immediately thought that Hank wanted to meet with him. He waited for his brother and wondered if Hank had originally appeared in this episode, since Sean was a minor character. Little was said about his brother in the original, so present-day Sean has no idea this meeting is likely to bode well. Finally, Hank showed up and said he had come, and Sean immediately asked why he had called. Hank replied that he wanted to give him some advice. Sean was surprised, because he thought that Hank would just swear. But then, Hank said, he doesn't know how such a family disgrace could get excellent results, but Sean is no longer small, and they won't forgive him for everything, so he shouldn't jump above his head. Sean got angry. The brothers looked angrily at each other. Sean told him to get to the point, Hank replied. Nothing special, just let him stay at the family estate this vacation. If he said it had to be that way, then Sean would do it. And if he was grateful for the reward, he would listen in his place. Sean got angry. Why was Hank showing off? He wasn't the one giving out the reward. Hank said that he was finished, and Sean could go. He said what he wanted and immediately drove off. Sean went out and exhaled. Everything seemed to be fine, so Hank left. And a couple of days later, the final exams began. The holidays were getting closer. The book Practical Magic. It goes into the trash. Thanks to the competition, he has enough credits, and he can no longer attend these classes. Suddenly, Adela came running and asked how he passed his exams. Sean answered, fine. And she? Adela answered, she did a great job. She noticed that Sean had a lot of suitcases, and Sean told her that he was on vacation. He plans to return home. Adela asked if his relationship with his family had improved. She congratulated him. And Sean thought that it was unlikely that they would even say hello when they met. Again, remembering the cold invitation to come home, Sean tensed up. Sean asked if she was going home. Adela replied no, they weren't really waiting for her there, so she would stay in the dorm. Even though Adela said so, in reality it's different. In the original, it didn't talk about her family. She was always alone. She didn't screw up. It's hard to know what's on her mind. Sean awkwardly said goodbye to her. As expected, Sean is a real rich kid and he really had it good. Why? Living in such a place, did he choose the side of dark magic? If he were in his place, he would have lived quietly and kept a low profile. Sean said he was at home, but the butler asked Sean to wait. This was an order from the Count himself. Good-natured 10 ordered him not to come in until he gave permission. That was all. Sean clearly didn't expect that. It seemed like Sean was already starting to regret coming. This attitude towards a child that 10 hadn't seen for a year was terrifying. The sun had already set, and poor Sean was still not allowed in. The maids whispered that Sean should look for a place to spend the night. Finally, the door opened and he said, "Can I come in?" Sean didn't yet understand what this test was for. And Sean also didn't understand why he let them into the house out of the blue. It seemed like this family had a strange relationship. While eating, 10 said that he heard that Sean had done something wrong, and even had a case brought against him in the magical court. Now it's all clear to Sean. Sean thought that 10 had changed his mind because his grades had improved. And in the end, he gets another reprimand for the incident. Well-founded doubts. Here he is, Count 10. Sean said that in some places rumors travel fast, but here it seems to take longer. He even thinks he knows the source of these rumors. Considering the behavior of the servants, it is clear that the news came from outside. Sean stated, and also, as a normal father, shouldn't he have first asked why his son went to the magic department? Naturally, 10 got angry and asked since when did Sean compare him to normal fathers? How dare he teach him about life? How frightening. It's not for nothing that they call him the Bloody Count. There's no point in angering him. Sean apologized for not living up to his father's expectations. And he explained that he went to the department as a participant in the event. He needed to take part in the event as a representative of the school. Sean handed over the documents. Then 10 shouted, Sean now decided to lie. Taming, first place. Practical magic, first place. Overall ranking third. Wants to say that this is a real report card, Sean replied. He did nothing wrong. The report card is real. Almost all the exams are practical. It's hard to cheat. These are midterm exams. He'll try harder on the finals. Sean wanted to say something else, but he couldn't from shock. The Bloody Count was crying, asking. Sean finally came to his senses. Even though Sean was shocked, the butlers didn't seem surprised. Was the Bloody Count really such a softie? The old man said through tears that he was proud of Sean. Maybe it was some kind of bug in the character settings. After this incident, 10's attitude changed by 180 degrees, and the servants who had just recently been laughing at him. They can't say another word. They won't have to listen anymore that he's a disgrace to the whole family. Life has become easier. 2 days later, he hated to admit it. But Hank was right. He definitely needed to come home for the holidays. 10 asked if there was anything Sean wanted to learn. Sean said maybe horse riding. Then 10 said he would train a couple of horses. Maybe there is something else he would like. Sean was awkward at first. But then he said, he needs high-quality gemstones. Crushed into powder, the egg will hatch soon. You need to prepare the food in advance. The temperature, humidity, and environment are ideal for the egg, and it should hatch without any problems. There was a reason why he obtained the A-rank Patera egg. It has weak combat power, and it can be used not only as a means of transportation, but once tamed, it becomes very loyal. But taming a Terra is much more difficult than a Drake. Once hatched, it may take 1 to 2 weeks to tame, and a wild Patera can be destructive. Suddenly, the egg started moving. It didn't look like Sean had touched it, so the baby was coming out. Such a touching moment. But this touching moment is accompanied by a serious explosion. Sean worked so hard to get this egg. He can't just let it slide. The baby woke up, caused an explosion right after hatching. A monster is still a monster. In the first hour after birth, the monster's power is at its maximum. Although Sean restrains the baby's magic, the flow of energy does not stop. Thanks to his innate skill, he will be able to tame it without much difficulty. Maybe it's because he was just born. Sean doesn't feel the effect of his gift at all, so he'll have to resort to another method. To begin with, it is worth reducing the excitement caused by the new environment. For this, a hypnotic spell should be used. This will lull him to sleep a little. So far, everything is going well. The baby has slowly begun to fall asleep. Sean decided to take this opportunity to get the baby used to his smell. It looked like Sean was being a daddy again, hugging the baby to bond with him. The most important thing is to show him your complete trust. And again, the skills from his past life come to his aid. Once won't be enough. You'll have to repeat this ritual for about a week. But so what? It's the holidays. There's plenty of time, but this room still belongs to Sean. Later, Will learned that Sean had managed to tame Terra, and then he started talking about what an achievement it was. Sean asked him to end this conversation. Now he needed to concentrate. After all, today they gathered here to register for subjects. Will asked if he couldn't be the only one who knew about this place, so he could tell the guys. A typical informant, Sean didn't mind, so he agreed. Will thanked him and gave him something in return. It was a schedule, a carefully thought-out schedule, in which all free hours were taken into account. Only teachers with good grades were selected. An ideal combination. Will turned a simple schedule into a work of art. By the way, it's still very early, but so many people have already gathered. It seems that even in this world, registering for courses is not easy. At the Academy, registration of items takes place at a specific time in a specific place, namely, at the Magic Center. First, you need to find the place where you are registered, and after you confirm your identity. Once you enter your login, you can proceed to registering items. The main problem is the location of this very center of magic. The day before registration, Will sent a letter saying that he would find them the best place to register. The reason Sean is so excited about registering this time is very simple. In his second year, he doesn't want to meet Professor Green, and for this same reason, he even went to the competition. The countdown to the opening of the Magic Center began. Students were anxious. They had to register in time. There were a lot of people and little space. Panic gripped the poor students. Everyone was shouting about their problem. At this speed, you can't even open the start page. But Sean studied at university for 6 years, and that means he suffered longer. Precise and fast, despite all this chaos, taking what he needed and throwing off everything unnecessary. Poor Will, the quickest to grab what seems impossible to grasp, failed. So he will have to continue going to Professor Green's lessons, but our hero succeeded. Will asked, "I've never seen such a great schedule in my life. Did Sean train at home specifically?" Sean replied that if you go to a computer club with your friends for 6 years straight and go through all the circles of hell, you'll learn even more. Once the fierce fight for the items ended, Sean's life did not become any easier or calmer. As soon as he returned to school, the main line continued. A necromancer in a dorm. This is the case when necromancers. Despite the risk, skeletons were summoned onto the school grounds. According to the plot, this was supposed to happen only in 2 years. But the plans have shifted, because a couple of magicians already want to get even with Sean. But now Sean is surrounded by very powerful magicians. Therefore, this case was resolved very quickly, thanks to which he also managed to collect a couple of awards. Adele's cane, among other things, can scratch her back. Sean asked why there was a name that shouldn't be there. Flight basics. Professor Green, Sean was yelling about how he got here. He did everything possible to avoid meeting him. Why did they suddenly change the professor? All their efforts went down the drain. It's even funny. But regardless of the main episode and its mood, time passed, and the camping event arrived. An event that is traditionally held every year for second-year students. A program where current second-year students. They meet with those who have already completed their second year. In other words, something like a hike in the mountains or a school trip. Only here it is equivalent to the fight for survival. Because of this, Sean felt like he was in some kind of reality show. The professors specifically created this system so that students from the two classes would interact and gain experience together. Unfortunately, in reality, things work differently. Second-year students carry out the proposed missions, and the elders evaluate them, the results are summed up, but this place is also ideal for organizing showdowns. Stan, a third-year student, started insulting the second-year students. As the saying goes, give a freak a chance and he'll decide he rules the world. Stan even decided to take the food away from the boys, but Adela objected that the food was designed to last them for several days in the mountains. But the asshole suddenly shouted at her to shut up and started yelling that at that time. The boys didn't behave like that with their elders, insulting the boys. Stan demanded that they pass on the food, and the students reluctantly began to take out food, obeying this little scoundrel. And he was apparently proud of his position and the fact that he could mock others. Surely among his own people he is still a worm. Where else can he feel strong? But Sean didn't move, even after Stan's screams, and Stan finally noticed. He asked Sean what he was worth if he wouldn't do as he said. Are they a joke to him? Sean just chuckled and replied, yes. This angered Stan, and he apparently decided to yell again, but Sean interrupted him. Having said what a pity, he himself did not notice how he smiled slightly at the elder. Third-year students are not bad guys at all, and they have no reason to bully younger students. In fact, the repeaters this year are very talented. It would be no different in the novel, where all the main characters are second-year students, dissatisfied when meeting smug guys. It was probably this feeling that made Stan so angry, and now Stan asked, it seems he heard him wrong. That's right. This is that Sean. Everyone at school has been talking about him lately. Sean had barely kept his head above water throughout his first year, was one step away from being expelled, and now he suddenly felt like the coolest one. Even if he flunks out of the academy, Daddy will help him get settled, right? Sean replied, yes, from time to time. His father really helps him. If his father knew about Stan's attitude, would he forgive him? Right before their departure, the dean called him separately and said that the most important thing on an away trip is team spirit. But what Stan is doing is more like blackmail than cooperation. The situation is quite complicated. He doesn't even know how to assess it. If the dean suddenly calls him again, what should he say? The provocation worked, even too well, and Stan attacked Sean. Fortunately, the baby basilisk was faster and attacked Stan first. Sean quickly grabbed Vasilia back, and Stan continued to yell that it hurt. He's bleeding, let them call a doctor, but not a single student moved. Stan looked back and yelled at Sean again. If this was something serious, he wouldn't leave Sean like this. Now the students asked Sean what to do with their luggage. Sean told them to take everything they had taken out. Stan couldn't calm down for a long time. The guy next to him said that Sean might be rude, but his skills were developing at an incredible speed. Stop arguing and let him start working, the guy advised. But Stan said he just couldn't leave things as they were. There would have to be a way. Suddenly he noticed Sean's bag. The guy asked what Stan was going to do. Stan snatched the bag and declared that Sean couldn't be allowed to interact with his elders like that. He pulled out the water and the guy asked if Stan was crazy. How could 5 people survive on 1 bottle of water? But it seems the guy wasn't fair enough to stop Stan. It seems that Sean had a premonition of the trouble that awaited him in his dream. The next day came, 6 days remained. If we manage to survive without incident during this time, it will be a success. If he were to be mortally wounded or return to base in failure, the boys quickly noticed that the bag was too light. Sean also quickly realized that he was the one who took away their water. Adela said that every time they were with him, they got into trouble. While the two were arguing, Will and Natalie were more relaxed. They saw a sign and Sean told everyone to go to the right. Will asked if they should think about it better. They didn't know this area. Sean said he knew. The guys asked where from. Sean lied. He read it somewhere. In fact, the professor explained. Naive Natalie and Will fell for Sean's lies and praised Sean. Sean thought it would be easy from here on out, but the sun had already set and they were still going in circles. He was told that the right road was the fastest and safest way. It's unlikely that a professor would lie to a student about what's going on. At the base, a guy shouted, Stan, that he had pulled the locator stone out of Sean's bag. Stan insisted that he didn't do it on purpose. The stone probably fell out when he was taking out water and food. The guy said that this stone is a minimal protection device. Only with it are students sent to such dangerous places. And what to do now? Stan shouted what he wanted from him. They're all so capable. They'll manage somehow, Stan reassured himself. And he himself thought that if everything failed, they could be punished. Nothing like that would happen. The next night, Sean received a new task again. It seems the system does not care about the main storyline, Sean thought. For the guys who hadn't really eaten anything and had been on their feet all day, it's perfectly normal to feel low energy. and they've also figured out why they're going around in circles. It's the special magic of this place. And yet it's suspicious, an optical illusion. It's not something that happens naturally. And there is no reason for the Academy to deliberately torture its students like this. Sean has made a lot of enemies, but he doesn't know who could have set this up. Suddenly, Will noticed a cave, and the guys decided that they had finally gotten out of the illusion zone. They wanted to finally rest there and spend the night, but it was not to be. A creepy boar monster appeared. What can I say? The guys are very lucky in their adventures. It looks like this cave already has its own owner and he is not happy to have guests. Sean said that if you think about it, it's just a pig. The main thing is to catch it. Taking the basilisk out of his bag, Sean ordered the little one to attack. Even though Vasya is small, he is a legendary creature. He's almost as strong as this boar, Sean thought. Just at that moment, a baby flew past him. The legendary dragon was defeated by pork. Even Vasya was shocked. Sean said that the boar really did it and asked Vasya to get up. Adela said that it seemed the basilisk couldn't cope here and took out his sword. She ran and aimed straight at the heart, attacking, but something was wrong. She was thrown back, considering that her sword didn't leave even a scratch. Most likely her body was strengthened with magic. Will asked where there was a magical fortification in this dark forest. Maybe our vet can tame the pork. Sean asked if Vasya had come to his senses and asked to attack again. How about using that technique they've been practicing? Before this, he asked Vasya to help him with simple attacks during the battle. But recently they have been practicing a direct attack on a single target with maximum force. Sean didn't think he'd be able to put it into practice right away, but Vasya is great. The pork was roasted, Will said. Even though he had seen it before, it was still amazing. Natalie began to praise Vasya, and he happily accepted the compliments. But what's more important is what students who have been fasting all day want to do now. Sean was the first to suggest that the boys try pork for dinner. Vasya took him down, and Sean will have to butcher him. Of all of them, only Sean had studied anatomy properly. A little later, Sean said he was finished and the fire was ready. Then they roasted the meat over the fire and finally the boys could eat. It's unlikely to be as tasty as they claim, since they've been fasting all day. Because they hadn't eaten a single crumb all day, their strength was completely exhausted. Later, Sean decided to check what was inside the cave and asked the guys to stay by the fire. He was thinking what to do tomorrow. If he reports to the academy, it will take a lot of time. Provided that the seniors realize that something is wrong and inform the professors, it will take at least another week. During this time, they may again fall under these illusions and get lost, or meet other monsters. Adela followed Sean and asked him what he was thinking about, but Sean only asked why she wasn't sleeping. Adela replied that she couldn't sleep. Then Sean suggested going for a walk, and they noticed a shooting star. Adela asked why it was said that magic reflected a person's personal inclinations. She is an earthbender but is drawn to the sky. She asked why Sean chose taming. He can't say that he was a veterinarian in his past life, so he stated that he likes to get something without putting in any effort. Adela said that's why he loves the basilisk so much. Magic finds those who truly desire it. This is the indisputable law of this world. So why would Adela become second in power after the main character, Sean thought. Adela replied that she always knew why she became a mage. As a child, her village was buried underground. This was before she knew about magic. There was no one left. Some said that a dark magician was hiding in it. Others that the entire village was cursed. But she tries not to even notice all these rumors. The main thing is that there are a lot of innocent people. They died for no reason one unfortunate morning. Everyone except her. Now, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place as to why Adela never mentioned her family. Why, as if she had nowhere to return to, did she always remain in the academy, training? Why was she always so worried, always in a hurry? Now Sean finally understood everything. Sean wanted to say something to Adela, but he couldn't. Suddenly a crack was heard, and then strange signs appeared. The guys fell into the ground, stroking their bruises. Sean said, "It seems like he has a crack in his bone." Adela called him and asked if he had also seen something glowing on the ground. "Was that right?" Sean replied. "Yes, there was a feeling of déjà vu, but she won't understand what exactly. She remembers that strange note that Liam found in the secret passage. There was a similar code." Adela added that Liam said he found her while looking for traces of warlocks at school, which means everything is correct. If there is a dark warlock code, then there should be a cube. Sean, without any further thought, simply took out the cube. The golem immediately began to shake, and then Sean realized that the golem woke up because the cube was taken away. It's unbelievable. First a wild boar, and now a golem. I don't even have the strength to react normally. Sean said he wasn't sure he could handle it at all. What should he do? Adela told Sean to quickly take her hand, and he squeezed her tightly. But Sean was apparently embarrassed to take her hand. Then Adela grabbed him by the collar, and they ran away from that place together. But there was one downside to this plan. They didn't fly far. The stone rocket was good, of course, but rushing without knowing the way was a bad idea. Adela noticed the shifts and said she imagined the worst-case scenario they could find themselves in. The golem, which was awakened by them stepping on that slab, is now indiscriminately destroying everything around itself. And now this cave was about to collapse, so the guys immediately ran to the exit. They shouted for the boys to run out right now. Slow Will asked why everything was shaking. Then Sean shouted. There was no time to explain. They quickly went outside, but right at the exit, Adela told the guys to stop. There was no way to run further. The illusion's zone of effect began here. Will asked. She was right, of course, but what else could they do? She herself said that a huge golem was chasing them. Adela replied that they would have to fight. What else could they do? The golem turned out to be slower than the guys thought, but still, he finally appeared. Then Adela attacked him. Although she hit him quite hard, there was not a scratch left on the golem, so physical attacks wouldn't work on him. Then Sean realized something. He thanked Adela. Then Adela asked why she hadn't done anything, Sean explained, although it was a useless move. But she gave the necessary hint. If Adela's power was useless, then the power won't work here either. The golem, strengthened by magic, will not burn even in a firestorm. Sean called Natalie and asked her to douse the golem with water. The guys didn't understand what Sean was getting at, but they still decided to trust him. Natalie said that since it was Sean, he must have come up with something. Then she summoned a water strike and attacked. It seemed like Natalie had just given the soul golem a hard time, so she started to doubt it. But Sean said so. Everything is perfect. Now it was Claude's turn. Then the baby crawled out of the bag. Sean and Claude joined forces. It suddenly became cold. If you can't break it, we'll freeze it. The golem turned into an ice statue. And then with one blow, the guys smashed the golem. Everything is very simple, thanks to little Claude. When water turns to ice, it expands. No matter how big the rock, a quick freeze will destroy it. Little Claude's debut was a success, but it took too much energy. So Sean was out of strength again. The guys were worried and asking if he was okay. Adela said that she heard footsteps, and she was right. Third-year students came running to their cave. Apparently Stan was afraid for his future and went to look for the guys. Sean stood up and said that they probably have something to say. Then Stan said nervously, he was wrong. He really didn't mean for it to happen that way. He didn't take the stone on purpose. He was looking for them. He was worried. But what the hell was a golem doing on the outskirts of Adele? Sean listened to him and thought about maybe punching Stan. Finally he sighed and said no. Maybe if they get on their knees, then maybe he will forgive them. Of course, Stan wasn't at all happy about this. He wanted to object. But Sean interrupted him. And he asked how much longer he had to wait. On his knees, right now. What a menacing look our hero had. Surprisingly, Stan clenched his teeth, fell to his knees and barely managed to say, "It's my fault," after such a dry apology. The academy carried out an emergency evacuation before the exam even ended, all because of the golem's magic. The one the boys caught was so big that all the students in the forest noticed its light. The main thing is that everyone was safe. And they will definitely come up with a punishment. They were told that they will definitely investigate the sudden appearance of all these creatures in the forest. But, to be honest, it's unlikely that the Academy will make much progress in this investigation. The main thing is that Sean brought another cube. According to the original, the third cube was not there, because it should still be in the hands of the Dark Magicians. If it really did belong to the Dark Magicians, and they just kept it in the forest, and they found it first, then that explains all the strange things that happened to them, Liam asked. They didn't feel anything strange in the forest. Adela answered. Exactly what happened, Liam added. Such magic cannot be sent remotely. This means that the person who cast this curse was somewhere in the forest, said Adela. This means Dark Magicians. They are gradually approaching them. If this continues, then both the cube and their lives are in danger. As always, a new task appeared on time. To protect the cube from Dark Magicians, Sean was waiting for this arc. This was in the original story. If you follow the plot, then Liam should assemble a team. But the problem with the original is that, what if they start this episode now? They will have to give all the cubes to the enemy. And the name of this enemy is the Dark Magician Arnett. He is close in strength to the main boss. And he's very good at stealing anything, meaning he can easily steal the cubes right out from under their noses, even though they collected them first. He will calmly take them for himself. Thanks to the latest discovery, they received more cubes than Sean expected. Soon the magician will make his move. Sean said that he was tired and would go to his place to rest, but first he would follow the instructions in the status window. The mission required 6 people. He was thinking about who he should team up with. He needed to start with that. So, we still need 5 people, if we remember those who were in the original, that is, of course, Liam, Adela, Solia. And the remaining two were Natalie, who is good at strategy, and Liam's support, Will. But for some reason, Yuna comes to mind, of course. In the original, Yuna finds out about the cube much later. At best, it would take 4 years. But during all the time they spent together, Sean understood that Yuna is a strong character given the fact that she is the best in her department and has never given up her position. She is in good standing with her teachers, and also Parker, who has a difficult character and an unstable position. But after helping him get out that day, he didn't resort to dark magic or cause any trouble. He lives quietly, he has incredible endurance, and what's more important, now he would never betray them. Of course, Sean doubts whether it is worth going against the original script, but moving only according to the plot is also problematic. Since they are putting their lives on the line, they need to be well prepared for this battle if they are to be able to quickly reveal the boy's talents. And the best way to get to the main branch is perhaps to avoid repeating the results of the original story. Well, Sean has decided on the participants. Now he needs to check something. He came to the cave. Now they entrusted all the cubes to Liam, and when he managed to make suitable, almost perfect vessels. In the desert, where it is difficult to find even an ant, under threat of death, they managed to collect as many as 3. The dark magicians had 5 cubes which they used for their evil purposes. But Sean knows the original story. The cube is not just a mana vessel. It gives you the power you need for a price. So in the original, it was in exchange for the power of the cube. Liam gave up his sight, even though Sean has no intention of using the cube's power. It is necessary to check if there is another way to use them, if these forces could be borrowed. And to use the cube as something more than just a vessel of mana, yes, from now on, Sean will try to subjugate the cube. It sounds like the ravings of a madman, but it's worth a try. The basis of any taming is communication. It's just a bit awkward, Sean called the cube, but nothing happened. However, Sean has his own principles. He cannot just give up. The basis of taming is dialogue and interest. It's written in red in the first chapter of the first part of the Tamer's Basics. Sean turned to the cube, and he asked to say at least something. Otherwise, he was going crazy here. And again, there was no answer. Come to think of it, they had become close to Basilisk when Sean had named him. And he had even liked it when Sean called him by his name. Then Sean referred to the cube as a square, a so-so name. But okay, it already has 4 sides. Why not a square? Sean was already disappointed and wondered what he was doing here. Maybe he had made all this up himself. However, the system announced an increase in intimacy, surprisingly, but it seems to be working. Sean actually managed to get close to the stone. The level continues to rise. The system asked if Sean wanted to tame the square. Sean shouted an absolute yes and quickly pressed the button. The square has no thoughts. It is a completely inanimate object, but its magical power is equal to 100. Even Vasya has 70. It is not surprising that black magicians hunt for such artifacts so fiercely. Although, first of all, Sean seems to have missed something important by being distracted by this number. He actually tamed the cube. This is how his secret taming of cubes project began. Taming the first cube, that is the square, turned out to be easy. But the difficulty with the second one increased several times, and the intimacy increased very slowly. Although there is no point in complaining, because with Basilisk, Cody, and the square, Sean has already objectively gone beyond the limits of normal taming. If he starts complaining now, the other tamers will throw stones at him, and calmly and slowly, Sean will continue to tame the cube. This cube is a cube of emptiness. Thanks to taming, he learned that each cube has unique abilities. For example, this one can create space using magical power and a certain price. Its usefulness now goes beyond that of a simple magic amplifier. Now, to increase intimacy, you need to carry it with you. Considering that the cube can be stolen during the course of the order missions, it is better to keep one of them on you. Speaking of Basilisk, he recently mastered the ability of polymorph, the magic of changing shapes. True, this ability is not impressive yet, as he cannot change shape, only color. Outwardly, almost nothing changes, but apparently the baby is proud of his progress. But Sean doesn't seem to be very impressed. He asked Vasya. The red dragon turns blue, and this is called polymorph. Finally, it dawned on our hero that at least some change was already progress. Then he asked Vasil if he could try polymorph on other things. The cube is too conspicuous, so Sean wanted to make it less noticeable. Sean held the cube forward and asked Basilisk to round it out a little. This is how the second cube, Kruglik, appeared. The proximity is still low. After that, things went on as usual. Convincing every member of the Order to join proved more difficult than Sean expected, especially Yuna. Although she is kind and gets along well with Lyman, she kept saying that the prediction was a bad omen, and he shouldn't be near him. I barely persuaded her. But in the end, she still agreed. Parker, as expected, followed him without resistance, seeming to believe that he can make up for his past thanks to the order. And so, the 6th main episode was successfully completed. Autumn came. Sean was sitting on a bench reading a book from the library when Natalie came to him with the cat. Natalie said that she had recently been visiting her parents and found her in the rain near their house. She reminded her of Vassal, and she couldn't pass by, so she took her. Sean thought how similar she was. This was a completely different creature. Or in this world, pets are equated with dragons. Despite these thoughts, the cat quickly fell in love with Sean. Natalie said she got used to him right away. It took her a few days to make friends with her. Then she asked if he was reading. She didn't interrupt. Sean answered, "No, it's not a textbook. He's just reading for himself." He decided to study the artifacts of this world to better understand how to handle the cubes. To be honest, there are few books about artifacts here, and they are not designed for the beginner level, Natalie said. The book looks quite complicated. Sean replied that he actually didn't understand much. He was still learning. Natalie said she could help. For example, this is a classification table of brooms. Their purpose changes depending on the manufacturing method. Long for home, short for sports. Sean said she knows so much. Natalie replied yes. She even made them herself with her father, Sean screamed. Natalie made artifacts. It can't be. It turns out the expert was nearby all this time. Natalie said that these initial artifacts are easy to create. Here is an amplifier for wands, a dagger with a special effect, and an expensive potion too. Natalie reached the next page, and Sean froze. And all because, although it is signed without a title, it is a clear description of a cube. No matter how much Natalie knew about the artifacts, she probably wouldn't understand what he was talking about, Sean thought. But unexpectedly for Sean, Natalie said quite calmly, "It's a cube." Sean was shocked, and he screamed, "She knows about the cubes." Then abruptly closed his mouth, because he needed to pretend that he didn't understand anything. The cubes are almost unknown to anyone, and even less so to students, and he gave himself away to confusion. Natalie replied that yes, she knew about them, but how Sean knew about them, usually, few people know about this. Instead of answering, Sean again asked how she knew about them. Natalie calmly answered that her grandfather created them. Another shock overtook Sean. Natalie was still calm. She asked Sean to answer. Once Sean found out about the cube, Sean wondered if he should tell Natalie. In the original, Natalie was a positive character, but she was not involved in the main plot, and she only occasionally helped the main character, so she shouldn't have had any malicious intent to use the cube. But still, Sean thought, now was not the time to think. He needed information about the cube, and for that, he had to be honest. "He can't miss this opportunity," Sean replied. "He knows about the cube because he has it." Natalie was surprised. She said that her grandfather told her that the cube was stolen and was being used somewhere. He told her not to tell anyone about it, so she kept it all a secret. "But why did Sean end up with the cube?" Natalie asked. It seemed there was no point in hiding information about the cube from Natalie any longer. Even if there were more participants than recommended, Sean decided to take action. He said that he had a proposal and asked to use her knowledge. He said that dark magicians want to take possession of the cube. Sean hoped that nothing bad would happen if he added another participant, as he expected. Natalie readily agreed to join the order and shared a lot of information with him. The cube was created as an energy source artifact. Grandfather wanted to replace steam locomotives with magical trains. If you think about it, technology here develops chaotically, and all because of the basic limitations of magic, what it can and cannot do. The magic train turned out to be impossible. It required too much magic to move, and the grandfather puzzled over this for a long time. Then he decided that if he created an artifact, capable of generating magic in huge quantities and compressing it compactly, this could be the solution. Their Willow family is renowned for their craftsmanship, and their grandfather set out on a journey across the continent to find suitable materials. Eventually, he discovered a mineral with a high magical content, a glowing stone. From the huge number of these stones, it was possible to create only one cube, and depending on the composition of the stones, the cube began to exhibit different abilities. It was a secret that no one knew, so how did Sean find out about it? Of course, Sean can't say that he tamed the pebble. So I lied that it was a guess, and Natalie continued. All artifacts have conditions, and a fee is charged for their use. Even normal staves had limitations, requiring a fee from the user. Sean knew what she was talking about. One of the cubes in the original story contained the ability to revive the dead, but for this, you had to give your life. Sean said that the cube was originally a simple energy-heating artifact, that's all. But now this is no longer the case. Sometimes things go completely differently from how they were intended. Like Nobel's dynamite created for safe explosions. It became a deadly weapon, and the cube, originally intended for convenience, was desecrated by the greed of dark magicians. Sean would have been glad he had so much information about the cube if Natalie hadn't accidentally spoken to him on the bench today. If Yuna hadn't accidentally found this book in the library yesterday, he wouldn't have gotten this far, Sean thought when someone shouted his name. They say, "Remember a ray of light and there's the sun." Yuna ran up to Sean, and she asked if it was a cat or a monster that Sean had tamed. Sean replied, "No, just a cat." Natalie found her abandoned in the rain and gave her temporary shelter, asking Sean to look after her today. She's busy with tasks right now. Taming animals doesn't necessarily mean you get along well with him, but Sean is doing a great job. Yuna said she wanted to support her. Sean asked if she could approach such a noisy person. Since the cat had already become completely accustomed to him, Yuna nevertheless took the cat in her arms, and bursting into laughter, she reminded Sean what he had said there about her affection for him. It seems our great tamer is a little ashamed of his loud words. Yuna said she treats her well. If she doesn't have an owner, can she keep her? Perhaps it would be safer to hand it over to Yuna, the seer who reads destinies, rather than leave her with them, who were constantly in danger. Sean said Natalie had been looking for a good home for her, and this was a wonderful opportunity. Yuna shouted, "Great! From now on they are family. It seems these two are similar in some way." Sean said that Natalie had already chosen a name for the cat. Her name is Chi-Chi. So Yuna decided to call her that. A seer and a cat, not the worst combination, Sean asked. By the way, why she was looking for him. Yuna remembered and said, yes, she had amazing news, because Sean remembered that they met his brother at the competition. That same Professor Hank, he got a position as an investigator in Adele. It felt like everyone knew about it except Sean. Adela revealed that Hank had been assigned as a professor for the magic course. It seems that not only did he become a professor, but he will also continue to do his job at the ministry, and will take an office at the academy. Sean asked how Adela knew all this. Adela answered, how could she not know? After all, she became an assistant. So she will be able to earn some money to live on, Sean said in shock. She is simply incredible, but why didn't she tell him about her part-time job or about Hank? Adela replied. She thought he already knew. Suddenly Adela stopped and asked why she had to tell him every detail. At first, Sean wanted to object, but then he realized that she was right. He didn't need the details of her life. But for some reason, Sean felt very offended. Because of the awkwardness, Sean decided to change the subject, asking why she even started talking about him. Adela replied that Hank was investigating an unsolved case, and he was continuing to work on it despite his new professorial duties. She didn't see the details because Hank said it didn't concern the students. But suddenly Sean received a system alert. The system is probably making fun of me. The new task is to help Hank with an unsolved case. The unsolved case of the Cataflames more than 10 years ago. For an unknown reason, an entire village was buried alive. For Hank, it was something of a long-standing mystery that he could not solve. Hank is the best predictor of the Empire. Prediction is a skill that allows one to see into the future. But Hank felt like he could use it in a different way. Paradigm shift. Through his power, he gets clues about what will happen in the future. And this knowledge helps him greatly in his work. Using his predictions, he gained fame and respect. He also occupied an important position for the Ministry and the Empire. Being an investigator, he quickly unraveled the Empire's secrets and easily solved all cases. But for some reason, this case just didn't seem to work for him. The main reason why this case remains unresolved is that the Ministry deliberately covered it up. Usually no one took on this case, so as not to anger the Ministry and not fall into disfavor with the authorities. But Hank couldn't leave it like that, because once in his prediction, in connection with the Cataflam case, he saw them, so Hank plans to take advantage of his professor position at the academy. So that in moments when the Ministry is not keeping such close watch on him, he can more freely investigate this case. He must solve this 10-year-old case at any cost. But there is only one thing that worries him. Will it be possible to live as before after the truth about this case is revealed? An additional episode, it differs from the regional plot. Most of the tasks were related to dark magicians, and he could assess all the risks, but a sudden additional episode, and also Cataflam. This is Adela's home village. In the original, Adela was so upset by the events in the Cataflam that she developed a hatred for dark mages, and in the end, she killed Sean when he took the path of dark magic. So he must understand for himself why Sean crossed the path of the main characters. It might not be easy, but it would be interesting if he could find out something. He would tell Adela later, Sean thought. But Sean didn't want to meet his cheeky brother after school. He always felt awkward around him. The girl said that Hank wanted to see Sean in his office right now. Not a minute of peace. Sean reluctantly walked in, and then Hank said, Sean will go to the royal banquet. Sean did not expect this. And he said Hank could at least explain what's what. Hank said it's part of his investigation. As Sean thought, this is the case, Hank said. Sean still doesn't know the details, so Sean should just go there and gather information. He himself is known in wide circles. Because of this, he himself cannot go and ask everyone about things that happened 10 years ago. It would look suspicious. So Sean has to do it for him, a young student who knows nothing about the world of magic and is just trying to learn something new. Sean is perfect for the role. No one will suspect him. Besides the fact that they are related, Sean does not stand out. Even though Sean thought he could handle it, the royal banquet was a place to dance and have fun. Hank shouted, "Yes. This is an event in which the nobility itself will take part. So you need to be careful and not make any mistakes." Sean initially wondered who Hank thought he was, but a little self-reflection led him to realize his concerns were not unfounded. And so, a couple of days later, the royal banquet began. The two brothers got dressed up. Sean felt like they were in some kind of fairy tale world. This was a ball organized by the emperor himself, and it was expected to be luxurious. But how could our hero know how to behave at such events? He spent the whole time hanging out in the dining hall and studying. And during my internship, I only did work in the hospital. But still, since I came, I have to do what needs to be done. Professor Bruce Miller came over and said hello and said it was something you rarely see. It's not easy for an ordinary student of the academy to get here. How did Sean end up here? Bruce asked. Sean replied that today he was accompanying investigator Hank, and at the same time he wanted to broaden his horizons and investigate a case. Bruce asked if Sean was talented in this too. What case was he investigating? Sean replied. The unsolved Cataflam case. Does the professor know anything about it? Then Bruce said he couldn't say he knew him. Sean would like to get a hint, but it seemed he really didn't know anything. Suddenly Bruce asked a strange question. Sean seemed to be close to Hank. Sean didn't understand why he was asking this, but he answered that he couldn't say that they were very close, but Hank was a person worthy of respect and trust. Bruce said hesitantly. He just wanted to say something since Sean was such an outstanding person. Prophets are a rather dubious people. You shouldn't trust them completely, although this is just an old man's grumbling. Maybe not paying attention, Sean said that he appreciated his advice. Then Bruce wished him a good evening and left. Sean didn't understand why Bruce suddenly started talking about Hank. But even if Professor Miller, if someone with connections and a reputation doesn't know about this case, then where should he look for information? Since he doesn't know anyone here, he'll just choose based on appearance. Sean began to turn his head, looking at the people. Someone with a striking appearance, who looks high-ranking but not too evil. Sean was so busy looking around that he didn't notice someone approaching him. A stranger said that it's boring to be alone at such parties. Why just stand there alone? Found. Can't see her face, but she's clearly a high-ranking person and doesn't look angry. The girl's crazy look is a little scary, she suddenly said. He must be Sean. Sean froze and wondered why she knew his name if she knew his face and called Ten by his name. He probably holds a pretty high position, a friend of his father's or something like that. The girl said he had grown so much she barely recognized him. He was here with his brother. Another shock. Most people don't know that Hank is his brother. But if she knows, then she might have unexpectedly deep knowledge. Sean replied, yes, he came with him. They are looking for information about the unsolved Catafall case. The girl's mood changed dramatically. Then Sean asked if she knew anything about this case. The girl replied, who knows? It's pretty funny that he asks about that. Bingo. Looks like Sean found someone who knows something. While Sean isn't a prophet like Hank or Yuna, he has that intuition, that look, that way of speaking. She definitely knows something. Sean asked if it had anything to do with him. The girl replied that she didn't know. Sean asked her to tell him everything she knew, but the woman interrupted him, addressing him as Ten's son. And she asked if she could ask one question if she had to make a choice, to save 1,000 commoners. Or him, who almost entered the academy. In such a situation, what would the Empire choose? Sean asked why such a question. The girl asked if to save him they had to kill 1,000 commoners. Whom would the Empire choose? Sean answered, 1,000 commoners. The girl asked why he thought so. Sean did not understand what kind of question this was. He is just a student, and those thousands of people could be farmers, traders, soldiers. Saving them is a logical choice. Sean asked if he was worth 1,000 lives. The girl replied that it sounded reasonable, but a little disappointing to hear it from him. Then Sean began to feel hostility towards this lady. He asked what about her? What happened in her case? The lady replied that even if it were a matter of 10,000, the Empire would choose her. This confidence or impudence infuriated Sean. The lady said that she would give advice to Ten's son. 1,000 people are nothing. Let him forget about this matter if he wants a bright future. It is not he who is so valuable that 1,000 ordinary people should be saved for his sake. It is they who are not worth it. If the lives of these lesser beings can stop the Black Mage, the Empire must certainly sacrifice them. As the lady spun her disgusting speech, Sean thought he now understood why Adela hated aristocrats so much. He forgot about it, because the Academy is free from social differences if the Empire is ready to destroy its people for the sake of salvation. She is not worthy of saving. That an empire without people is nothing, Sean interrupted the lady, saying how disgusting, even repulsive. He doesn't consider himself a person worth more than 1,000 lives, so where does she get such self-importance from? To speak so easily about human life, how dare she belittle the lives of others? Suddenly some guy came running and said, "How can you leave like that? Just because she's not interested in the conversation." The guy called her, Her Imperial Majesty. The Empire truly deserves to perish, since it has such an empress who does not value human lives. Sean became noticeably nervous, and the nasty lady said that the Ten Son was quite an interesting guy, and Sean remembered how he insulted her, spoke condescendingly, and was already preparing for death. It seemed like it was time to write the will. Sean wondered how he could say all this to the Empress's face. Then the lady asked again whether he thought it was the lives of 1,000 civilians, or just hers, who should be saved. And so, a minute later, the three of them were sitting opposite each other. The brother probably regretted 1,000 times that he had taken Sean with him. The lady said she was now in doubt. Only his legs, arms, or still his head. Maybe Sean could tell her. Sean didn't answer, the lady thought, despite her words. He didn't even flinch, continued to sit still and didn't look away. It seems the lady believes that someone should wag their tail in front of her. She recalled their conversation, and thought that she was seeing such a greyhound for the first time. At this time, our baby, in fact, simply froze in fear and silently begged for mercy. In a past life from overwork, in this one because of his long tongue, what should he do to survive? Perhaps she should kneel and beg for mercy. The Manhwa says almost nothing about the Empress. However, in the novella, her character is described in such detail that it is impossible to forget her if she needs something. She will sacrifice hundreds of people to get what she wants. And if she wants to achieve something, she will not spare even thousands of lives. She can be described in one word, tyrant. One more word, and you will lose your head. But Sean touched her to the quick with his words. Trembling, his brother finally spoke. He was very sorry to say this. But Sean was still just a child. He himself doesn't understand what he's saying. He's asking to spare him, to give him a chance. Sean was in shock. Hank, who had despised him all his life. Now she stands up for him. But if he says something that the tyrant doesn't like, then he will also lose his head. He came to the rescue in a difficult moment. After all, he is his brother, Sean thought with relief. The lady asked, "Give this boy a chance?" Hank cried out. He asked that Sean's execution be quick and painless. What a jerk. He's completely lost his mind. Sean has already taken back his words 1,000 times. The lady laughed and said, "No, she won't kill him until she kills him. She finds this stupidity cute." But in return, she ordered the guy to bring her hourglass and took the watch. She said she would give him 3 minutes to convince her that he should live. Little Sean only looked confident, but in reality he was shaking as he thought about his head flying off his shoulders. And she definitely won't leave her position for another 3 minutes. Sean laughed to himself historically. He scolded himself for his words. Even though they were correct, there were 2 minutes left. And despite this situation, the system kept telling Sean to help Hank with the cataflam case. Even though that window always crashes. When something threatens him, it means, this time too, there is a hint window. You need to say at least something. Sean said he must live because the Empire needs a man like him. He has great intelligence. The lady continued to interrupt him and Sean, unable to bear it, shouted that he could finish. He only had 2 minutes. She shouldn't have interrupted, you crazy guy. Sean was supposed to get out of this mess and he was just making it worse. But Sean thought, so what? She would kill him in 2 minutes anyway. What was he supposed to hide? She wouldn't kill him because of his words. Sean said while he was talking to her he learned something about the cataflam case, if this is all part of the extra episode. Then talking to her about the matter would be the right decision. Adela said that her village was destroyed due to a misunderstanding. Associated with dark magicians, and the Empress was very frivolous about the lives of ordinary people, if you combine these facts. Sean said these people could have been saved if the Empress had not ordered them to be buried. Hank can't even imagine how things really are. His file says that all the people had to be buried. After all, a curse was cast upon them, however, despite the fact that Hank has been investigating this for quite some time. The information about the curse was based on empty rumors, so Sean's guess that all these people were not cursed was correct. Sean said it straight out. The only question was what goal she was pursuing, because to achieve that goal, she took the lives of thousands of innocent people. Perhaps she gave the order, and someone else carried it out. because if she had acted herself, it would have remained in the history of the empire. This means that she took advantage of the help of a powerful and close person. If this is one of the aristocrats, then he must be one of the 5 counts. And the most powerful of them, the one with the most influence. Sean already knew the answer. Until the very end he hoped that this was not so, but still said, the count who buried an entire village underground. It was their father, Count 10, the Empress asked. And how did he know? Sean replied, intuition. She herself said that it was interesting that 10's son was interested in this matter. Surely everything was done in secret from everyone. They whispered about it in the Ministry of Magic, but the documents were forged. No matter how insignificant this village was, there could not have been no information left about the disappearance of an entire settlement. The key to this case is the Empress, Sean stated. He spoke with her for only 5 minutes. But in those 5 minutes he was able to learn a lot. Who knows what he might reveal if she gives him another 5 minutes. Isn't she curious? Sean tried to interest her so that she wouldn't take his life, and it worked. She burst out laughing and said that she liked her straightforwardness, so be it, to spare his life, and as a reward for his bravery. They can complete the case. Hank has an envelope with information that no one knows about. He may not report on the conduct of the case. The investigator understood everything. Hank bowed and said, yes, Your Majesty. The lady ordered to make sure that only he would be familiar with the materials. Then she told 10's son to open the box. There was a fountain pen. That's what Sean said. The lady said that usually they thank you first, after all. It is a gift from the Empress. How awkward. Sean awkwardly thanked her. The lady said that it seemed like 10 had raised the child to die early. Then she asked why Sean thought she gave him that pen. Another mystery. She seemed to enjoy watching him solve puzzles, Sean replied, hardly to make him pay attention in class. Isn't it some kind of artifact? If it was in her possession, then it must be valuable, especially considering that dark magicians are involved in this matter. This pen must help him when the time comes to catch dark magicians. The Empress laughed, saying, that's right, the next day, at Count 10's estate. 10 said that Her Majesty praised Sean very much. What happened there? She is not one to give compliments. Dad was horrified, Sean said uncertainly. Helping his brother with the investigation, he went to the banquet. And when he met Her Majesty, he did not immediately understand who was standing in front of him and said stupid things. The look on Dad's face suggested that Sean had once again nearly given him a heart attack. 10 stuttered, saying, let's say that everything really happened like that, but Sean's head is still in place. Sean replied that it just so happened that they were investigating the Cataflam case. 10 said that's how it is, so Hank can't seem to give up on this case. It turns out that Sean contacted the Empress when he was finding out information about this case. Sean responded, you could say that. 10 replied, that's right. It couldn't be hidden forever. 1,000 innocent people died on the orders of Her Majesty. All information was hidden, and the case remained unsolved. But that's not the end. There is something else that is known only to her and him. Daddy did not know that the Empress gave the file to Hank. The Empress said that only Hank should see the contents inside. A file that was kept by Her Majesty. Facts that no one else knows about. It was so exciting. Hank even trembled. The content was completely different from what was written in all the files he knew. A dark mage has infiltrated the Cataflam. The unique ability of the dark mage Nox is stealth. He hides among the villagers. It is difficult to detect. Troops under the command of the Arcanant were brought in. All the soldiers died. Troops under Castika's command have been brought in. 100 casualties. It looks like Nox is going to use a mass spell. All the villagers will fall victim to this. If we leave things as they are, huge losses are inevitable. This must be stopped. So the Empire made a decision. The choice was between sacrificing 1,000 people and an indefinite number of lives. Now it's clear to Hank that because they couldn't find the powerful dark magician among the villagers, they decided to destroy them all. He thought that knowing the whole truth would make him feel relieved. So why was his disgust growing? Hank tried to think logically, looking at the records of how the case ended. He hoped that there would be additional information. It will help him figure it out to the end. Suddenly he found a list of survivors, although he thought that everyone in the village died. And then he saw that same girl, Adela, and thought, the same girl who volunteered to be an assistant. She is a skilled magician and quite famous in the academy. So it turns out that it was then. Adela has discovered her strength, but it only complicates everything. It turns out she has no home, no family. She has lost her parents and everything she had. But the moment she learns that Her Majesty and 10 are to blame for all her misfortunes, will such a powerful sorceress sit idly by? Perhaps she will start to destroy everything in her path in order to take revenge. But it is impossible that everything ends like this. Now he understood why this case remained unsolved. Hank wanted to burn the papers as soon as he learned the name of the second survivor. But then Hank froze, having learned something else. And at this time, Ten was talking to Sean. When he heard the order given to him, he didn't really want to take part in it. Although Knox was a fairly strong opponent, many could have dealt with him. But then a clairvoyant came to him, and she said that the survivor of this village would kill his son. As soon as he heard the prediction, he could no longer trust it to anyone else. He can blame and hate his father as much as he wants, but in that same place. When it was all over, there was only one crying child left alive, and then he understood. The fortune teller spoke about him, and it was he who would kill his son when he grew up. At first he felt fear. Perhaps one day this child would decide to take revenge on him. So at that very second he erased his memory. He could not do otherwise. And he came up with an idea how to hide him from everyone. He took him with him, gave him the name Hank. Then he raised him as his own son. And now Hank learned the truth about himself and his past. But Ten didn't know that the second survivor would kill Sean. He sacrificed thousands of people for the sake of his son, whom he himself would have killed in the future if our Sean had not appeared. Although no, he killed those people for himself. For his own ego's sake, Ten said he didn't regret having a hand in killing innocent people. And how ironic that he didn't deal with the two survivors that day who would one day kill Sean. He claimed that this was the mistake of his life. Love for his son was nonsense. He was ready to kill Sean if he disgraced him. It was all about selfishness. Sean shouted at how anyone could treat human life like that. But Ten was not without compassion. Like the Empress, he considered his life above others, and believed that what he did was right. Having committed genocide against an entire village for his own selfishness, the old man took a sword out of the closet. And he presented it to Sean. This is the very sword, the sword of the earthly waves. A weapon that responds to despair, powerful enough to split the earth. This is the sword that Ten used to commit genocide. Sean said he is not going to use the sword, but the old man said Sean should take it, because the day might come when he would have to use it. And he warned Sean to stay away from Hank and Adela. How naive. It was Adela who killed his son. It was fair. But this is not the same Sean anymore. The moment our Sean received the sword, he doubted. Hank must have found out about everything through the documents he received from Her Majesty if that scoundrel Ten continued to keep an eye on him. There probably won't be any problems. The problem is Adela. Sean and Adela have become close. Will she survive such a blow? Her friend's father killed thousands of people, killed her parents, destroyed her home. Sean didn't know if he should tell the truth, but he couldn't. If he thought about it, her admission to the academy, and her desire to become stronger. It's connected to the Cataflam case. She wants revenge for what happened, and she does the right thing. She should kill both the Empress and Old Man Ten. Sean simply can't tell her that her family was killed by her father. He needs to wait until he can at least slightly accept the truth. So, he has only one choice left. He will have to lie and lie to her constantly, Sean decided. Did Sean really follow in his old man's footsteps? And in the end, Sean returned to the dorm with the sword that destroyed Adela's village. You need to hold the sword as high off the ground as possible. The dirtier it gets, the less power it has. Due to the emotions of despair, this one sword can destroy the entire dormitory. This sword has already helped Old Man Ten bury 1,000 people, so what's the point of polishing it until it shines? And make sure that he doesn't get dirty, because he's been stained with blood for a long time. At that moment, Will entered the room. Will was as cheerful as always. He had already found out that Sean had been summoned by his father, and asked if his father was trying to control Sean. Sean replied not at all. Then Will handed over the note and said this to Sean. Adela asked me to tell her. In the note she wrote that she missed the basilisk, and that she should come with him to the dormitory in the evening. Confident, Sean thought. Using basilisk as an excuse, she probably missed him. Vasil, hearing Adela's name, began to happily wag his tail. Then Sean thought, he remembers whose dragon he is. Maybe she really misses Vasil. Adela and Vasil hugged sweetly, and then Sean was convinced that she missed Vasil. Defeated by the dragon, Sean asked if she was happy and could go, but Adela asked him to keep her company. They say there's a cherry blossom festival going on here. But Sean didn't expect that something like that existed in this world. It turned out that there was. The guys came to a beautiful garden. What a romantic place. And there were two friends. Adela said that last year she was unable to attend due to training, so she really wanted to attend this year. Sean asked if she liked it. Adela asked if she couldn't like it. Then Sean laughed and thought, it really does feel like she's ready to rip trees out by the roots. But it suits her so well. She's so cute. Honey, Sean just thought Adela was cute. A guy like Sean started to feel that way. Realizing what he had just thought, Sean began to scold himself and ask if he was crazy. Adela said that if you catch a petal and make a wish, it will come true. She sweetly ran after the petals. and Sean realized that he didn't know how to control his emotions if the girl whose family was buried underground. He learns that all this happened because of one dark magician, and in addition, the man who carried out this atrocity. In fact, her friend's father, who was carrying out the Empress's orders, will shock her greatly, and it will hurt her greatly. This truth will break her, because she is actually still just a child, perhaps learning the truth about what happened. Instead of hating and hurting someone, she would hate herself and the friendships Sean had made. Initially, in an attempt to survive, it ended up bringing them closer together. If it had been the past Sean, she would have been able to take revenge and everything would have ended. But now they have gone too far, if not for the events of 10 years ago. Maybe they wouldn't have to become enemies, but now everything is too complicated. Adela was able to catch the petal. Sean asked what she wished for, but Adela said it was a secret. Could it be that Sean has started to develop feelings for Adele, the girl who lost everything because of his father? And she is still so soft. She clearly has the same feelings for Sean. Will she be able to survive all this? Sean's mind was in chaos as he continued to think about everything he had learned. Finally, he spoke, holding his breath. Sean said that he needed to tell Adela something. It was an exciting moment, so both guys were nervous, unfortunately, for different reasons. After some time, while the students were chatting happily, Sean sat to the side. He looked depressed. He seemed to be unhappy with himself as he thought back to that day. Adela asked what he wanted to tell her. Looking into her eyes, Sean was confused again. If someone turns out to be the reason that your life has turned into complete chaos, will you be able to ask this person and allow him to stay by your side? Sean decided there was no way he could ask that directly. So Sean ran away. He asked if Adela wanted it next year too. Going with him to this festival, Adela laughed and said, "Of course, she hopes for him next year too." Looking at Adela's happy face, he couldn't tell the truth about his feelings of guilt. It's a punishment he must bear on his shoulders because he is Ten's son. But even so, his relationship with Adela could end in disaster, and he still has to focus on the main story, going through the main story, to survive along the way. Liam, Adela, Solia, and everyone are striving to win the battle against the dark mages that was presented in the story. If Sean takes control of the situation by knowing the key events that will happen in the future, the survival rate will be higher. Soon, dark magicians will officially enter Adele's academy, because the time for the invasion has come. Even if he disrupted the timeline with his intervention, what was meant to happen would still happen. But judging by how persistently the dark magicians are trying to return the cube, they may have already realized that the cube has a special ability. Dark mages are strong. To defeat a high-ranking dark mage, a miracle is needed. And for the still very young Adela's Suicide Squad to be able to protect the cube, several miracles in a row are needed. In the original work, the main characters tried to protect the cube at any cost. But as a result, Solia died. Adela was seriously injured, and it is logical that Liam plunged into the abyss of despair. At least these situations are something Sean should prevent. Fortunately, he read this unfinished novel right before the end of the first part of the work, so he knows how to avoid the disaster at the end. The original goal of dark magicians collecting cubes is to launch an artifact that enhances magical power. The heart of the machine, with which one can extract the power of the cubes, using the power thus obtained. They want to subjugate the white magicians. The goal of the black magician is to open the era of black magic. If so, then shouldn't he just find and destroy the heart of the machine? The dark magicians, who extract the power of the cube to create this complex artifact, hid for almost 10 years. But there is a serious reason why it is not so simple. In the original it says that the black magician who created the heart of the machine, having died of exhaustion immediately after completing the mission, it seems unlikely that they will be able to create an artificial heart again in the near future. So they need to find it and destroy it, a problem with an obvious solution. You just need to break the object, that's all. How can he explain this to others? If he says it directly, they will think he is crazy. He'd be lucky if they didn't think he was a spy, so Sean thought hard, even if he couldn't say anything about the heart directly. Maybe we can figure out where it is. The others, seeing it, will figure it out themselves. They are smart after all. Besides, showing them everything directly will be much more convincing than explaining it in words at length. So you need to start with that. To find the heart of the machine, the original mentioned its location very vaguely. It can never be found in words, but there was one clear clue. The heart is in the lair of dark magicians. So, his next goal is to find the lair of the dark magicians, the necromancy zone, or in short, ZN, and to strike first. An attack ahead of the curve is the key to victory. Meanwhile, in the necromancy zone, the dark magicians said they had suffered serious losses. Many dark magicians sent for the cube would have died if they had not had to hide from the Empire. They would have already broken in there and destroyed everything, but at the moment this is impossible. The most annoying reason is Sean. He has taken over and is protecting the cube much more diligently than they expected. Maybe just kill him, the man said. Even if they kill Sean, because of the influence of the Mastika family, there is a risk. Besides, Sean is much more cautious than he seems. It is quite possible that he hid the cube and did not tell even his comrades about its location. In this case, no one on the continent will be able to find him. Until now, he has had time. But now that Abaddon has awakened, they must act as quickly as possible without losing caution. Then the girl suggested using Hank, the older brother. Others said that Hank, of course, has that power. But he is the son of the bloody count who destroyed the dark magicians. Another suggested simply killing everyone, but they told him that he reacts to every problem with murder. Abaddon promised them that he would build a society where they would no longer be humiliated. If so, it's time for them to decide for themselves what kind of ideal world they want to live in when this is all over. If they want a revolution, then let it no longer be drenched in the blood of their friends and enemies. She made a decision. She would catch Sean's younger brother and team up with his older brother Hank. Hank is the son of Count 10, and at the same time a thorn in the family's side, but thanks to his outstanding potential. His mastery of magic and unrivaled ability to reprimand made him a valuable asset to the Ministry of Magic. People did not understand how an illegitimate son could gain such great power, and these magicians were also interested. One asked if Madame Sophia had never wondered where Hank got such strength from. Sophia replied that she had long ago instilled this in him, a force that leads to self-destruction. Whether he wants it or not, Hank will be with them. As it turns out, not a single 10 found little Hank. That day, 2 people played with Hank's mind at once. In Natalie's workshop, the necromancer zone at the academy known as ZN. Will Sean be able to keep the group together while hiding the truth from Adela? Since this is the location of the final battle of the main characters, it was also mentioned in the original. As befits a villain's lair, the exact location of the ZN was not revealed, that is, even he. Anyone who has read the novel doesn't know exactly where the ZN is, so it's best to follow the canon and follow the hero's path from the original. But the reaction was appropriate. Given past encounters with necromancers, it's better to plan everything ourselves, and to strike at the right moment than to wait for an attack. Besides, since he has a cube, a collision with them is only a matter of time. Yuna said, "No matter what, go there right now." She admires the determination. Adela asked Yuna not to be so pliable and not to agree to everything Sean asked for. Sean pulled out a map and said, "Natalie asked if it was really that easy to get into ZN. That's a good question." Parker brought the book that was passed between the students and children and said, according to what was written, "You can only get there if you have a special dark energy, magic that is characteristic of black magic." Sean then suggested that they first find a way to deal with this energy. Parker suggested simply learning black magic, but the girls immediately warned him about the consequences. So he bit his tongue and explained that if you have natural material saturated with magic, then it will be possible, at least temporarily, to use this power, Sean replied, so he decided to look for such a place. Solia noticed something and said, "The former lands of Arcanant in the north of Kastika. This place is also called the Obsidian Mine. They say that the local obsidian allows magicians to control it for a while. Apparently, the magical energy in the mine itself was so strong that ordinary people felt an ominous atmosphere. And they called this place cursed," Sean asked Solia. "They say that the mine with the obsidian deposits was demolished long ago." Had she heard anything about it? Solia replied. She wasn't sure. But if these were the former lands of Arcanant, then her father would definitely know. Parker said they'd have to search the entire region, but at least they wouldn't have to learn black magic. Solia replied, yes. Since the conversation could drag on, it would be better to visit her father in person. Then Sean said that they needed to choose a suitable time and asked which lecture Solia would skip. It was difficult for a diligent student like Soli to skip class. Sean knew Soli was a good girl, but right now she was shaking with excitement. He didn't even attend classes for the entire semester. Sean said not to worry, no one would notice during the big lectures. But this did not console Soli. But by evening they arrived in Soli's native land. This is the place where she lived as a child, so Soli was absolutely glowing with happiness. Although the family was ruined to the point of losing its lands, there was a time when Arcanant ruled this vast territory. Sean asked where her father was. Soli said, "Over there, up there." It turned out that Soli's father lived in a rundown mountain village. Even if their family went bankrupt, that was too much, Sean thought. Isn't it strange that he lives on the outskirts of the territory? That it used to belong to him, Soli said. It's strange, honestly. She was surprised too. Since she entered the academy, she had not returned here, and only recently learned that he now lives on these lands. But he usually doesn't come here either. After collaborating with Kastika, he seems to have stopped here temporarily. For Count Arcanant, the loss of his own land must have been humiliating. Soli suggested going to the market. The lands are not particularly fertile, but their trade is well developed. They are also known for their production. The Natalie family artifact factory from Willow is also here. You remember and you understand, added Soli. They turned the corner and Soli froze. The factory disappeared. As soon as Soli saw the empty space, she ran away. Sean ran after her and asked what happened. Soli answered that there used to be a street with potion shops here. But there's nothing here now, Sean asked. Maybe she's just confused. She hasn't been here for a long time. However, Soli was sure that all the shopping arcades had disappeared. The largest market had disappeared. It was strange that the street was empty. Sean noticed someone and asked, maybe he should just ask the locals. Soli ran and asked if she could ask a question. The woman asked what was the matter. Then Soli asked where to put the street with potions, the back of the trading guild, the shops with ingredients. The woman answered, a street with potions. I haven't heard that for a long time. The girl, it seems, hasn't been here for a long time. People, merchants, shops, they all said that they could no longer live on this cursed land. And they just ran away. This was a big blow for Soli. She asked why. The woman replied, of course. It's all because of the new count. He's making fun of the merchants. He demands exorbitant rent for retail space, and if the shop doesn't belong to him, he simply interferes with business. The main reason for the loss of influence of the Arcanant family in these lands was undoubtedly the war. During the long war with the warlocks, in which the Empire participated, families like the Castica also suffered considerable losses. But in Arcanant's case, things were made worse by crop failure, and then Baron Dwayne, the second son of Count Brad, extended a hand to them. Under the guise of investing in the impoverished lands of Arcanant, he gradually began to seize power. Because of the war and famine, this one had to provide financial assistance, and Count Arcanant fell for this sweet service. When he woke up, he realized that the Baron now controlled absolutely everything, and when Baron Dwayne completely took over trade and the army, he stabbed Count Arcanant in the back. That is the story of our salt. But Soli only recently heard all this from the manager. She didn't know all the breeds. She was too young then, and thought that the family had gone bankrupt simply because of poor business management. But from the very beginning he wanted to profit from his father when he was going through hard times, and planned to seize the lands with the help of the army. And yet, that woman said the same thing after he seized the lands and became a count. He simply kicked out all the old traders, and began to forcibly extort taxes in order to develop exclusively his own business. Such a man became the owner of Arcanant. It is clear why Soli is so angry, and understands why her father accepted such conditions. The Count was simply trying to save his family and his people. He had no other choice. Sean said that after learning about the story, he already felt that something was wrong here, with such vast territories. They were supposed to get a huge amount of money for the deal, Soli said. Not to mention that her father was not the type to sell his native lands for money. She thinks it was difficult. The war dragged on too long. She just thought then. Probably he had no other choice. But every time he said how much he wanted the lands back, she didn't know what to say, and it was hard for her. Soli admitted that she doesn't know what to do now. She's so angry. And she wants revenge. She also wants to return their lands. The people she grew up with are suffering so much. All the once beautiful shopping arcades have been destroyed, leaving only dry, barren land. And she can't do anything. Sean wanted to say something, apparently to support her. But Soli continued to speak. She must endure. She is a third-year student at the academy. She cannot carelessly discuss the affairs of a territory whose governing rights have already been taken away. Soli apologized, because they came here because of the squad's business. She was sorry that she talked about personal matters. She wanted to ask her father about the mines, but Sean suggested putting it off and helping her get revenge. The handsome protagonist, meanwhile. The man said that Solia was here, and Dwayne was unhappy about it. The man said that she was asking everyone about the events of 7 years ago. The swindler started swearing and saying that this was already a long time ago. The man asked if he should take it away. Dwayne shouted, "You fool! What good will it do them to harm the students?" He did take these lands, but he has an official contract, Dwayne thought. So even if they cry and beg for the land to be returned, they will achieve nothing. He heard they say she has already become famous in the Empire, a real star. She has plenty of patrons, so why does she need it? The name of such a magical career, returning to these lands, in any case, now he has more important things to do. New business, he ordered to intimidate Solia and Sean so that they would leave. But an hour later, there was a noise. And a second later, Sean came in with Dwayne's beaten assistant. Sean said he came to talk to the Count. Dwayne's creepy face frightened the Count. He wondered what kind of student could destroy an assistant with one swing of his staff. He had guards against him with swords and spears. Did they really think this would work? Sean thought. The Count asked, "This is simply disrespect. What kind of behavior is this of a man who so brazenly broke into someone else's lands?" Then he noticed Soli, and the Count said that she brought the boy with her because she was afraid to come alone. "Isn't it a pity?" Soli couldn't answer, so Sean said it wasn't Soli who was a pity, but his business acumen. He's just a student at the academy, but even he can see that things are wrong here, so he came to give him advice. The Count cried out. What was he thinking of doing? Raising his head, since he was from the academy, breaking into someone else's property, causing chaos, and he behaves insolently. He is probably from some important family. But Sean interrupted him and asked to look at the contract. To the very same agreement according to which he received the lands that belonged to Arcanant. He wants to personally verify that the deal was legal, but then someone interrupts the conversation. The boy shouted, "How dare he? Does he even understand how arrogant he is acting, being just a student?" However, the Count calmly told them to lower their weapons, and stated that he would show them the contract. Sean knew that the Count was cunning, since he took away someone else's land at a difficult moment. But legally everything is clear. The contract was drawn up skillfully, although unfairly. Sean said that, as far as he knew, under imperial law, a contract made under duress was invalid. The Count tensed up and Soli whispered, "There is such a law," Sean replied. "He doesn't know. And if I had known, I would have gone to law school." Sean's impudence surprised Soli, and the Count asked if the contract was under duress. And how will Sean prove this? The former Count said that he intends to use the child for provocation. Then Soli was not going to tolerate this. She ordered not to speak badly about her father, and the Count got carried away. He screamed. She generally understands who she is talking to, no matter what he does on this earth. It is his business. If a stranger came here with ridiculous quibbles, then let him get lost. He showed the contract for the sake of minimal respect. But even children cannot be forgiven for everything. He ordered the boys to be thrown into the dungeon. Sean took out a pen, and the Count noticed that it was a very expensive pen, and not a simple one. The engraving on it is the coat of arms of the imperial family. Then he remembered where he saw it. He saw the coat of arms in the capital. Why does an ordinary student have a pen with a coat of arms? It is known that the Empress is very picky. They say that she almost never gives things with a coat of arms to anyone outside the family. If a child wears such a pen, there is only one option left. The Count thought that Sean was a prince, Sean whispered. Enough of wasting time. When suddenly a man burst into the hall, and he said that knights from Kastika had arrived in large numbers, and were threatening to break in if the gates were not opened. The Count was confused, and asked what nonsense this was. Why Kastiki had brought the troops now. Old Man 10 came to the aid of his offspring, the bloody Count Duane knew. He thought that Old Man 10 had decided to expand his lands, as befitted his cruel nature. And since he sent troops here, it was only to protect the prince. The Count asked if the bloody Count was really ready to start a war. Sean answered that most likely he was. He said he was kidnapped, Sean stated calmly. The Count did not expect that. The Count stated that he was drawn into the case of the prince's kidnapping. He really didn't know who the boy, that is, the prince, was. Although Sean was surprised by the word prince, he said that it was not up to him to decide whether there would be an indulgence. Count Arcanant came in, and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. 7 years had passed since Duane had betrayed him, and he took away his land. Duane tried to defend his position and said that the former Count looked pathetic. "This scandal will not cancel the former agreement," Papa Soli replied. "Duane is right. But even if there is a contract, and what if he says he will return the land by force? He should change his mind." Papa Soli didn't just say that. He repeated almost word for word what Duane said 7 years ago. Duane has been sitting in a place he doesn't belong in for 7 years. "It's time to get off," Duane said. "He made this land richer." "Nonsense," Ark shouted. "Shut up. In 7 years more than half of the residents have left. Finances are worse. Then after the war, the shopping district is in ruins. If Duane has even a shred of conscience, Duane would have understood something." Duane screamed, "Nonsense. This is his land. He developed it himself. He thinks he will give it away like this." The coward didn't attack a grown strong man, Solia's father. He attacked her daughter. He was so pathetic that he took her hostage and shouted that he would kill her. Neither Shauna nor the Count expected such a low act. They froze in place. Then the Count thought, finally it became quiet. It would be good if he didn't twitch. But the pathetic Count did not understand that Soli was not some helpless girl. She was a powerful magician. Soli summoned light magic, lightning, and struck the Count, who flew back. It was stupid to take her hostage. She is not a little girl anymore. She is third in the ranking of the Magic Academy. The defeated count could not move. Soli came up and said that the count had underestimated her. And not in vain. She always huddled in a corner, kept silent, obeyed. However, everything changed. Her friends showed her that retreating is not the answer. You have to fight for yourself. Soli ordered to return this land. This place does not belong to Dwayne. Sean watched proudly as Soli stood up for her rights, then said, "It's a shame to interrupt, of course, but he drew up a new contract here, canceling the old one. A contract that would give Dwayne back his lands and powers, and then let him get lost. They said that contracts signed under pressure are invalid. So it's time for him to smile," Sean ordered with a creepy grin. And so, under pressure, Sean, Soli, and Count Ark forced Dwayne to sign the treaty. As expected, with a smile, having signed everything, Sean asked him to get out of the property. They will prepare the map anyway. Naive Dwayne thought that the prince had lost before him. Then Sean called the Earl of Ark and congratulated him on becoming the owner of these lands again. He could have arranged everything himself. The count did not answer. Lowering his head, he thought. The lands that were taken away 7 years ago were returned back. If he had remained the same, he would not have been able to make such a decision. Earlier, Sean contacted the count and introduced himself. The count asked why Sean suddenly decided to contact him in this way. Sean replied that he had learned the general outline of what had happened from Solia, as he had been kidnapped. He suggests using this as a pretext to come with reinforcements from Kastika and reclaim his possessions. The count said it was too sudden a proposal. Sean replied that he didn't agree. Soli said that all this time the count had been collecting people and money. To return the lands, hasn't the time come? The count has both the grounds and the strength. There can be no more delay. You have to fight scoundrels using their own methods, which is exactly how Sean helped his friend. The soft-hearted count is afraid to even remember it. But in the end, everything turned out as Sean planned. You'd have to look for such determination in their family, the count called his daughter and asked, "What is she doing with this guy?" Soli, not understanding what he was talking about, answered uncertainly, "He is a classmate." But the count didn't seem to believe her. Once upon a time, long ago and not for long, the idea of becoming related to Count 10 flashed, since they were old friends. But due to the situation of their lands, the engagement was broken off. The count did not believe that a friend could send his father with troops to help his girlfriend. Apparently, for him, helping his friends must lead to bed. Soli asked what her father had decided. The count declared that as a father he would give his blessing after a short time. They initially skipped classes to find Obsidian, who knew things would turn out like this. "It's even good, much better, when the informant is really on their side," the count said. "The return of the lands. It will be formalized later." He completely forgot to thank him. Thanks to Sean, he fulfilled his lifelong dream. Sean said awkwardly. He just did what he thought was right. The count couldn't be happier with his groom. The count asked if Sean had mentioned that he had a favor to ask, and if he could, he would do everything in his power. Sean replied that he had heard that there was an obsidian mine somewhere in these lands, and that he could tell me where it was. The count said he seemed to have heard of such a place, but it was dangerous material. Why would he need it? Sean began to lie as best he could, but the count bought it and said that if it was for study, he knew his former lands well. He remembered where and what was located. True, many years have passed since then, it may be wrong, but it should be somewhere here. Sean was overjoyed and said they thought the search would take a long time, but they were immediately given the exact location. They will take this map, and tomorrow they will return here with the guys. The next day the guys arrived at the mine. Yuna was already waiting at the entrance, and she was not alone, but with a baby basilisk. Then Basilisk quickly ran and jumped towards Sean. Sean asked in surprise, "What happened?" He missed him. The sweet moment didn't last long. Vasily started beating his owner. Sean screamed why he was getting slapped when they met. Yuna said it was because the tamer had neglected his monster for too long, and it served him right. Anyway, she came earlier and asked the locals. This is the entrance to the obsidian mine. The guys decided not to waste time and explore the cave. It was spacious inside. It is clear that people have not been here for a long time. They say that only black magicians sense and use magic. Soli asked if Yuna's detector showed anything. Yuna answered, no reaction. It's strange, as if there are no obsidian deposits here at all. Meanwhile, at Adele's academy, Adele was shaking in her sleep, covered in cold sweat. She dreamed of that day. The little girl was looking for her mom and dad. A voice was calling her. The little girl was turning her head, but she didn't see anyone. Then she lowered her head and saw a terrible picture. People buried alive were stretching out their hands to her and calling her to them. Adela woke up screaming from a nightmare. It seemed it wasn't the first time she had had such a dream. She looked exhausted. How many nights in a row had she had this dream? Adela asked if they came in her dreams so that she wouldn't sleep peacefully alone. She rushed forward, thinking only about revenge, and now she finally made friends, and she began to understand what happiness and joy are. They told her that her wish would come true. If everything is done correctly, her cherished wish, what she asked for that day. She asked, so why can't she get rid of this feeling of guilt, can't run away from it? It seems like Sean is underestimating Adela's injury and whether they can maintain their friendship. Meanwhile, in the faculty dormitory of Adele Academy, Adele wasn't the only one who could fall asleep. Hank had difficulty moving down the hallway. He, like Adele, was in pain at night. After all, no one had attacked him, and he didn't have any chronic illnesses. Hank didn't understand how long this pain had been going on. The corridor was flooded with scarlet light. Blood was running down the wallpaper. Hank's vision was impaired. He understood that this was not real. It was all an illusion. And what if this was a prediction of a seer? So he was seeing a scene from the future, but Hank didn't understand what was going to happen then. After some time, 12 million, and all of it is obsidian, Parker said. They said that there were no deposits left in the cave. Where did Sean get this from? Sean began to remember the day they were in the cave. Yuna said that obsidian doesn't have legs, so is it possible that in the mine, where no one goes anyway because of other glory, everything disappeared? Sean asked if someone had taken everything clean over the last 7 years. They know at least one person who went out of his way to get rich from this. He and Solia know very well who it is, Baron Dwayne, who was just trying to escape. And now he's just Mr. Dwayne. The guys managed to catch him again, so they convinced him to tell them where the obsidian suppliers were, Parker said. It doesn't seem like he was convinced. Dwayne kept calling Sean Prince. Then he said he was tired of Dwayne calling him Prince. He is not a prince, but a pen. He just accidentally received from Her Majesty. A lot had happened, in any case, according to his information. During the years without a ruler in Arcanant, a certain one had appeared. A mysterious buyer at the foot of the Autrite Mountains who paid a high price for obsidian. The residents, desperate because of poverty, despite their bad premonitions, dug up and sold everything that was in the mine. And these are the remains collected before delivery to that very buyer, Natalie suggested using this obsidian. To urgently make a detector or something like that, Sean said. First something important. They have exams soon. Then there was a deathly silence. And that's true. Life at the academy is so hard, Sean said. Okay, the rest is after the exams, the guys agreed. But Adela remained silent. Then Sean noticed that Adela was acting distant and looked tired. He asked if Adela seemed tired lately, and if everything was okay. Adela denied it, saying that she was simply focused on preparing for exams. She decided not to talk about her dreams and pains at night, of course. Sean did not believe Adele. Another night had come. Adela had lied to Sean, but she didn't want him to think she was stuck in the past again. Not wanting Sean to see her weak, she felt the wind and looked towards the window. Seeing the black cloak, Adela immediately realized that it was a dark magician. Sophia said that she would not cause harm. Adela wanted to scream, but Sophia used magic to shut her mouth and said quietly, she came to talk peacefully. So, let her behave calmly. There is no need to be afraid. She just wanted to tell her something interesting. Something that will definitely interest her. She knows that Adela is from Cataflam. Adela has always hidden her origins. Besides Sean, they didn't tell anyone, Sophia asked. She doesn't want to know who did this to her village. If Adela wants, she will tell her the truth. Adela wants to know. Adela was able to say that 10 years had passed. She had lived for 10 whole years, searching for the culprit, without even having a goal for her revenge. Whether she's lying or not, she doesn't care. She has to hear it, Sophia said. Adela must have felt deep pain. She should return this pain to them in return, by destroying, annihilating, erasing everything, just as they erased her family. Even if it turns out to be Sean's family, most likely all of this is the work of the Castica family. Sean's plan to hide the truth from Adela failed miserably. Although he didn't know what was going on, he felt that something was wrong. He wondered what was wrong, why the separation that day did not give him peace. All the time the exams were going on, he tried to talk to Adela, but it seemed as if she was avoiding him. And right after the exams, a carriage from Castica arrived for him, and without having a normal conversation with Adela, he left. Sean seemed to be very upset by the strain on his relationship with Adela. Although he did not call for it, a little later, Sean came to the old man and asked if he had called for it. Ten handed over the letter and said it was an invitation to an evening of friendship between the Castica and Arcanant families. Organized to strengthen alliances, Sean, as the heir to Castica, must begin preparing. Arcanant just got his lands back. That needs to be celebrated somehow. And one more thing, since Sean decided to keep the girl from Cataflam close by, it would be nice to divert attention by preparing something else. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the academy. The girls were talking. They were talking about the Castica family, Sean's family, And the Arcanant family, the Solia family, are holding a friendly reception, and people from High family are there too. The girls discussed that Solia and Sean were once engaged, which is a shock for Yuna, who was looking for a handsome guy. So she suddenly grabbed the girl and shouted who decided this when it was. The girl explained that it was the Count's decision. Yuna asked what her opinion was. The girl asked what she had to do with it. Soli said these were old rumors, but it looked like everything would become clear at the party. Adela remained silent throughout all this. She was thinking about Solia and Shonu. Her thoughts were tormenting her. She knows this can't go on any longer. But if Sean's family is really involved, what should she do then? Adela is a smart girl, so she thought that this way she wouldn't find out anything. You need to ask directly if the words of that black magician are true, if you can trust her. Maybe this was just a provocation to destroy Adele. Sean might not have known anything, or maybe it was all a lie. And she also wanted to ask about the engagement with Solia. She still hoped for her friend. She came running, determined to find out the answers. But Sean was no longer in his room. And then horror awaited her. She again felt that nightmarish aura emanating from Sean's closet. Adela couldn't pass by this aura. She opened the closet and froze in horror. She didn't need to ask what kind of sword it was. No matter how much time passed, she would never forget that aura. Even if the head doesn't remember, the body reacts. This old sword with a special magical energy. Vague but familiar patterns. Adela looked like she was in complete despair, and she was. But her memory does not fade with the years. Screams, living hell, nightmares that you can't escape, that you dream about every night. Yes, this is it. The same sword that destroyed her home village. Adela could no longer stand on her feet. A tired Sean still had no idea that his secret had been revealed. He only thought about how studying and preparing for a family reception, continuous worries, were getting in his way. Sean noticed the light and wondered if he had left the light on, and he hadn't returned yet. And then, suddenly, they pointed a sword at him. A second of shock passed when he saw who was standing in front of him. Adela's trembling hand. She told us that she had doubts. Sean looked at her and said calmly, "So Adela found out everything." This calm tone only made Adela even more angry. She screamed, why anyone? Her enemy could be anyone. I could fight with anyone and take revenge on them. Soli, Will, Liam, it doesn't matter, but why did it have to be him? Sean didn't want to hurt her, so he avoided this conversation. But now it was too late. He should have put an end to it immediately. In any case, he had become her enemy. As a third-rate extra named Sean, he had to go through a path that would end in him being killed by the main characters. Then at least he wouldn't have to see her face full of despair. Adela was shaking with despair. She said she was giving Sean one chance, to say he knew nothing. But Sean just lowered his head and apologized briefly. After that, the days flew by unnoticed, and the day of the reception arrived. Everyone claimed it was a normal reception. But don't you think these two look like a bride and groom? And the reception itself is arranged as if a wedding is about to take place. Sean told Solia that she looks beautiful. It was an event attended mainly by families associated with Castica and Arcanan. Also among the guests were some of his friends from the academy. Will and Natalie were happy to make time to attend the reception. Yuna firmly said that she would definitely come, even if it led to trouble. But of course, Adela did not come. Sean knew she would never come. Adela had left that day without ever being able to raise her sword against him. And after that, he never crossed paths with her again. The kids began to pet Sean. He thanked them, of course, for trying to console him, but it didn't make him feel any better. This was a reception hosted by the people who destroyed her home, so she would hardly want to come here. The guests discussed with the old man whether he had any kind of agreement. Ten answered, "Not really. But he thinks it would be better if the two got married as soon as possible. So here's a surprise for you." Neither Soli nor Sean were happy about this news. Sean said angrily, what were the two talking about? He wanted to stop their conversation, but he couldn't. A loud cry was heard. Then the knights came running and reported a sudden attack. Dark magicians appeared at the reception, and the knights said that the guards were powerless. They suddenly appeared out of the fog. Sean, who had read the entire novel, was the least expecting their arrival. But it was impossible to think about that at a time like this. Now we need to think about the situation as a whole. Here are the bloody Count 10 and Count Arcanant, who fought with him in the war. In other words, there are two generals who have defeated countless dark magicians, so there is nothing to fear. But there are also too many civilians here, so any unforeseen situation can happen. With this pompous aristocrat shouted out who they were. How dare they come here? And at that moment, he was blown up. The dark magician said, "Here comes the cube thief." He was addressing Sean, although Lady Sophia told him not to kill. But he thinks that this is the most effective and fastest method to get rid of the problem. The magician said there was no need to worry. They would deal with everyone so that Sean would not be bored in the afterlife. Several mages attacked at once. Sean managed to block the blow. Then it was the turn of the baby Basilisk. The fire attack was always powerful. And now Basilisk has a partner. Little Cody didn't stand aside. He attacked the mages with ice spears. Sean already looked exhausted, but was glad to see that his kids were handling the mages. And anyway, those freaks are out of their minds. No matter how strong their rage over the theft of the cube, to burst in here like that. Moreover, since this festival was organized by Kastika, many nobles gathered there. There are many of them, like Count 10, who are experts in exterminating dark magicians. But they attack this place in broad daylight without an ounce of fear, which is actually located in the center of enemy territory, and has even sent such significant forces into battle. But the forces were quickly depleted. You eliminate them, and there is no end to them, Soli shouted. It's not that they are attacking with significant forces. Sean replied, yes, he realized that now too, they are constantly creating new units of power. This is one of the most difficult spells of dark magic, self-reproduction, isn't it? Things are bad. The longer the battle goes on, the more disadvantaged they become. But more importantly, there are people who still haven't been able to evacuate. So if the fight drags on, they could also be hit. Sean was thinking about what to do when the status window appeared. Sean was asked to train monsters within a certain radius for a limited time, and Sean immediately added a new skill. And immediately he began to use it. He asked someone or something to respond to the call. The dogs arrived in time. Sean ordered them to protect civilians. Sean asked everyone to follow the wolves to safety. One less problem. Basilisk and Claude also took part in the evacuation. Sean asked them to clear the way for the civilians. Thanks to this, the situation has been more or less settled. But the fact that they are in the minority remains unchanged. Not only is the physical strength of people naturally limited, but also the process of energy expenditure in them. Flowing faster than the puppets, Sean must find the mage's main body as quickly as possible. Since this dark magician has to control such a significant number of doubles, the mage must definitely be somewhere nearby, in which case it's time to force him out of the shadows. Sean screamed, "Fucking assholes! Enough of this hide and seek! Let them come out and talk to her, or maybe they are such cowards." The mage said that they can only overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The rumors weren't lying. Sean really is an impudent guy. No need to worry. He's not going to kill everyone here for the sake of the future that Mr. Abaddon promised them. They have to make some sacrifices, because they themselves adhere to exactly the same policy towards them. As expected, the provocation worked. The magician did not even realize that by speaking he had revealed himself. The magician offered Sean a place in his club. Sean responded, "Quite a tempting offer." But he refuses because he is not born to be in captivity. He attacked the magician, but as it turned out, it was also a double. And just like that, Sean was quickly surrounded by the magician's doubles. There were too many of them and they didn't give Sean a chance to attack. He was stuck in a trap. And he began to think how long he could hold out. Then his old man shouted to him, "Sean needs to get it together. He should be able to hold out." But Sean had already lost too much blood, and his head was still foggy. And then he thought, what is he waiting for, hoping that someone will suddenly appear and win the battle? Surprisingly, that's exactly what happened to Adela. Despite the fact that Sean's family destroyed her village, came to Sean's aid. The one who could have killed all the aristocrats who considered their lives more important than the lives of commoners, came to their aid. Even if she had killed them all, it would have been more than fair when she appeared, Sean realized. The reason he keeps fighting, the person he's been so desperately waiting for, is her. Adela admitted that she held the sword in her hands and thought about what had happened for a long, long time. But suddenly a message came from the suicide squad, and she immediately rushed here. Sean saved her life so many times, helped her find the meaning of life. He showed her that there are a number of things in the world more beautiful than revenge, so this time it was her turn to help him. Somehow she forgave him too easily, even though his old man committed genocide in her village, where there were only innocent people. When Adela grips the sword, she feels it reacting to the despair that has gripped her soul. And now she is frantically searching for the main body, hidden among these numerous doubles. If she continues to swing her sword in the direction her light leads, cutting through everything in her path. So, Adela was able to find the dark magician hiding among his doubles. Without hesitation, Adela directly attacked the mage, but he seemed confident as he held the cube in his hands. The cube's power was released, and Adela was unable to attack it. The cube had enormous magical power. The dark mage asked, "Not bad. But does she really think that he came here without taking security measures?" This is the cube of emotions, capable of maximizing and bringing to light the most hidden emotions of each person. Now, he'll see how long she can resist the cube. Bad luck. Adela has so many difficult emotions right now. which she already has a hard time containing. And now there's a cube with just the right amount of power to show all these emotions. The power of the cube enveloped Adela, and she asked herself a very logical question. Why was she trying to protect these people? Why should she act as a shield for nobles who look down on the lives of ordinary people and turn a blind eye to crimes? The ones they committed in the past, last night, were the same dark magician who disturbed her peace of mind. And suddenly he disappeared, appeared again in front of her. Sophia came and said that she felt so sorry for Adela, it seemed. The truth that Adela faced turned out to be harsh, Adela said. Let her tell the reason why she so shamelessly showed up here again. Sophia laughed and said, Adela also has a rather impatient character. Today she is going to give her a chance to take revenge. Isn't it disgusting that people who buried an entire village alive are living happily without receiving any compensation for their actions? No punishment? Well, it's just like a person who doesn't remember the butterfly he caught 10 years ago. While the nobles think that the events of Katafla are nothing special in themselves, Adela stated that not all nobles are like that. Then Sophia asked if her words were true. Then why did that child Sean hide the truth, although he knew everything? She remembers she said she would give Adela a chance to take revenge. She was told that tomorrow one of her stupid subordinates. He is planning to carry out an attack on his own during Kastika's banquet. If she had followed the rules, she would have forbidden him to do so. Arguing that besides Kastika, there were too many noble families gathered there, but since it was a matter of personal insult, she will not speak out against it, and will simply turn a blind eye to the unauthorized actions of her subordinate. And she came here to report this information, which is unknown to anyone else. After all, they need Sean, not his dad. If Adela doesn't mind, she will allow her to destroy Kastika with her own hands, and the death of a couple of people. It could always be attributed to an attack by a dark mage. Adele only had to make a choice. Sophia reiterated that she sympathized with Adela, and hoped that they would not become enemies in the future. And now, Adela thought, that was right. Everything was exactly like that. After that, she couldn't close her eyes for a second. As she continued to think over and over again about what she had heard, she wanted to see Old Man 10 lose everything and be buried on this land. The one who buried innocent people in the mud deserves such suffering. She wants him to too. And his child felt the same pain as she did, regretting the choice made in the past. She endured everything for 10 years for the sake of revenge, because that is the only reason she lives. The magician began to celebrate his victory, thinking that he was right. The girl had completely fallen under the influence of the cube. How good it was that he had secretly stolen it. He said, fine, then let her stand up and point her sword at those she hated so much. But Adela stood up. She said she couldn't do it if she really killed Count 10 here. There would be no turning back, amazingly, but she was able to resist the influence of the cube. The magician shouted why she was behaving like this. She was completely under the influence of the cube. Adela didn't waste time talking. She knew it might be stupid. But she wanted to save Sean just as much as she wanted to kill Count 10. Adela attacked the magician and took the cube. The dark magician began to curse everything and had no choice but to cowardly run away. Old Man 10 called Adela by name, but she simply walked past the killer of innocent people. She gave the cube to Sean and said she hadn't forgiven him yet, so in the future, he will have to repay this debt in double amount, of course. Sean bit his lip and took her hand and replied, yes, I understood, 3 days later. Within the walls of the academy, in Hank's office, the old man spoke. He asked that they be properly taken care of in the infirmary after that. As both lost consciousness on the battlefield that day, let him thank the nurse, Adela said, which concerns him. He should be grateful to her for not killing him that day, the old man declared. No, she should be grateful. Adela became angry that he had not killed her earlier, and then the old man told her to moderate her ardor and listen to him until the end. Initially he was going to kill her. That day he met a prophet and received a prophecy that one day, the survivor of the cataflam will kill his son. He knows. His words may seem like a meaningless excuse, but before another great tragedy could happen, he wanted to arrange the cause with his own hands. Only 2 survived from the cataflam. Prophets are magicians chosen by the stars and endowed with innate divine abilities. Hearing their voices and controlling the destinies of people, their prophecies are usually not wrong. The old man asked Adela not to sell his son. Adela went out and thought about their conversation. She only now learned that there were 2 survivors that day, and since Adela cannot kill Sean, this means that the second survivor, who is currently suffering from unbearable pain, will do it. He dreamed of that day again. Someone was shouting at him to run away. Then at least he would survive. He was running as far as possible. Some asked Hank to go to a place that was not touched by their trouble. Some prayed to Hank. He'll survive. Let him live as if he were dead. The killer of innocents who took Hank and brainwashed him now treated him like trash. But Hank considered the killer his father, Ten told Hank. Until now, he had given him a roof over his head and an appropriate upbringing. Now Hank must leave this family and never appear before his eyes again. The voices screamed at Hank that they were suffering. They didn't want to die. They were asking for revenge for them. Why was he the only one who survived? Hank woke up, but the nightmare continued. He prayed for it to stop, leaving the nightmare behind, in which the inhabitants of the cataflam accused him and hid from the hateful gaze of his cold father. He escaped here with such difficulty, but he didn't know why this dream was haunting him here. Suddenly, a terrible pain pierced him. His heart ached as if it was trying to squeeze all the magical power out of his body. This was clearly a dark magic spell. Now Hank understood what was happening to him. Some time ago, after experiencing visions and auditory hallucinations, he felt a dark and powerful force gradually penetrating his body. The reason is unknown to him, but he will not be surprised if anyone who sees him like this immediately drags him to the Imperial Palace. After all, even now the power that is in his body is gaining strength. It is becoming too much. And she gets out. Hank, who just received this power, is not able to stop her. Hank begged. Just not here. He needed to try to get outside the academy. However, his prayers did not work. He could not control his powers. Hank fell to the floor, and he realized that he had made a mistake and could no longer contain the magical power. At that moment, there was a huge explosion, and it seemed like Hank had accidentally destroyed half the building. And of course, the next day the main topic of discussion was this explosion. People whispered that a dark magician had burst into Hank's room. Will said that people were saying that there were clear traces of dark magic there. It was clearly someone from the top. Even though the investigation room is located on the outskirts of the academy, it is still located inside the institution. While Will was talking about this, Sean was worried about his brother and decided to see if Hank himself was hurt. It's a sight worth seeing, especially considering the fact that the building is supported by a magical steel frame, so it won't collapse. Will said that maybe Sean was a little upset by all the fuss, since he and Hank were family. When Hank left his office, the students immediately started asking him what happened there yesterday. Hank replied, "There was an intruder in here last night." Sean noticed that Hank had a haggard face. The enemy turned out to be stronger than Hank had expected, Sean thought. Hank had always pretended to be a strong man, so he thought. Hank said that it would not be difficult for Hank to deal with the dark magician, and that the professors would investigate the matter. And he asked to leave here, because it could be dangerous here, the students were whispering. Probably the fight with the dark magician was difficult. If Hank looks so tired, and if Hank was having a hard time, does that mean the academy is unsafe? Professor Victor, from the Magical Energy Production Department, said it was a serious problem, despite it being a building. As he spoke, Ernest thought, even among the professors there is anxiety. It is quite natural that they raise the question sharply. He said that he heard that Professor Hank, who happened to be there at that time, had already begun an investigation. Hank has proven himself to be an outstanding prophet, and is a magician, a talent in the ministry capable of completing any investigation. Professor Hank will definitely solve this problem. Ernest was confident in Hank. The guy asked if they found it strange. There was an explosion right outside the investigation room, but Professor Hank was not injured in any way. Others laughed and replied, knowing Professor Hank's skills. He was very skilled in using defensive magic. But the guy wasn't very convinced. Just like Professor Green, everyone was fascinated by Hank. But Green didn't expect things to be so bad. Green believed that there was meaning in the guy's words, traces of magic at the crime scene that he saw during the day. These are exactly 2 traces, but Professor Hank's magical trace was incomparably stronger. It wasn't protective magic or anything like that. So what is Professor Hank hiding? Now Hank is under suspicion, and it is not just anyone who suspects him, but Professor Green. Returning to the room, Hank was in for an unpleasant surprise. Ten was waiting for him. Hank asked what brought him here. Ten asked, not even knowing what to say. It seemed to him that Hank knew better than anyone the reason for his arrival. The old man ordered Hank to leave the Empire immediately. The old man's impudence was beyond comprehension. Hank asked if his father didn't like something again. Ten replied, "No, let him resign from his position as a professor at the academy." That was all he wanted to say, and such blunt insolence shocked Hank. When Hank first became one of Castic's men, there was a time when he desperately clung to his new father's love, which is understandable, but Hank quickly realized that getting his approval was impossible, so his past life was simply an escape from Ten. Ten first destroyed Hank's house, killed his loved ones, brainwashed him, and then continued to abuse him for the rest of his life. Hank said, shaking with rage, that even without his family's support, he had earned recognition at the Faculty of Magic, and he planned to live peacefully at this academy. And now Ten was telling him to give it up. What kind of person was he anyway? Ten said. The reason Hank had to leave. Not him or the family, but what Hank had done. Hank asked what Ten was talking about. Then Ten said, there was a black magician attack at the academy. He knows it was Hank. Ten already knew that Professor Green suspected Hank, and Green was smart and quite capable. Hank might be able to hide it now, but one more suspicious move and Green will definitely figure it out. But Hank was lucky he found out before Professor Green, the old man said. It's unlikely that this could be called luck, since he knew. He could have helped. Hank asked Ten in horror what he was going to do to him. Ten paused for a moment, and then replied that a new imperial decree had been issued if a dark magician was discovered in a noble family. All 3 generations will be destroyed. The Empress is as always overly cruel. Ten said that he would protect his family. He has to report Hank. Today is the last time they see each other. Not seeing Ten should be the only good news. Out of desperation, Hank began to laugh nervously and say, so this is how it will end, he thought. Even he cannot explain where this strength comes from in him. He just feels disappointed and hurt, even the man who was his father in name only. Ten grabbed Hank and repeated it again. Hank needs to leave the Empire. He raised Hank for more than 10 years. It's difficult for him too. He had never thought of Hank as a son, but maybe Hank was. And he probably wasn't a good father. The old man could be sure of that. Ten added that he doesn't want to become the worst father. That he will kill his own child. If he understands everything, let him go. From today on, they never met each other. Yet Ten can still receive the award for worst father every year. In the morning, the news spread like wildfire, with students discussing Hank's disappearance. Of course, none of them understood what had happened, or what to do with their activities. Theories kept coming up. Poor Hank's life is ruined and no one knows about it, even though his life was ruined by Ten's arrival. Adela seemed to forgive Sean too easily for the genocide, asking what was going on, what had happened. Is Hank really not coming back? Sean answered. Yes, he asked. Apparently he was just sent somewhere far away on a mission. In fact, Hank just ran away, Sean thought. In general, it's not easy for a dark magician to penetrate the academy. Sean doesn't know about Sophia. Not taking into account security, coming alone to a place full of light magicians is tantamount to suicide for a dark one. If it wasn't an implant, then the only one who disappeared and was hurt was Hank. And it's also strange that the only place damaged was his room. Not a dorm or classrooms where vulnerable students are housed, but the Empire's chief prophet. Only a madman would do such a thing. So he can draw 2 conclusions. The first is that Hank can use black magic. The second is that Hank was unable to control the magic. And he tried to hide it. That exhausted look was not only caused by fatigue, it must have been the burning and guilt. Sean didn't know where Hank had gone, but he hoped his brother was safe. A lot of time had passed, and the holidays had begun. The Empress's order spreads throughout the Empire. Sean called the Empress a dictator, and he was right. Then, the holidays were over, the first day of school began. Sean slept well. He's lying in his dorm bed, just woke up, and for some reason he feels so rested. This can only mean one thing. The fools overslept on the very first day and started screaming together in panic. Having somehow gotten dressed, the boys ran breathlessly into the classroom. They were lucky that the class had not yet started. Sean noticed that there was a whole crowd in the hallway. Sean asked if everyone had decided to skip classes today. Then he went to the stand where the whole crowd was and read, Professor Hank is the illegitimate child of Castica and a black magician. Who turned Hank in? The students started asking Sean if he knew about it, if it was true, what was going on. They demanded the truth. Then Sean said he would explain everything to them. Listen, the first line is the truth. As for the second line, let them ask him themselves. The answer did not make the students very happy, and Sean started pestering them, asking who wanted to find Professor Hank and ask him about it personally. He knows his address. So, maybe I can give you a hint. The guys started to move away from the unstable Sean. Then Sean said, if they don't want to, then the lesson will start soon. Let them hurry to class. The guys ran away quickly, and Sean wondered who the hell wrote and hung this. All day long, Sean continued to be stared at wherever he went. People whispered. So Sean was more irritable than usual today. This semester, he's at least working part-time in Professor Ernest's lab. Although why would the heir of a rich family need this? Betty called Sean and said that he looked tired. She asked if he was okay. Sean was really tired of all the sidelong glances and whispers, he said. Betty doesn't ask about what happened. Then Betty answered, she doesn't really like to gossip, these people, even without knowing all the details. Just make up what a wonderful girl. Sean is happy to work with her. She is a little shy, so they immediately became close. Betty told him not to worry too much, and she suggested focusing on the research. The professor told them to sort through all these documents today. Sean was already feeling downcast after learning about the amount of work and the deadlines. But then, unexpectedly, Betty asked, could she ask Sean for a favor, which was completely out of character for her. So Sean got a little nervous. He thought that Betty acted like she didn't care about Hank's situation. Did she really? Luckily for Sean, Betty wasn't interested in Hank. She asked Sean, who knew Natalie, if he could introduce them. Sean could breathe a sigh of relief, although he didn't understand Betty's enthusiasm. Sean replied, yes, he knew her. But why so unexpectedly? Betty answered simply. The topic of her graduation work is artifacts. Natalie's family is known for their artifacts, and she hoped they could support her research. So she asks Sean to introduce them. She herself is shy with people. Sean quickly agreed. It's not difficult. He said, of course, if that's what it's for, then he thinks Natalie will be happy too. Sean felt like a weight had fallen off his shoulders. He almost began to suspect her. She's scary. It's probably time to work on graduation, Sean thought. Betty thanked Sean, and she began to tell me that she was researching artifacts that could accumulate external mana, and she wanted to conduct a theoretical analysis. Betty asked Sean to look at her work later. Sean wearily agreed, but unfortunately he was unable to keep his promise to Betty. Betty's death caused a huge stir at the academy, unlike when Professor Hank was attacked and went missing. Or the rumors that he was a dark magician. That was a whole other level. A student died inside the academy. It was clearly poisoned. The academy's incompetence, in that it was unable to catch even a suspect, let alone a murderer. All of this taken together caused outrage among parents. More and more nobles declared that they would withdraw their children from school entirely, including Count Tamed. The old man wrote that it seemed to be the work of dark magicians. Their actions were becoming more and more brazen, if Sean wanted. He came for a carriage and someone he could trust. Sean thought that leaving Adele's academy now was a stupid decision. Who knows if the territory of Castica is safe? No. Soon there will be no safe places left in the empire of Adele. Everyone in the resistance group decided to meet in the underground workshop. Liam said that if they went so far as to poison someone at the academy, it means that the dark magicians have gained strength and are ready to come out into the light. He understands why everyone is scared and wants to leave the academy, but running away is not the wisest choice. Sean supported Liam's thought. And he said if they leave things as they are, they don't know who will be next to prevent something worse. They have to deal with the dark magicians themselves. In short, they need to find out who killed Betty and track down this criminal. Will said that according to his information, this elder woman had no known enemies, and they say that a vial was found at the crime scene. There was a potion in it with traces of black magic. But if she wasn't one of those who made enemies, then there had to be another reason. Adela added that she was in the magic faculty, but she was not a fighter. She could not cross paths with dark magicians. She sat in the laboratory. Research and so on. Then a thought struck Sean. Then he said, Betty was doing research. Which shouldn't have been done, Adela added. Prohibited research for sure. Liam asked. Sean said that he worked with her in Professor Ernest's lab. Maybe he heard about the research topic, which she worked on because she was the oldest. She had to work on her final project. Sean replied, an artifact that can heat up external mana. Natalie's face immediately changed and she said, that sounds very dangerous. Then Sean asked if Natalie could go with him to the lab to look at Betty's recordings. Natalie replied that they needed to hurry before the school cleaned everything up, and when they arrived at the lab, they found a draft of the thesis Betty had tried to give him, and a blueprint for the artifact she had been creating. Natalie explained that this is a rather dangerous item. The artifact in this drawing is a necklace that stores mana. It can also attract mana from outside, so overall, this necklace looks very much like an early prototype of the cube. Its effectiveness is much lower than that of the cube, but if the dark magicians became desperate because they took so many cubes, according to Betty's diary, she managed to create the artifact, which means the necklace has already been taken by dark magicians. Sean asked Natalie to pass on everything they had learned to the group, and he would go see Professor Green. Green never believes in anything easily and has a keen insight. He is someone they can trust. The professor read everything and said that it seemed to be important information, and thanked Sean. Sean hoped that what they found would help the investigation. And just like that, just when they thought they had caught the suspect in Betty's murder, working with Professor Green, the matter took a completely unexpected turn, of course. After all the events, the students began to suspect necromancers. Even theology students who usually ignore others, and science students who focus only on their studies. After Betty's poisoning, everyone began to avoid the necromancy department. And fifth-year student Brad was incredibly irritated by this humiliation. He said how long they would put up with such humiliation. He knows, they all know, there was a war started by dark magicians. Coming from necromancy, This empire was built by humiliating them all. Others supported his discontent. They know the department has a bad reputation, but they can't tolerate this level of contempt and mistreatment. Brody was the angrier of all. He started muttering, "This is a damn school. Why don't they just destroy it?" If the rumors are true and Betty was killed by dark wizards, then one of them must be hiding in the school and he can help them. The crazy idea lingered in Brody's head and he began laughing madly, repeating why they hadn't thought of this before. He told the guys to gather around him so he could tell them about his great idea. He seemed possessed. Meanwhile, in the palace, Ten and one guy went into the Empress's office. Ten asked if she called them. The Empress put down her documents and said, "Finally they came." She told them both to sit down. Old Man Ten looked calm, which couldn't be said about the boy, who was wondering why Her Majesty had summoned him and the Count together. The Empress asked if the Count's child was attending the academy. "Yes," Ten replied. "Yes, Her Majesty." Then the Empress replied, "Okay, her child is also studying there. It turns out that this guy is the dictator's son." The lady said that the academy is the best educational institution in the empire. At least that's how it was until now. Ten heard about the recent incident. When things like this happen, none of them want to send their children there. The old man wondered what she was hinting at, whether she was worried. The student was killed in the safest place of the empire. There was no guarantee that the prince would not be next. The Empress announced that her child Marcel will not be studying at the academy from today. The guy wasn't happy about this at all, but the Empress added that it was for his own safety, and it was better to leave before it was all over. In fact, he will only be able to return after finishing school, but they can train him in the palace as well, so there is nothing to worry about. Marcel wanted to object, but the terrible Empress looked at him with her gaze and he bit his tongue. The guy became despondent and no longer raised his head. Arguing with her would be more expensive, so the Empress turned to the old man, and she said that, starting with the attack on the investigation room and ending with the poisoning of a student, chaos has reigned in the academy lately. What did the Count think was the reason? The old man replied, "Without a doubt, because there was a rat lurking inside the academy." The Empress said she agreed, and so did Ten know that Hank's name had come up in the investigation into the attack on the interrogation room. Oddly enough, he resigned and disappeared just before the situation escalated. I wonder if that's a coincidence. But of course it's not the Count who is hiding him, the Empress asked. Ten was apparently trying to hide his excitement. The Empress asked him frankly if the Count knew where Hank was, and Ten immediately replied that he didn't know. They had severed all ties 5 years ago, and he had never been his child. Ten chose every word carefully. If the Empress suspects Hank, all responsibility will fall on Kastika. Ten stated that if he knew where Hank was, he would deal with him himself. She knows what kind of person he is. He is a nobleman, the founder of this empire, her confidant, and the head of the house of Kastika. Ten pretended to be calm. He could only hope that this boy was safe wherever he was. The Empress said, "Great. Then she will give him her answer. She intends to eliminate the faculty of necromancy." Ten couldn't believe what he heard. He said in confusion, "But this will cause great discontent." The dictator didn't care, she said. "It's over, because this is the only place they think they fit in." But the Count knows how she acts if she can't find the rat hiding inside. Then she will simply burn the whole house to the ground. Truly a crazy dictator. She said that if they resisted, he should just eliminate them all. Ten asked, "Is she talking about students?" The crazy woman grinned. It seems she likes torturing people. This Empress is about to commit a crime that even Cataflam could not compare with. Does she really want to repeat this? And who will carry out the order, of course? Her puppet, Old Man Ten. Fabian rushed, thinking that something was wrong. They were all crazy, completely out of their minds. "No, this is wrong, terribly wrong." Running up to Sean's room, Fabian started pounding on his door, screaming his name. And asking to be let in, sleepy Sean opened the door and asked what Fabian was doing here at such an hour. Fabian tearfully begged Sean to let him stay in his room, just for a little while, even begged. Of course, these tears and pleas surprised Sean, so I had to let him in and listen to him. So Fabian says that something happened, and now he needs temporary protection. But this temporary protection will last for a whole week. Of course, Sean thought this was nonsense and told Fabian to get lost. Fabian asked Sean to listen to him until the end. And he said he thought the necromancer students were up to something serious. He barely escaped from them. They were talking about dealing with people. Unlike Marcel, he cannot count on Her Majesty's protection. In the original story, Betty did not die. But the faculty rebellion was in history, the 8th episode of The Sage. Although they had caused trouble before, the faculty of necromancy had always been in the shadow of the faculty of magic. He raised a rebellion tantamount to a mutiny, and seized the academy until a special unit of mages sent by the Empress arrived. There were countless victims. Sean asked where they were now. Fabian answered. They gathered on the second floor, in the conference room. In the original Necromancer uprising, their barricade was located in the same place, so according to the plot, the second episode is about to begin. And their leader was Brody. He wasn't completely insane, at least until he mastered dark magic and went completely mad. Sean decided to meet them. Fabian thought it was crazy, but Sean asked if he was forcing him, who asked Fabian to go with him. Let him stay here and sit quietly. He will go alone and return soon. Suddenly, the academy shook. It seems Sean didn't make it in time. The necromancers had already attacked the academy. The explosions continued. The academy building began to burn, and students shouted at others to evacuate immediately. Sean walked out and immediately saw the fire. He clearly remembers reading this scene. Main episode number 8, The Rise of the Necromancers. The first scene of episode 8, no further information was given to Sean. After a series of consecutive explosions, the situation gets worse and worse. The professors said this black magic was too complex and powerful to be the work of students. Could they have teamed up with the dark magician who infiltrated the school? Barriers between buildings A and B have been set up. The professor asked if the teachers of the Faculty of Necromancy could decipher this magic circle. The guy replied that it was a black magic spell of an explosive variety, and one of the most powerful, yet it was indestructible. Traditional magic couldn't remove it, and the professors didn't know what to do. They were in a desperate situation. They had only one way out, to enter the territory and kill the bearer of dark magic. The window was still hanging cheerfully above Sean's head, and he was somehow bothered that he wasn't given more information, only question marks. It's been a long time since such an unpleasant episode has happened. Despite the professors putting up protective barriers to prevent further explosions, it seems more like they are trapped than protected. The food is running low, and Sean has heard that the cafeteria on the first floor is almost out of ingredients, with some students trying to sneak out to eat. Will said that Crowley disappeared, threw a tantrum because he wanted to go to the store, and was caught by necromancers. The professors told them to make up on the spot, but the situation didn't seem to be improving, Will overheard. The necromancers are now threatening to take over not only Wing B, but Wing B as well, if their demands are not met. Sean asked if the theology students would be okay. The theology faculty's female dorm is in Wing B. He was worried about Yuna. She obviously wouldn't provoke the necromancers or rush into danger, but still. Sean listed what could happen, but Will was perplexed. He asked why worry about Yuna. She certainly wouldn't start a fight. If anything, she will most likely be the one who kills everyone, Sean said in surprise. Not at all. She is too soft for that. Will said that she gave him goosebumps, and if you insult her, he will run out of the library with a book and hit her with the corner of that same book. Sean had never seen this side of Yuna. He said that this had never happened to him. Not even once, of course. Sean is handsome. That's why she is so nice to him. Villa was offended and he started arguing. She behaved so rudely only with him. It was infuriating. Suddenly there was a knock on their door. Sean went to open it and looked coldly at the person. Crowley appeared at his door. Will asked if he hadn't been captured. Fabian had come recently and caused a lot of trouble. And now this guy Sean asked what Crowley wanted him to hide for a week. Let him say what he needs and let him get out. Crowley was noticeably nervous and seemed to be choosing his words carefully. Finally he said, "The Crown Prince is looking for Sean and sent him after him. The prince urgently needs to talk to him." Sean just asked, "Really?" Then Crowley shouted, "And that's the whole reaction. It's important. Shouldn't Sean go if it's the Crown Prince himself?" Sean, irritated, replied, "Crown Prince or not, he didn't care. If he wanted to see him, let him come himself." Crowley was shaking with fear. He said it was something that could only be said in private, Sean thought. What a fool. He sees right through Crowley's obvious ruse. They want to lure Sean outside the barrier, but seeing how Crowley was trembling, Sean sighed and asked where they should go. Crowley didn't expect Sean to agree and shouted out, "Why?" Sean answered. Crowley said to go. He kindly offered to go with him. So what's the problem? Or is Crowley surprised that he figured out his plan and asked about the location? If the goal was a fight, Sean would have gone to the professors first, not here. There must be another reason why they are trying to lure him out. It will take some time, but Sean knows that this episode will end with the tragic defeat of the Necromancer students. According to the original story, as the Necromancers hoped, they were contacted by a dark mage from the academy and taught them powerful dark magic. This is how a bunch of students with almost no magical power managed to take over the entire B-Wing. But powerful magic, which the dark mage taught them, drains the energy of the caster as the carrier, and does not last long. What is worse, as soon as the power completely absorbs the carrier, he loses all control. Sean said directly. Crowley was sent to capture him. Those necromancers are still capable of dialogue, Crowley replied. They are unreasonable. Then Sean said, it was Crowley who was being a stupid brat. He asked if they could talk. Crowley said, of course they were people. Sean said that according to Crowley's logic, he himself is not human. Otherwise Crowley would not be so stupid. Crowley shouted, why such hostility? But Sean stopped him and told him to show the way, and told Will that he would go alone. Will asked if Sean was sure he could go there alone. Sean replied yes. And if he was late, he should let the professors know. Yuna will be worried. But unfortunately, Sean's instincts in crisis situations are sharp. They usually work flawlessly. The necromancers apparently took Yuna hostage. But, as we can see, this didn't upset her at all. She was glowing as always, just like her cat. Without waiting for questions, she said, Sean will ask why she is being kept here. She was locked in the dorm, and she was trying her best to decipher the will of the stars. And guess what? The stars said that she will not die even if she is caught. She and the cat were hungry, so they went out and met the boys. Her predictions are always correct. As expected, Yuna was one of those who could baffle even the villains, and Sean thought that at least she was safe. Brody decided to bring some seriousness back into the situation, and said that Crowley had brought the right person, and that Sean was from the Kastiki family. Yeah, you can't avoid it. Enjoy. Sean wanted to find Brody and Yuna, so he'll kill two birds with one stone. Sean replied, that's right. Let him tell you why he was called here, Brody replied. Since Sean is from a noble family, he must have connections with the royal family. He wants to meet the crown prince. The empress can come too if she wants. They want the truth about Betty's poisoning to be revealed, and they prove that the faculty of necromancy had nothing to do with it. They demand that their faculty be treated the same as others. The naive and perhaps stupid guy didn't know that their empress was abnormal. Sean asked, for these demands, they cast this damn magic circle on the entire building B, the dark magician who taught them this circle. I probably haven't told you this before, but this is a spell that ultimately destroys the casters themselves over time. They stop distinguishing friend from foe and start tearing each other apart, Sean asked. Brody thinks he obediently came here for no reason. Sean handed over a piece of paper and said it was a formula for a spell to destroy a magic circle, most similar to the one they had erected. He came to tell them this. Let them immediately destroy this magic circle. If they refuse, they will all be buried here together. Yes, the real reason why there were so many casualties in this episode. It's not just that the necromancer students killed many, but that the spell they cast took their own lives. Trying to stop it will not work, and the end result will be self-destruction anyway. Brody asked what Sean was up to by taking the piece of paper. Sean answered. Brody had already noticed that he wasn't bluffing. To put it simply, the necromancer students are simply being used. They are being used as a shield to strike at the Empire. And then they'll just slip away. Sean said he has some information. Even without all this, the Empress's side will soon make them an offer, and they had better accept it. Brody started this to protect the necromancer students, but only if they break the magic circle. Who in their right mind would negotiate with a man who is holding students hostage? Brody tensed and said, the offer, yes. He was curious what it would be. But if everything was as Sean said. At that moment, Ten appeared in the hall, and now everything became much more serious. Sean didn't expect Ten to show up here at all. It was all too bad timing. After all, Sean wanted to save not only the students, but also the necromancers. And Ten is a known killer of children and innocents. Ten told the students to stand still and warned them not to provoke him. On his way here, the old man saw many different situations in Building B. He saw how necromancers were bullying first-year students. I saw how they, intoxicated with their new power, boasted of it, while others breathed their last. Just because the professors were absent for a while, they became like this. How can people be so cruel? How funny to hear this from the puppet of the Empress dictator who killed countless people. The old man thought how he could claim that he was not like these students, stuck in the abyss of evil. It was never too late to reflect. He came here on the orders of the Empress, but a wave of disgust rises in his throat. He did not come to save the students. Old Man Ten came here to kill the necromancer students. Ten told Brody that he had gone too far. Brody asked, so the Empress's side had been stalling for so long because they couldn't handle their little game. Ten asked if the guy really thought the Empire allowed them to run amok because it couldn't handle the small fry. The fact that they were allowed to run wild for 3 days was simply a legal procedure. They weighed the safety of the theology students, the punishment for the necromancers, and finally, the very survival of the academy. During this period of indulgence, they should have stopped, but now it is too late. The old man pounced on Brody after his speech, but he only smirked and created an explosion. The smoke cleared and everyone saw that Brody had changed slightly. Scars appeared on his body, and Brody became huge. Now he looked more like a giant than an ordinary guy. Sean didn't seem to see it coming. He froze in place when his father called out to him. The old man was yelling at Sean to get out of here immediately, and Sean thought, no doubt about it, this is the rampage phenomenon, that idiot Brody. Did he really recklessly activate the magic circle at that moment? When his life was in danger, the mana density was much higher than before. Even the air was filled with an evil aura. And every blow aimed at 10 carries curses. Between the rampage that gave Brody his strength and the necromancers, Sean was wondering if he could leave the count alone. 10 shouted at Sean to ask why he was hesitating. Let him take the students and retreat to a safe place, Sean finally answered. Understood. Then he and Yuna ran from there. They ran to dormitory A. It was safer there. Sean said there are professor barriers set up from here, so it will be safe. Adela's room is over there. Let him live with her. He lives with Bill on the 2nd floor. If something happens, she knows where to find him. Sean added that he thought he should go back. Yuna asked him not to go there. Everything would be fine. But it seemed like Sean didn't believe her. But Yuna said the count would be fine. She believes this. This look. Yuna does not reassure Sean, and does not worry about the count. Yuna is completely sure that this is a prediction. The count is safe. But Yuna said that Sean should not go there himself. He shouldn't see this with his own eyes. It's only been 3 hours. 10 arrived here, destroyed the necromancer's circle and cleared the rear. When the barrier was lifted, those of them who had been waiting in Adela's room were finally able to see the horrors that lay outside. Some students went outside for the first time in a long time, but none of them were happy about it. With the exception of a couple of necromancers who weren't involved in creating the circle, a large number of students died, Adela said. This incident was provoked by the necromancers of their own free will. But those who forced them to create the circle were dark magicians. So why would they do that? Isn't it a loss for them? In the end, it's the same as allowing necromancers, who could be their pawns, destroy themselves. Then Sean realized. Adela is right, of course. Abaddon is chaos and evil itself. But he is a genius. And even though he was looking for entertainment, he was definitely not a fool. He would never have done something that would have brought such heavy losses. Something was wrong. Sean called out. Those cubes, they had moved to a new location the last time Liam had checked them. Liam replied that since Sean had mentioned it, he hadn't been able to leave the dorm since the necromancer uprising began, so he hadn't checked. The boys even hid the cubes in another place just to prevent theft, but they still lost them. Ritual and rebellion. The next episode was significant. The quest for the cube. Dark magicians stole the cube from Liam, and he had a hard time getting it back. If the raid and the uprising were connected to steal the cube, Sean thought about it and ran towards the cubes. As expected, the cube is missing. Perhaps the cube was hidden in different places to prevent it from being lost. Liam said he went to another location. This place was also damaged. Sean said that apparently they felt weak magical energy. Whatever the cube was emitting, they tracked it. Their attention was completely focused on the uprising. The emotion cube and the feeling cube are missing. First, they need to warn the other raid members. Sean was very disappointed. It is almost impossible to find a cube now. The cube must be where the heart of the machine is, but they still don't know the exact location. Plus, going there now to face the final boss, Abaddon, with his strength, is practically suicide. The basilisk is still growing, in case Sean realized something, if they don't find the cube. There is a way for monsters belonging to a summoner to appear at the summoner's call. At the very beginning, when the dungeon boss captured Sean, the basilisk appeared in the spirit forest, in the unconscious space known as the Void Room, due to Sean's troubled feelings. Sean himself recently tamed the cubes, although the yellow one was still stubborn. But if they use the so-called summoning ability, even if they can't find the emotion cube, the cube of feelings, the consciousness that they called upon in advance, they will be able to return. Sean actually managed to summon the cube. Adela asked how the inanimate object responded to Sean's summons. It's really hard to believe, even if you see it with your own eyes. Sean said he thought they lost him that easily. Sean senses magical energy. Apparently it's a cube. Apparently they summoned it straight from Abaddon's office. They must have tried so hard to steal it. And now the cube is back in Sean's hands. Those freaks must be going crazy there. Most likely, no one would have thought that it was possible to summon a cube. But this is his personal impression. How many students died from this cube? A pathetic result created by excessive egoism. Sean also accidentally realized that the cube could be summoned. It was an inanimate object, but since it contained magic, he decided to try. Anything that belongs to the summoner can be summoned, no matter what it is. So, even if they go out of their way to get this thing, Sean will not allow them to take it until his death. Abaddon's goal is to collect all the cubes to start the machine's heart if he learns that one of them has been stolen again. His plan would be completely ruined, Sean said. The freaks must be furious. Finding the unbound cube is still impossible. It's better to focus on the academy now. In any case, the dark mages will inevitably return to take the remaining cubes. They are not prepared enough to speed up the battle that will take place in the distant future. First and foremost, they need to find out where their base is. A few days later, Old Man Ten asked for an audience while she was reading the documents. Ten greeted the Empress and said that this was unexpected, but he had something to tell her. The Empress seemed to be distant during the conversation. But suddenly the old man put the letter on the table. "This is his letter of resignation," the Empress said. "He is not yet at the age to retire." Ten replied that age wasn't that important. He just thought it was the best option considering his shortcomings. He asked to sign it. The displeased Empress said there must be a reason for this. Ten replied that as for his abilities, he was not sure. Ten began to remember that day at the academy, and he said he could not guarantee that he would carry out orders satisfactorily. The Empress asked if this was due to insufficient treatment or if it was neglected. Whatever the reason, she will make sure that he is well taken care of, without any problems or regrets. She asks you to reconsider your decision, but more importantly, she called someone. It would be nice to meet them. At that moment, the door opened and Sean and Fabian entered the office. Father and son did not expect to meet each other. The Empress said she heard that this student guarded her son Fabian during the riots. She wanted to say something. "That's why I called 2 students here. Fabian must have had something to learn from him." Fabian answered with a trembling voice, "Of course." And the terrible Empress said it was time to get straight to the point. It is her job to sort out this mess. The imperial family cannot ignore this issue. So she has to accept this ritual, and the students, Sean said there were already rumors in the academy about this ritual and its cancellation. The Empress declared that this would not be brushed aside so easily. It was an order. How dare they cause such trouble on her land? They must cut everything off at the root, taking advantage of this opportunity to make it happen. She plans to expel the participants from the Empire. Wouldn't it be problematic if rumors spread that the Empress made exceptions for certain students, just because they were of royal blood? Sean immediately understood her hint. She said outright that she planned to execute Fabian as an example to others. Trembling, Fabian said he could not live anywhere but in Adele's empire. He begs her to have mercy and let him stay here, the Empress suddenly said. Then she must ask the one who saved his life. Sean will go against her will. Sean at this time was disgusted by the vile character of the Empress. Knowing full well that the child is innocent, yet still using him as a bargaining chip, Sean is overwhelmed with emotion, which he cannot express in words. The same was with the catafalques. This uprising is not much different. Many have fallen victim to dark magicians, but Sean strongly doubts that it is only their fault. Sean briefly said what nonsense. The Empress asked with displeasure what he said, and Sean answered, "If everything is so rotten, it's a miracle the Empire hasn't collapsed yet. This child is not the direct heir, so she thinks he is useless. And now she just throws it away. That's how she serves the people. An empire that relies on such disgusting laws. It should have fallen a long time ago." Ten asked Sean to stop, but Sean said, "He's right, isn't he?" "No, he is absolutely right in everything. Her Majesty herself knows it," the Empress said. "So this brat, whose lips are still wet with milk, dares to declare that he is right, and he thinks that he can read her, the mistress of this empire, notations." Sean realized that he was carried away in a fit of justice. He went too far. No, it's still true. He owns the cubes that dark magicians are hunting for. And he is also the heir of Kastika. They won't kill him for one wrong word, right? The Empress said. In her entire life, she had never heard such words. He is the son of a count, so she will leave his fate to him. The puppet apologized, and the Empress asked Ten what she thought she should do with him. Sean had hoped for his father, and Ten said that what Sean had just said was unforgivable, a betrayal worthy of execution. But taking into account his youth and the fact that he is his son, he begs to show leniency and put him in prison. Hope quickly broke. Apparently from shock, Sean was unable to say anything, and the Empress immediately ordered that Sean be taken away, and Sean was immediately carried to prison. And so, the wise academic life turned into the wise prison life. The news spread by lunchtime. Adela overheard the boys saying that Sean had disrespected the Empress, and that was why he was in prison. Hearing this, she asked what they said. Was it true? The guy replied, yes. They say Sean is being held in an underground imperial prison. Adela thought, of course, he's a slob. He speaks too frivolously and can't control himself. The guy added that he didn't know anything else, so wouldn't it be better to go and see for ourselves? Although this was still an imperial prison, Adela rushed there without listening to the guy. The boy shouted after her that afternoon classes would soon begin. but Adela didn't listen to him. She decided that she had to find this fool. She asked if she could take a carriage. The man replied, "Of course, but where is she going?" Adela was sharpening all her savings in another world, and I swore that I would never meet this man again. But this is the only way. Finding the idiot, she asked to be taken to the Castiki estate, and decided to meet with old man Ten. She got there closer to the coachman. Ten asked. Adela asks him for help. Adela replied, "Yes, she has to see Sean. If he doesn't protect Sean, then she has to." For some reason, she called this killer her father. The old man said that he did not plan to make a commoner his daughter-in-law. Adela replied that she didn't come here to joke. The old man asked, "So did he. What does she want from him anyway?" She knows perfectly well that if Sean was taken into custody in accordance with the Empress's order, he couldn't do anything about it, so Adela asked to be allowed to see him. Even 5 minutes would be enough. She had something to tell him. Adela, in tears, asked the Count to help her at least this time. The old man sighed heavily and thought, looking at her tears, some might think that Sean had already died. He might tell her the truth. No, it will be easier if she sees it herself, the old man said. He will tell her where he is. And he even arranges a meeting for them, but immediately says that if Her Majesty discovers her, he will not be able to do anything. So there is no need to make a scene there, Adela replied. Yes, she understood. Somehow it was all too easy. Should one trust the old man? However, late at night, Adela finally arrived at the Imperial Palace. Accompanied by guards, she entered the underground prison, but what she saw inside, it was very different from what she imagined. The bastard did not suffer at all, and cheekily asked why Adela was here. Of course, Adela didn't expect this, she asked. He looked strangely relaxed. Even though he is a nobleman, the fact that he was locked up in such a place, isn't that corruption? It's completely normal. Sean replied, of course, no. So that she would know, he himself was in shock. Adela could not believe what she saw. She suffered so much for this. Going through terrible shame, Adela could not help but say a word for some time. The old man fooled her again. Finally, she asked why she went through all this suffering. Sean stated that he was not just being lazy here either. The Empress locked him here and ordered him to find a way to weaken the cube. Even her ordering Fabian's execution was just a way to provoke him. Adela asked why the cube needed to be weakened. Sean replied, sure. He hadn't told her yet. Natalia was the first who was able to successfully change the cube's mana shell and reduce its threshold in case of dark magicians. They would have taken all the cubes. They tried to reconfigure them little by little, but the cube that Abaddon stole this time turned out to be weakened. He reported this to the Empress, and apparently he is the only one who has the technology, the knowledge, and above all, the cube. So she decided to give him a safe and comfortable place and time to modify them. The Imperial prison is the safest place in the country, and no one would dare follow a traitor. So this is the perfect excuse. Adela thought and said, so the Empress is crazy, but she has logic. Sean replied, he thought so too, and started teasing. Adela was worried about him. It was obviously not easy to get here, since she found out that he was here, the embarrassed Adela said. No need to flatter yourself. They started arguing about whether she was worried or not, and eventually Adela yelled at her to stop teasing her. Meanwhile, in the underground lair in the Audris Mountains, Hank was still alive and fortunately safe. It was a good thing he changed his hiding places in case the Imperial hounds were watching him. There's still no word from Adele's empire, so it seems his only option is to trust this man and stay here for a while. Sophia came and asked how Mr. Hank was today. It seems she finally managed to capture Hank, as she wanted. Hank replied, he's always fine, Sophia said. Of course. When they first met, he couldn't even control that power. He seemed very unstable. But it is true that his outbursts of anger have decreased recently. Hank replied, yes, that's true. Hank thought he would never be cured in his life, but he was lucky to meet such a wonderful magician. That she took such good care of him. How unexpected that Hank turned out to be so naive. Does she really not know that he is her pawn? He knew that she was draining powerful dark energy, but he didn't know that he was part of the plan. Sophia said he had mentioned earlier that he had a younger brother, and she suddenly became curious about what kind of person he was. Even now, Hank doesn't suspect her, and although he claims to be a prophet, Hank paused for a moment and then answered, this child is immediately needed for the Dark Wizard's plan, or she just wants him dead. Sophia answered with confusion, so unexpectedly, she didn't mean it that way. She just asked what kind of person he was. Hank replied that Sean was rude, arrogant, and haughty, but at some point he changed. Sean has become smart, kind, someone who cares about people. The kind of kid the prophecy says will be the one to kill him. For years, Hank was bound by the prophecy, not knowing if it was even true. And now, After abandoning his honor and home to escape, he no longer wants to live in pursuit. He doesn't want to live anymore, shackled by this damn prophecy, so he begs. No need to use it to bring death to this child. It seems Hank has changed his mind about Sean. Sean was exhausted. He thought his head was going to explode. 3 days had passed. How he got out of prison and locked himself in the laboratory. He's dying here. At least this body is 16. He would have been older. He would have been hospitalized, but now he doesn't even have time to lie down in peace. Abaddon has fully revealed himself and started to act in earnest, and according to the original, they are approaching the final war of the first part. Sean has to do some things to prepare for the coming war. The first is to weaken the cube after breaking his brain in prison thinking about it. He was able to reduce his initial mana output by 1/8, but that was only a backup plan. First, they needed to retrieve the stolen cube. And to neutralize it, next is the cube detector. But Sean has no idea how to make a GPS in this world, so that's out of the question. Also, a mana-consuming gun, but the price is likely too high, so this option is also out. Suddenly, Sean's nose started bleeding, probably because he hadn't rested for several days. But Sean stayed up all night, forcing himself to prepare for the future, and yet, whatever this baseless fear Sean feels is because he has held the sensation cube too close for too long. Or was it something else? Suddenly people started knocking on Sean's door and calling him. Sean came out and asked what was that noise in the middle of the night. The man shouted, "He is Byrne, a knight of the Imperial Palace." And he asked if this was Sean from Castica. Sean answered, "Yes," Byrne said. "The prince requires Sean's presence." It was urgent. They needed to head to the palace immediately. From the look on the man's face, Sean knew he was definitely not lying. At such a time, for the palace to summon him in the middle of the night, what could be so urgent? It's strange, even for the night. The palace is too quiet. It's logical that Sean started to get nervous. And when the knight opened the doors, Sean was completely shocked by what he saw. The half-dead empress was lying on the floor, and the prince was holding her. What a pity. Attack. This is the Imperial Palace, defended by knights. How could this happen? Sean tried to think about how it happened, but he couldn't. The door opened, and a little girl appeared on the threshold, who fell to the floor from what she saw, and from horror she could not utter a word. This is Princess Ruby. She sometimes shows up at parties or receptions. This is the first time Sean sees her. The poor girl saw her half-dead mother. Her mother is not so great, but still, the prince asked Sean to help. Her Majesty the Empress asked to call him, but Sean can do something, the prince asked. Prince Marcel, Sean heard about him from Fabian, but this is the first time he meets him in person. Sean never thought their first meeting would be like this. Sean asked Marcel to calm down. Marcel said in a trembling voice, "Someone came and Her Majesty." He could not speak at all. The bleeding seems to have stopped, but she has lost a lot of blood. Sean has a bad feeling. The knight said he would explain. The attackers began by poisoning the food of the Imperial Knights. Not everyone ate, but while the knights were in chaos, the palace was suddenly attacked. It was their fault, the knights, that they were unable to stop the assassins who were targeting Her Majesty, Brad said. It's impossible. This didn't happen in the original story. The Empress must definitely die during the war. But not now. Sean said he would try using the potions he had. He needed a clean cloth and hot water. Sean quickly began to call upon healing magic as Her Majesty's children watched desperately. Sean himself didn't yet understand how this had happened, or when everything in history had begun to change. If you look at the time, it all makes sense. Right before the war, around that time, when the traitors in the palace, who had been taking bribes from the dark magicians, began to act. But poisoning the Empress is too early, too rude and impudent from Abaddon's point of view. It was a bold move. Normally Abaddon would have calmly consolidated his advantage and prepared for war. I never thought he would provoke them into an all-out confrontation. Maybe it was because they lost the cubes. They began to think that they were at a disadvantage and became completely desperate if this was how things were. This is the result of the variable that Sean created. My heart is heavy. The Empress may be a tyrant, but she is a capable ruler. Her absence could seriously change the course of the war, Sean thought. Ruby asked. Her Majesty came to her senses, but the Empress did not answer her. She looked at Sean, who said, looking at Her Majesty. He thought Adele's future was bleak with such a cruel ruler, but now the Empire's future seems even bleaker without her. An 18-year-old prince, corrupt ministers taking bribes, and the inevitable war lies ahead, these eyes, devoid of their usual fury and drooping from heaviness. Yes, like all people, even she has something she is afraid of, the Empress called Sean and said. From the moment she first saw him, he was very arrogant, but he never lied. And seeing this side of him, she really thought that Sean was someone she could trust, so she asks him to take care of her children. Now Sean understands why the Empress asked Prince Marcel to call him. If the palace is no longer safe, then the safest place now is obviously the impregnable fortress of a loyal vassal. The imperial family, commander of a powerful army, the territory of Kastika. These words meant that he must hide the heirs to the throne. That they were about to find themselves in great danger, Sean replied. Yes, let him leave them to him, the Empress said. Her life would soon end. So there is no need to waste time on nonsense like being there in her last minutes. Let them leave the palace before it is too late. That's exactly what they did. The old man came out and said he was wondering who was breaking into the main gate in the middle of the night. So what brought them here in the middle of the night? The prince replied. Her Majesty ordered them to leave for shelter. So they will stay here for a short time, the prince asked to prepare rooms for them. The Empress is dead, and now the prince will act as emperor. So Ten had no reason to refuse, but Ten did just that. He refused them. The prince asked, the count says that they need to return to the palace. The count replied, yes, that's right. The prince replied, it's not safe there. All the knights are dead, and the count wants to force him. Take his little sister back, the count replied. Yes, but he would go with them. Her Majesty ordered them to flee because she values the lives of the prince and princess. But strategically, this is the worst choice. By leaving the palace now, the prince will give them exactly what they want. They must show these shameless traitors the unshakable dignity of the imperial family, even in such a catastrophe. We must remind them who the true rulers are a week later. Sophia said that even in such a remote village, rumors that the Empress was dead and Kastika was uniting with the imperial family were everywhere. Maybe it's the obvious development, Hank said. The world is shaking. In this whirling stream of a world in which he will someday be forgotten, Abaddon will start a war to capture a particularly dangerous figure. I mean, Shauna. They would definitely try to use him. Hank knew that. Sophia said she wouldn't hide it. She also approached him to use it. But at least she wants to give him a choice about what Hank will do. A little later, Hank recalled their conversation on that mountain. She told him to leave while he still could. But he had already made up his mind. The great stream of fate would carry him away anyway. And he will not leave the side of the dark magicians. Instead, he will do everything he can. How much time has passed since the Empress died? The coronation was carried out in haste, and the first prince immediately began to perform the duties of emperor. Aten became one of the key figures in Marseille's support, but the path was not easy. No one knew where the traitors were hiding. And it was precisely in times like these that the calm and determination of an experienced old man was so needed. He quickly selected reliable people and appointed them to certain positions, and arrested the priests who had conspired with the dark magicians. But the palace was still in chaos, and the Kastika and Arcanant families began to actively provide their support. And so Sean's workload increased, and due to the unprecedented crisis, the decision was made to close the academy. And Marcel began to rely heavily on Sean, as he was nearby, and other reinforcements that Marcel found. A member of the Ardal Crusaders whom Sean introduced, an exhausted Liam, worked with Sean. And yet they can't leave the country for 18 years. Yes, he works tirelessly. But unfortunately, this will not stop the war. Not that Marcel is incompetent. But in history, something similar has happened before. When imperial power weakens, large and small uprisings break out everywhere. Most of these uprisings were organized by dark magicians, and even with active resistance, damage is inevitable. Liam said that Sean has a trip to the countryside with Adela tomorrow, so he should rest early. After that, Sean has nothing planned after tomorrow's trip. He needs to hurry and pick up the luggage he left in the academy dormitory when he ran away in a hurry. He even left the Sword of the Earth. After Adela used it, she returned the sword. Even though the academy is temporarily closed, he can still enter, and it is best to do so as soon as possible. It's quiet here now. The sword and all the other things are still in place. He took everything and decided to return. Sean took his things and went out, but he couldn't go far. Someone appeared on the road. Such a familiar, yet so frightening aura. Sean did not expect to see his bar. Sean asked in a panic, "Hank is crazy. How dare he show up here? Hank is wanted." Hank asked if it mattered. Sean took a deep breath and shouted, "Of course." Sean suggested that they go somewhere. When they came to the forest, Sean asked what was so urgent that Hank wanted to say. And he himself thought, he doesn't know how Hank lived up to this moment, but there's a good chance that the dark magicians have swayed him to their side. Following Hank into such a forsaken place without reinforcements was already reckless enough. Sean just doesn't want to believe that Hank is the type to mess with him because of this, Hank suddenly said. Hank stated that they would spar. He had to teach Sean something one last time. Sean still didn't understand what was happening, but at that moment, Hank punched him. Hank seemed to be serious. Sean shouted, "What the hell?" so suddenly. Hank said he thought he gave Sean a chance to get his things. He meant it, Let him fight with all his might. Sean realized that his brother was not joking. He took out his wand, and thus began the battle between the two brothers. This is not sparring, it's more like a real fight. If Sean gets hit, he dies. After a while, Sean asked to tell him why Hank was doing this. Hank disappears into thin air and then reappears only to fight. But Hank interrupted him and said, "Sean is too weak. Why can't someone with such potential defeat someone like him, just a prophet?" Sean thought it was the madness mana. Hank was really trying to kill him. Hank said it was his last chance. But Sean knew he was losing his strength and was about to faint. Sean couldn't even get up. Suddenly Hank told Sean to remember this move. As soon as Sean raised his head, Hank attacked him saying, like his professor, no, like his older brother. This is his last lesson for him. You must not let your guard down, and you must not show your weak spots. He has a tendency to attack with his left hand. If Sean fights him, let him aim for his left hand. He's good at long, drawn-out battles. The longer it lasts, the worse it is for Sean. If he's going to corner him, he should go all out from the start. Sean thought, something seems wrong. Why the hell is Hank telling him this? Although now is not the time to think about it. If he doesn't give him time to swing, with his sword he can. Sean raised his sword. The sword of earth formed a stone wall around Hank, and Hank released Sean's throat. Sean was able to completely bury Hank in a rock trap, but it didn't last long. Sean's trap quickly collapsed. Hank got out and said that Sean was beaten from start to finish. But Sean was able to disarm him, so Sean won. Let him remember. If Sean ever has to fight him, he shouldn't hesitate like he did today. When this happens, Sean will die in this battle. It is not clear why he is warning Sean. If you are in such a hurry to kill your brother, we will have to find out about that later.